Good evening and welcome to the City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority, and Norman Parking and Transit Authority meeting of August 25th, 2026. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Gandisberry.
Here.
Councilmember Deck.
Here.
Councilmember Bruce.
Here.
Councilmember Grant.
Present.
Councilmember Kirby.
Here.
Councilmember Steele.
Here.
Councilmember Blodgett. Here. Councilmember Dixon.
Here.
Mayor Holman.
Here. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, item number 1, consideration of approval, acceptance, rejection, amendment, and/or postponement of the minutes as follows. City Council Study Session Meeting Minutes of June 16th, 2026. City Council Business and Community Affairs Committee Meeting Minutes of May 7th, 2026. City Council Oversight Committee Meeting Minutes of May 14th, 2026, and June 11th, 2026. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and the motion to approve the minutes passes unanimously.
All right, next up is council announcements, and we'll start in Ward 1.
Everybody, especially Ward 1, to all the residents in Ward 1, have reached out to the utilities people and made sure they knew where Ward 1 was located for the limb removal. They said that they should be getting to us pretty soon, hopefully after a couple more wards get finished up. Also like to welcome, probably temporarily, the Spirit Halloween inside of the Homeland on Alameda Street also that's currently taking.
It's 2, Spirit Halloween. Thank you, Ward 2.
None for Ward 2.
Thank you, Ward 3.
Yes, I appreciate all the calls and the texts and the emails and the face-to-face discussions. On the storm debris pickup in Ward 3, Fountain Gate and Cambridge Place, you have not been forgotten. You're on the list, and they're coming shortly. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ward 4.
Good evening, Ward 4 in City of Norman. First, I would like to thank Ward 4 Representative or Committee Member Haley Hopper Esquire for joining the Economic Development Advisory Board. This is actually a reappointment. And then former council member, now Dr. Foreman for Ward 6. I look forward to both of them serving on that. And then I would like to take a proactive stance on incremental development. So I might be highlighting during these full council meetings, the second and fourth Tuesdays, areas in Ward 4 where incremental development can go. So 916 Monet Avenue and 920 Monet Avenue, which is across from the Sarkees Energy Development, or I'm sorry, Sarkees Energy Center. I was told it was mixed use, but when I go look on the GIS maps, it's saying residential, but it is in Center City, which does have a TIF that supports density. And it's in the orange, which is urban general, which means you can have a mixed use development. Currently, that property's been sitting pretty vacant, and it would make a lot of sense for housing on the top and some kind of commercial activity on the bottom. I would happily support that, and if you're a developer who is interested in a project like that, and maybe you haven't done it before, we have an incremental development boot camp coming up, I think in October, which would be a great time to learn how to do one of those projects. And I just say this because OU just announced another record freshman class, but they have no housing plan. And so I think as a city council, we might need to be a little more proactive on where the student housing can go. Next, I would like to say congratulations to the organizers of the Spark event. It's a fundraiser to benefit the Firehouse Art Center, but they were celebrating the vision and legacy of the founders, which is Carolyn Fulkins, Carol Whitney, and Audrey Irwin. And it was a really special night because we got to hear their kids also speak to their vision about making the Firehouse Art Center accessible and equitable for all the kids in Norman that wanted to learn the arts. But it's not just kids, they have veteran programs, and they also have a very popular pottery program that was gone for a while, but now back by popular demand. It is thriving, it's expanded, and they don't have room. So a good problem to have. And then I'd like to end on our social services office, which was established with an opioid settlement. It gives us a community services manager named Amanda Sheriff and a community outreach social worker named Kara Fritz. And they go out, they're housed under city management since homelessness and mental health issues touches all departments. And it takes a lot to coordinate getting somebody off the street. And I'd like to thank Councilmember Gandisberry last week, Councilmember Kirby, who put it on my radar, and city staff, and all the entities from Norman Caravans to City Care that tried to help this elderly woman who was struggling. She had her hearing aid stolen, her medication stolen. She has 2 little chihuahuas. She had actually not been able to keep up with rent and was experiencing homelessness for the first time, which is pretty on trend for what Oklahoma is experiencing in first-time homelessness trends. So we got her to OKC, where there is a shelter that accepts dogs, but unfortunately I hear she's back in Norman without a lot of support. And so I'd just like to take a moment to recognize that we do have these resources, and that if you're on city council and you get questions, especially somebody who might be justice involved and on the threshold of homelessness, that I would reach out to city staff and especially Amanda Sheriff on those emails to make sure that these people are getting connected to services. I also got an email about people using the splash pad at Andrews Park to wash tents, which is prohibited. But that office with those workers help people like that get connected to the place where they should be taking care of their needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 5.
I would like to thank everybody who signed up for the ad hoc committee and other committees. In general, we really appreciate the community involvement. I'd also like to thank everybody who took the time out of their evening to show up tonight and speak about what they're very passionate about. And I would also like to thank everybody who took the time out of their week to email us and let us know about your concerns. It really helps us know where our community stands as a whole. Thank you.
Ward 6.
Yeah, I'd also like to thank former council member Elizabeth Foreman for joining the Economic Development Advisory Board. It's a board that we've talked about quite a bit over, my first month here on council, and just looking forward to see what she could do on it. Second, there's a lot of kind of bigger issues on the agenda tonight for those who were unable to come down here or don't feel comfortable speaking, especially if you're in Ward 6. I'll be having my phone close to the chest, so just feel free to text me or email me, and I'll be taking a look at those right up until the voting process. And then finally, when it just comes to the council agenda, just kind of an idle observation. I'm sure that there's a lot that goes into the order of the things on the non-consent docket. I would just personally voice that maybe the ones that have the greatest public interest should be on the top of that for non-consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 7.
No announcements at this time.
Thank you. Ward 8.
Yeah, I was just going to mention item 14 is some street resurfacing in Ward 8 we're going to be doing. Item 18 on the consent is a traffic signal at 36 and Bart Connor. We've talked about that before. Second time it's coming up. And then 19 is 48th and Rock Creek to Tecumseh, doing some resurfacing. Actually, we're going to do some engineering to look to redo all that. I'd be careful about taking text during an open meeting from people. I mean, if you want to open your phone up to Open Records Act, I'd just be careful about that. And those are my announcements.
Thank you. Just a few for me, specifically just mentioning I think we all know that school is back in full swing. I think we know that there are issues at the beginning of the year and maybe throughout the entire year at different school sites with pickup lines and drop-off, more so pickup lines, I think, than drop-off lines. But multiple school sites, we've received complaints perhaps, or just notifications that there's issues. And some of those sites have been issues for a number of years, just based on the locations of those schools and on narrow streets and whatnot. But I would just encourage everybody to be patient and understanding that that's just the situation that exists around some of the schools that we have in Norman. 17 elementary schools, 4 middle schools, 2 high schools, and that's just the Norman public school system. So just encourage everybody to be patient around school sites for sure now. And record enrollment for OU that we saw, I think the 6th consecutive year, which is really wonderful for the students that get to be here. I'm really thankful that they chose to come to Norman and the University of Oklahoma, and I hope they have a really wonderful experience that they'll remember for the rest of their lives while they're here. But there are issues that come with that, like housing and on-campus housing, off-campus housing, and how that demand impacts housing availability and affordability in Norman. So that discussion about universities growing and university housing options on different university campuses in the SEC and beyond is a conversation that we've been having as part of the overall discussion about housing in general in Norman and college towns like us that are struggling with things like affordability and availability for a lot of folks. And so, the record enrollment shows me that OU and Norman are both places that students want to be and want to pursue a higher education and where they want to live for at least 4 years or so and maybe longer. So again, just really encouraged by that, and hopefully we can work out the logistics of accommodating those growing student classes. So also wanted to mention this Friday night, we have the Crosstown Clash, Norman High, Norman North at Norman High School. Followed by next Friday, we have OU playing a home game on a Friday night. So a big couple weeks here in Norman. It's very exciting time of the year. It's exciting for me and someone that grew up in the area, going to OU games with my dad, working on Campus Corner, and all those things. And so just encourage everybody again to get out there and enjoy things and have a good time and support the teams and do all those things. And then also, it was already mentioned, Councilmember Bruce and others, but the storm debris, if you check the City of Norman website, there is a daily update. There's a daily debris map that shows where cleanup has happened, where it's coming up, and then where additional pass-throughs will be done as well. But I think we're nearing nearly 100,000 square or cubic yards of debris, which is somewhere around 40 football fields filled a foot deep. And so there are some houses in Norman that an entire truck is filled by just the pile that's in front of their house. And then that truck has to go dump that somewhere. And thankfully, there is a Norman resident who offered some land that they have across the river that they're allowing, so we're not having to take it extremely far. But it is a pretty challenging process when you're talking about a city the size of Norman and the amount of damage that was done. And wanted to reiterate what I did last meeting is we do not get any funding from FEMA or the state or the federal government up front for any storm cleanup. We have to spend money to do it first and then account for it all and apply and hope that we get reimbursed for some or all of it. And it has to be, the damage amount has to be over a certain threshold statewide for us to qualify, and we think we might be there, so we're hopeful. But that is the process, and I know those guys are working 10-hour shifts, 7 days a week out there trying to get it cleaned up. So I just encourage everybody to please be patient and check the City of Norman website daily for updates as they happen. And please feel free to contact any of us. If you feel like they came through your neighborhood and they missed your house, just let us know, and we'll make sure that that does get cleaned up. And then lastly, just wanted to mention the City Council committee meetings that happen every Thursday here at City Hall. The Business and Community Affairs Committee is the first Thursday of the month. That meets at 4 o'clock, and that is live streamed. All of them are live streamed on the City of Norman YouTube channel. You can also go back and watch the replay of them as well. And those meetings are all public, or open to the public to attend in person if you'd like. And you can contact any of us with questions or comments regarding items that are on those committee agendas. But we have Business and Community Affairs. We have a Finance Committee meeting where we go over city budget, sales tax revenue every month, which is up 10% right now, by the way. And then And then we have the Oversight Committee where we go over existing policy, and every quarter we get an update on the overnight shelter. We get the numbers on how many people have stayed there, how many people have been placed in housing or services that have stayed at the shelter, all those types of data points that are really helpful to know. And then we have the Community Planning and Transportation Committee meeting the fourth Thursday of every month. And that's where we get the monthly public transit ridership report. We get an update from city staff on street construction projects. So if you're wondering how long something's under construction and the lane's blocked off, how long it's going to be, we usually discuss those types of things in that committee. And if you send us a question in advance, we can ask city staff about a specific project going on anywhere in the city of Norman. We recently a few months ago, we got an update from ODOT on a safety assessment that they did on Highway 9 from 24th Avenue East all the way, I don't know if it was all the way to the city limit line, but to look at what the widening of Highway 9 has done, if it's made it safer or not, and there were some very interesting findings of that study. So those types of things are what we discuss, and I think that's a lot of the questions we get often are about traffic and construction and whatnot, and I would just encourage all residents to follow those meetings if you can and attend them if you're interested. And beyond that, thank you all for being here this evening and for watching at home, and we'll go ahead and get started with the consent docket. This item is placed on the agenda so that the city council, by unanimous consent, can designate those routine agenda items that they wish to be approved or acknowledged by one motion. If any item proposed does not meet with approval of all council members, that item will be heard in regular order. Staff recommends that item 2 through 21 be placed on the consent docket. I'll entertain a motion to place items 2 through 21 on the consent docket.
Motion.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to place items 2 through 21 on the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to place items 2 through 21 on the consent docket passes unanimously.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent docket.
Motion to approve.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to approve the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve the consent docket passes unanimously.
All right, on to the non-consent. Item 22, hearing regarding acceptance of a grant in the amount of $55,456 to the City of Norman, the Moore Police Department, and the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office from the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance, through the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program, with the Norman's portion of $35,325 to be used by the Norman Police Department for forensic equipment repair, recalibration, advanced specialty training, and digital signage, approval of a contract, and budget appropriation. I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to open the public hearing. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to open the public hearing passes unanimously.
All right, the public hearing is now open, and I'll recognize John Steege here with the Norman Police Department to make a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, council members. The Justice Assistance Grant is an annual formula grant that's given to jurisdictions throughout the country. Formula grant meaning that basically it's a formula established by Congress, sets up funding based on population and violent crime statistics. Once an entity or a city or a county reaches a $10,000 threshold for an allotment, then they get the formula amount assigned to them. The City of Norman is a disparate jurisdiction, means it's combined with the City of Moore and Cleveland County, and so we have to share the $55,456. And that can be used on a broad range of criminal justice related activities or equipment. In our case, we traditionally try to use that for necessary equipment for forensics and for continuing education for our specialists. Those are very expensive items. They require large amounts of our common or maintenance and operational budget. And so these are ways that we can supplement those things. And so that's what we're doing, and Moore and Cleveland County do similar with their funding as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions from council regarding this item? Seeing none. Okay. Thank you. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only and limited to 4 minutes or less. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor. Stephen Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. When I ran across this, the description of what was going on, I just had some questions about what was what. So I noticed that Project 1.1 is to repair, I guess we have one advanced crime scene scanner, and I was just wondering if somebody could say exactly what it is that we're scanning with that. What does that scanner do? That one looks like it's also a relatively cheap one when you look at the budget, but it's just sort of interesting. It's nice to know what's going on. I also had a question about Project 1.2, which was the training for the forensic video analyst. It seems like we only have one in the department, and I was wondering what role they play in making footage from either the cars or body cameras available to the public under public records requests. I wonder if that's part of their bailiwick or whether or not this is doing something else. And then finally, I was actually a little surprised to see that Project 1.4, the internal signage one, I take it that that means that those are signs inside the police department, but it was really the most expensive item. So I was just wondering what is it that we're doing with those internal message boards? How is that conveyance of orders or something like that? So just curiosity when I read the item, and I figure if we're going to have a public hearing, might as well hear about what we're buying. So that's it for me. Thanks.
Sure.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Chad Vinson, I'm our Support Bureau Major. All good questions. I'll just kind of hit them from the top and work down. 1.1, that crime scene scanner is it's a pretty cool technology device when we do a homicide scene or have a crime scene that we are trying to sketch out. In the old days, you would roll a measuring tape and you would sketch it. Now there's the device that we have that we just need to repair that will actually put it in the room, and it can digitally scan the room and create a diagram for us. So it's just a technology piece that makes what we do more efficient, and it just helps us to better serve and better investigate crimes that we respond to, crime scenes. 1.2, the video analyst. Video is a huge piece of what we do really across the country in police work nowadays, and the answer really is yes to all of the questions. Our forensic video analysts, their job has just compounded tremendously over the last several years, and so we always want to make sure we're continuing to send them the best and most efficient training so they can be the most productive. To be candid, all of anything video related nowadays is almost overwhelming. It's really challenging to keep up, so we want to make sure that they are on the forefront of all the technology and that they're doing the things that we need them to do. And yes, it does. It's not only is it recovering body cam footage to send to the district attorney's office for prosecution, but it's also helping with getting the records requests and all the footage and all that's associated with it. So that video analyst really touches multiple aspects of the department. So all things video related really comes down to this one particular person, and they are involved in all of that. And 1.4, the internal digital bulletin boards, we are excited about that. As a police department, we always want to share and communicate. One of the things that we, our employees want to know is what's going on at the police department. We are in multiple locations, a 24/7 operation, and we always want to try to stay most current and get everybody up to speed on all things related internally. This is something that a number of agencies do, to include Oklahoma City, is really where we got this vision from. And so, yes, we would have bulletin boards, digital bulletin boards across the department, so the chief could give a message. And not only would you see it at the police department, but you see it all throughout the entire agency. They could hear directly from the chief. We could share information, updates, new case law changes, any of that that's related to making us a better police department is something that we could share out immediately throughout the entire department. And I think that's it.
Thank you, Major. We'll call you back up if there's any further questions.
Cindy Rogers. That's all I got.
Okay. Anyone else that would like to comment on this item that hasn't spoken? Seeing none? Okay. Are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
Councilmember Gray.
Councilmember Grant.
I just have a question about 3.1, basically just asking for some clarity exactly on what fleet tracking devices will be purchased, and it says to effectively identify the location of vehicles while investigating crimes. If we could find out if that is actual MPD vehicles or if this is something else.
This is John Steege again, and I'm sorry, that's part of a pass-through to Cleveland County, so it won't be affecting us. My understanding, and I am going to have to apologize for this, we've had a change in the sheriff's department, and so I'm not sure they even know what that was about at this point in time. But my understanding, it was for the ability to track suspect vehicles during an active investigation.
Would that be purchasing more FLOT cameras?
No,
Okay.
it would not. It would not be at all.
Thank you for the clarity, because I have a feeling somebody was going to ask about that at some point, so thank you.
That's a fair question. That I'm sure that's not, that has never been proposed or described in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other council questions, comments? Seeing none? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
The motion on the floor is to close the public hearing. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to close the public hearing passes unanimously.
I need a motion to accept the grant and approve the contract and budget appropriation.
Motion to accept the grant?
Second.
Are there any final questions or comments from council regarding this item? Seeing none? The motion on the floor is to accept the grant and approve the contract and budget appropriation. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to the motion to approve the contract and budget appropriation passes unanimously.
All right. Item 23, repealing ordinance 0-2122-10 from a planned unit development and reinstating the A2 Rural Agricultural District zoning for property generally located at 3766 East Robinson Street. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion.
Second.
Is there a representative of the applicant here to make a presentation? I think I saw Mr. Arce. Yes.
Evening.
And Mr. Arce, I have passed out your packet to all of council.
Okay. Is there the presentation?
Yes, it should be loaded.
Right. All right.
Yes.
Okay. It's been about a month since I did this. Okay. So it's the same packet. I did add on a timeline. One of the things I want to add for today is, well, it's the same council member. we have different council members, all but three, I think. Let's see. I know Holman was here, Dixon was here, and Helm's here. That from when I started this. So, starting in 2021, we came through here and got this PUD approved. So I did that myself, and then shortly after, we realized we needed a building up front to, right now we have 800 square foot shop office combo building. So you can see the timeline there. I'll just kind of skim over it. We've basically starting in 2023, December 15th, 2023, that's when we were told to apply for a permit and see what happens. Context for that is I called in to city staff and said, hey, I need this building that's not on the site plan. What do I do? What's the criteria? And I was told that can't tell you, just put in the application and see what happens. So to do that, I took out the building loan. We had to put a deposit down. I think it's $5,000 to get the engineering plans so that we could then, put in for the permit and meet all the criteria for the permit. And it was denied. Let's see, and then we got, it was denied because it didn't match site plan. So at the time, we were told, well, sorry, you're gonna have to rezone to amend the site plan. Okay, fine. March 2024, we put in that second rezone, and then we, let's see, March, sorry, I got my dates all over here. Anyhow, that second rezone came before you guys twice, actually, and went for Planning Commission, and Planning Commission did not approve it because when we did the second rezone, we also added, the only other modification other than the building was the driveway arrangement. So I've got somewhere in here, I think it's in the back, maybe. Nope. Okay. Wait. No, it's not in here. Sorry, it's been a minute. Okay, so the concrete approach, I believe it might be in your packet. Okay, I'll just describe it based on the site plan. You can see there's a concrete approach. The approved site plan is a single entry concrete approach. It lines up with Bryant Street across the way. I should add that, that was actually proposed by city staff in this original PUD that was applied for. But we determined that that was not suitable. After we actually started using the property for the business and everything, we realized that, one, we have trailers coming in for the business all the time. We need a turnaround. What you can't see looking over, on this 2D site plan is there's a big berm there. So a turnaround in that area would be is really hard to do. And the property as is actually already has two site plans. I'm sorry, not two site plans, two approaches. So anyways, we changed our site plan to include two approaches and could not agree with engineering on those two approaches. Basically, they said it violates the design criteria, and so then that was the reason for the first city council meeting postponement, because David Reisling got up here and said, well, actually, he hasn't even tried to do a variance. I didn't know about that process. So we postponed it so I could do that. I put it in and it was denied. So then we came back, and Michael Nash actually came out to the property. No one would visit the property until then. He was the first, I think, only one. And he came out there the day before the council meeting and was like, okay, why don't you just leave the driveways as they are? And because we had gone, through like 10 different iterations of the site plan to try to get engineering approval. And, council will listen to me. I can tell that, yes, that there's a valid safety concern. Leaving it as they are should be reasonable. So that's what we did. And this is pretty significant, I guess, with everything, because June 25th, the second council meeting, my item to rezone that would have actually given me the, according to the city, what I needed to have to build the shop building, it was motioned to send back to the planning commission, which is not, on the agenda item. And so that was voted almost unanimously against Nash. Nash spoke out. No one sided with him. And that was over 2 years ago. It has not ever made it to the planning commission. The next week or so, I was told I had to start the whole process over again. It was demanded fees. They did go and, waive that later, but this was over 2 years ago. And so, where did that kind of went into a black hole, and I don't really know, what the next step was even supposed to be, because it was already at the planning commission. At that time, I was there. I remember saying, if we don't get this building up, I'm screwed. And, that's ultimately what happened. So over 2 years, and after that was kicked back to planning commission, I had an attorney at the time tell me to just start building the dang thing, because that's what he told me to do. And so I listened to him. It's in the packet. You have the driveway. It's from Conradi. It's about halfway through zoning issue for building. I just had him, he gave me the advice over the phone. So, I started building, and then the city issued a restraining order on me. Well, got a temporary restraining order after citing me. So I now have 2 pending trials, one in municipal court, one in Cleveland County Court. And, this revocation, I sent a demand. I did send a demand for revocation after reading the entire 36-509, the code regarding the PUD. And it says that council is supposed to initiate the revocation. So as far as me being the initiator, the requester, treated as the applicant, I'm not really sure that I agree with that position. I do object to this revocation due to the fact that, I'm potentially, now I've already lost my entire business. I've had to shut it down. My last worker's last day was Wednesday. And, so now all I have is this property and, the commercial rental value left over. So I don't really just want to give up that value. So based on that, I do, if this revocation is being treated as me, an applicant, trying to rezone because it's going to better my property, it's not. It's just, it was a way to get it in front of you guys. I was hoping that, it would somehow help. Sorry. So, anyways, it's a big deal for my business, so it kind of makes me sad. I apologize for that. This is the property as is. We've, in these years of doing all this, this was mostly for the planning commission. They wanted to see all this. This is actually it's about 30 grand of construction that's now grown over and ruined because of the restraining order. We've found multiple other businesses, or not businesses, PUDs. I've reviewed every PUD in the history of Norman. And this one is right down the street from me. He was told to hire a certain person to get this done. Anyways, the point is, there's a site plan. It's on here somewhere. There it is. So if you look at his site plan, it actually not only has the building, he's got 2 buildings permitted on it that aren't on the site plan, but also his driveways violate the same thing. So, yeah, I haven't even looked at how many driveway variances have been approved. I've requested that from public records, and I just, yeah, I don't really know what to do. I'm acting in good faith. You know, I've gone down the rabbit hole a lot and seen a lot of things that are very concerning, and so I guess if anything, at least we can, you know, bring this to y'all's attention, and I hope maybe you'll, you know, consider. I guess I'll go to the end here. Maybe you'll figure out a way to make this a little better. Oh yeah, there's some stats on other site plans we found, and it's 2011, by the way. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments from council on this item? We have Councilmember Kirby. Council, questions, comments?
Been looking into this whole thing ever since being elected. Kind of just have a few questions for you, Mr. One is, from what I understand, in January, you requested this to be revoked. So I'm trying to figure out kind of where you're wanting us to go right now. Secondly, I would like to know from legal what, if we did choose to go against it, where does that leave you right now? Because you mentioned you were in a lawsuit, or where does that leave us? If
So, yeah, I submitted the request mainly after just reading, hey, here's, you know, I think potentially like all the PUDs in Norman, if you don't have a final site plan submitted according to the code, city council can revoke them at any time according to the language. So I think we were arguing about a final plan, because I tried to submit another final plan, you know, kind of getting into just looking for a way to get the building on there, and so that's why that happened. I've come to find out recently that potentially, you know, the value of the PUD, like having, like, because I can rent a building out commercially, you know, more than it would be residential. You know, I didn't realize that you know, that could potentially be. There's a lot of conflicting legal advice I'm getting right now. I would actually prefer some type of postponement personally, because I'm on my, I think my 3rd attorney who might not be working for me anymore after today. So we're really like struggling to. There were some legal things that were supposed to happen that did not, as far as you know, communicating between city attorney and my attorney. And I think my attorney kind of dropped the ball on having some stuff to you guys. So really, I don't know how this is going to affect me. That's kind of why I'm like, I want to just put on the record that I don't consent to the revocation. Is it a good thing? Maybe, but I don't consent to it.
Okay. A little bit of background. This property was rezoned from A2 to PUD in October of 2021 to allow the applicant to operate what he at the time described as a small recreational vehicle repair business. Our recollection is at the time he said it would be him and maybe one other employee. And council saw fit at that time to allow that PUD to be approved. And you saw the site plan. That was the first slide that was submitted. That rocks on until about 2023. There was construction of what appeared to be a barn. The neighbors complained, code investigated it, made a determination that the structure was being built without a permit. There was a stop work order posted, there was a letter sent. There was a re-inspection. It appeared as though that there had been construction after the stop work order. So that's when the citation was filed in municipal court for constructing a building without a building permit. The current status of that case is it's been continued a number of times to try to give the parties the opportunity to see if we can resolve some of these issues going forward. Later on that year, there was another observation of what appeared to be some plumbing that was installed on another site, another complaint from another, one of the neighbors. At that point in time, we decided, well, the citation in municipal court didn't appear to be working, so the decision was made to move forward with a request for injunctive relief in district court. That was granted by Judge Tupper in December, I believe, of 2024, granting an injunction that prohibited Mr. Arce from further constructing buildings on his property without a building permit. All right. We continued the hearing on a preliminary injunction in that case to give the parties an opportunity to see if we could resolve it. Mr. Arce hired an attorney. We met with the attorney. We gave him what we believed to be what he needed to do moving forward in terms of, it really wasn't a rezone. It was, you need to amend your site plan. When you have a PUD, staff, if you look at the PUD ordinance, it's going to say the property shall be developed in accordance with the site plan approved by the Planning Commission on X date. So that's staff direction from council as to how this particular piece of property has to be developed. And the issue at that time was the two buildings that he was proposing to construct weren't depicted on the site plan. So you need a site plan amendment. Not that difficult. It goes to the Planning Commission. It ultimately makes its way to council. About an hour before that council meeting, Mr. Arce submitted a new site plan. Was not reviewed by the Planning Commission. Was literally given to staff about an hour before that council meeting. I believe it's June of 2025. That council decided to essentially to postpone the matter, to send that site plan back to the Planning Commission, to give them the opportunity to review it, to give us their recommendation with regard to what should happen going forward. A day or so after that, Mr. Arce emailed the planning director and said, well, what if I go back to my original driveway sort of configuration on that site plan? And the answer from her was, we just need to know what you want to do. I mean, we're not the ones that understand your property. We're not the ones that develop it. We're not in charge of your application, so to speak. If you want us to take the site plan that you submitted the day of the council meeting back to the planning commission, we can do that. If you want to submit something different, it probably is going to be a new application that you're going to have to start over from. There are a number of emails that you guys have seen back and forth between myself and Mr. Arce's attorney that literally every month I would get an email from the planning staff saying the deadline for the Planning Commission is X date. Have you heard from Mr. Arce? I would forward that to Mr. Arce's attorney. I wouldn't hear anything. The next month, I get another email. The deadline for Planning Commission is X date. Have you heard from Mr. Arce? That gets forwarded to his attorney. I don't hear anything. I don't know if those were being forwarded to Mr. Arce or not. I have no idea. When you hire an attorney, my obligation is to contact the attorney. I can't contact him directly. So I was sending those emails to Mr. Arce's attorney trying to figure out what are we going to do moving forward. I believe sometime in 2025, we had a meeting. It was Mr. Arce, his attorney, me, somebody from Public Works, somebody from the Planning Department, talking specifically about these are the deficiencies with regard to what you submitted. If you correct these, we can move forward. I have the document, you guys have seen it, provided it to his attorney to say some of the difficulty had to do with discrepancies between the site plan and the narrative. The site plan had 2 driveways, the narrative said there's 1 driveway. And our sort of advice was, we don't care which one you put on there, but they both have to be consistent, because once that gets approved, the question becomes, when staff gets told to issue a permit, which one are we supposed to go by? The one that says 2 or the one that says 1? So we were just looking for some consistency with regard to drafting those documents so we could move forward. Ultimately, at some point in time, and Mr. Arce did talk about sending a demand that this particular PUD be revoked, which is what is on your agenda today. In terms of the pending litigation, my understanding, and I've not talked with Mr. Arce's current attorney, I did advise him, look, if he wants this to go back to A2, he's definitely entitled to make that application. If he were to go back to A2 zoning doesn't require a site plan, and if your property was zoned A2, as long as you meet all the requirements of the ordinance, you would be allowed to construct a barn or some other outbuilding, so you wouldn't have the issue with regard to amending your site plan. And more likely than not, if it goes back to A2, the structure that he had built, of course, is gonna have to be inspected by the planning staff. As long as it meets all the standards with regard to our ordinance, that probably resolves the issue with regard to the building permit for that particular structure. I have no issue with regard to dismissing the outstanding citation in municipal court. Again, when those are filed, we're really looking more for compliance. We're not necessarily looking forward to punishing the person, so that probably would resolve that issue in municipal court. The pending action in district court from the city's perspective, one issue is the building permit. Again, if that gets resolved with a change in zoning, I don't see there isn't anything I'm aware of that would prohibit that part of the case from being dismissed. We have another outstanding issue with regard to the second driveway. I have talked with Mr. Arce about that issue. Again, if you're not going to have a commercial business out there, you really don't need the second driveway. That was the whole issue with regard to the second driveway, was supposed to be, well, if I've got big trucks delivering stuff to my property, I want them to be able to come in and come out without having to back up to turn around, because there is a residential use on my property also, and his concern that if his kids were out playing and you've got these big vehicles backing up, that potentially puts his kids in danger. That was the reason or the justification for the second driveway. And again, if you're not gonna have commercial activity on the property, one would think that that issue could be resolved by you discontinuing using the second driveway. That takes care of all of the claims that the city has pressed in that civil action, which means we probably would go ahead and dismiss all of that case going forward. Now, Mr. Arce he had some cross-counterclaims that were filed initially. Those were dismissed. He has another motion pending to add some additional counterclaims. Whether he chooses to proceed with those or not is up to him. Again, I would not have an issue with regard to dismissing the claims in that case filed by the city based on resolution of these outstanding issues by a change with regard to the zoning from PUD to A2. The other issue, and I'm looking at an email correspondence from myself to his current attorney from January of this year, and I wanted to make it clear that he understood, and I don't know if this has ever got passed along to him, but that repealing this ordinance and changing this back from PUD to A2 would mean he's not allowed to operate a commercial business from that location. So I've talked about those issues with his attorney. Again, I haven't talked to Mr. Holman. It's been a month or so since I've talked to him, but I do plan on calling him tomorrow sometime to sort of let him know what I think going forward, depending upon what council does this evening.
So, the thing is that went back to planning commission. We had already, the arguments back and forth, and no, I was never aware that you were trying to even get it on the agenda, but at the end of the day, you know, it had already gone through planning commission. They were still going to deny the driveways, no matter what. That's why you see, even just on the timeline, it should, you know, I think it was November of 2025, we finally got an engineering, basically informal opinion. It was just an email saying, send this to council. Come on, this is, you know, common sense that the driveway should be fine. And that was never responded to, or not council, the engineering. I mean, at the end of the day, that's why we went to council with it without planning commission's approval, because we needed this board to override that, to see the kind of common sense situation with the driveway. It's the same thing that's happening with that school down the way, with the crosswalk situation, Robin Hill. You know, it looks good it looks a certain way on paper. The engineering department sees it a certain way on paper, but you don't want to, you know, actually just approach it with common sense. That's why that's where the council can overrule that, though. That's kind of the job. And instead of either approving or denying, you know, hell, even denying would have saved me a lot, because, you know, I could have, at least I wouldn't be fighting this for forever. But it was literally looped back into the same body that said, no, we are not going to allow the two driveways. It was a dead end, unless I appealed to their driveway situation. But that was the exact situation we were arguing about and needed council to look at, understand, and approve.
Further comments or questions, Councilmember?
Is Kirby done?
Yeah,
Do you
please.
still have questions?
So that being said, you said the business is not going to be there no more. So are you trying to keep it commercial because you're planning on doing another business, or are you trying to go back to residential? Because what we're being proposed is to go back to Ag 2.
Right.
And on that matter, from what I'm understanding, since that driveway is not approved, if you stayed that way, you're going to have to do something, like, you're still going to have to go back to planning and get everything corrected and get that driveway either approved or removed, from my understanding. Maybe I'm not understanding that portion right, but since you don't technically want it revoked, have you considered maybe withdrawing this motion and trying to fix it to stay commercial?
Well, that's what I did 2 years ago. That's what I tried. I mean, it's literally looped. It's a catch-22. I mean, if motion goes, you put an application to rezone, it goes to planning commission, they provide a recommendation to council, council votes to either approve, deny, or postpone, whatever the other thing is. It's not sent back to planning commission. If you send it back to planning, we're not changed. We never changed anything. We couldn't agree on the driveways. It was positioned. It was presented to us that you're not getting the driveways you want, period, dot. So I'm more, that motion, I guess, is still available to come back to you. I don't know how that works. I mean, could you not just bring that back?
So do you want, it would be, if he wants to use what he,
Well,
can you
I
repeat
guess
that?
if I understand the question correctly, the options are taking back the June 25th, 2025 site plan to Planning Commission for their consideration and then forwarding to council for their final decision, or moving forward with the change in zoning from PUD to A2.
I mean, if So are those
It's
the
a whole new council, so you have all new ears here right now.
I know.
Uh,
And I have no doubt that if we brought it back, it would probably pass, but would almost unanimously. But you know, and I'm open to that. And so maybe postponement is not a bad option for this. So that, because I think there's some legal stuff that's going on that I'm getting conflicting opinions. I'm not an attorney. I don't know, you know, there's certain things that I do here that would bite me in the butt later. You know, so when I'm getting conflicting opinions from attorneys, that's why I'm saying, for the record, I do not consent to the revocation.
I'd like to let some other people ask questions.
All right, council.
Councilmember Dixon? Sorry, we have a line.
Sorry, just quick. I actually wasn't here in February 2021, and much to a few people's chagrin, I didn't start until July 2024. Just cleared that up. The attorney who told you just to build without a permit, you took some really bad advice, sir. Really, really, really bad advice, and you should probably figure out a way to maybe go after them for giving you that bad advice. I remember early on being brought into this conversation, and it was about the driveways. You say it's common sense that you should have these two driveways, but there's like federal highway safety stuff, and we have to abide by them. And they tell the city that you can't allow driveways this close in certain places. I don't know the details on that. I'm not the traffic engineer. I just talked to him. So you say it's common sense we should allow this, but for the city
No, the
side-
attorney, the traffic engineer who emailed you said
That I
that,
spoke
something
to.
to that effect.
that I spoke to. So the common sense on our side, because part of our job on the city council is risk management for the city. So it's my understanding that if we would have allowed you to have these non-conforming driveways this close together that go against all the federal and state highway safety stuff, if any accident happens, somebody pulls out of your driveway, a wreck happens, we allowed this, it's non-conforming, it's on the city of Norman. So, sir, I will say it was common sense on our part to reject that, even though I wasn't here to reject that. That was done before I got on council. So, like, this is what we're talking about.
Okay, let's talk about it, because that concrete approach does not meet the engineering design criteria for site distance. It's supposed to have 590 feet of clearance both ways, distance both ways. So what we're
Are
arguing.
you saying it was approved?
That was approved, yes, by you. Not
not
by you,
me.
by this body, I apologize.
I don't know if that's true.
It was, okay, well, it's on there. And that is going to get somebody T-boned, whereas what I'm proposing has driveways, you know, less than 330 feet, which is the requirement apart. So
No, sir,
what I'm saying?
I've seen them, and that's not,
This
allowable.
violates the same rules you're citing
did
by
you build
site
that?
distance. What?
Did you build that?
No, because
Okay,
of that.
okay,
That's what we
nope,
ran
nope,
into.
nope, you didn't build it. Okay, we're done.
Because it would kill somebody. That's what I was fighting for,
But
was
did you-
to not put a driveway in that someone's gonna get T-boned on. We went out there and measured and was like, well, actually, this is gonna hurt somebody. Barry, my neighbor, came and spoke at one of the last meetings, and that was what he spoke about. He said, yeah, I live off Bryant. I almost get hit there all the time. There's an extremely steep grade that runs across that.
But what we're talking about is, this is not the drive that you have proposed that you're wanting to have done, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's what we're talking about.
I want to leave the driveways just as they are, as they have been for,
No, you're wanting to add one.
no,
Yes.
not. No, I'm not.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I could be confused. That
What,
doesn't.
what you are looking at on that site plan, the driveway in the middle, is what was approved in 2021. The issue is, Mr. Arce is correct. It doesn't technically comply with the engineering design criteria because his lot is too narrow. You physically can't. The thought process from the traffic engineers was that driveway is across from Bryant Avenue, which is on the north side of Robinson. And since people are already used to turning into Bryant Avenue, it made more sense to make his driveway directly across from that because you're already used to slowing down and turning in that area. So that was the Public Works Department's understanding of why this was approved, was because given the layout of this particular land, in their opinion, that was the safer option. Because in their thought process, even though it doesn't comply, we can't deny you access to your lot. You got to put it somewhere. So under these circumstances, that's what was approved. Now, whether Mr. Arce agreed with it or not, that was the plan that was approved in 2021. So that would have been what he was obligated to construct. The other issues that are with this particular map that aren't necessarily, not necessarily obvious, has to do with, if you look at the drive that's on the right side, it appears to be split between the lot line that you see running down the middle. And the difficulty is, this was not surveyed. This map comes from the city's GIS information, which specifically tells you it may or may not be accurate. That lot line is not accurate, because the difficulty that we were trying to explain was, if that is truly the lot line and you are proposing to zone part of your neighbor's lot, your neighbor needs to be an applicant also, not just you, because we can't zone their property without their consent. But we provided him with information when the Board of Reclamation came out, because there is a easement that runs along the front of the north side of Mr. Arce's property, because that's where the raw water lines for the city come from the Lake Thunderbird to the water treatment plant. And the Board of Reclamation has an easement there. They went out and did a survey. I provided him with those pictures that show his lot line is actually a little bit farther to the east that would encompass that entire driveway. So we talked about the issue of, when you're doing this kind of work, the reason that you really need some assistance with people that know how to draw these types of maps to scale is because if you approve this, it suggests that you are zoning your neighbor's property, and that's something that we can't do without the neighbor's permission. So this particular arrangement was what was approved in '21. And again, that's what he's obligated to build, and it hasn't been built yet. But again, if he wants to change it, he definitely has the ability to come with a new site plan to present to whatever council is in office at that time for their consideration. The issue that we had in 2025 was, the day of that council meeting, we got a new site plan. And staff's direction from council was, take this back to the Planning Commission. And our advice to Mr. Arce was, we can do that, but if you want to propose something different, that probably needs to be through a new process, because we haven't gone through that process yet. And again, from our perspective is, tell us what you want to do, and we'll try to help you accomplish that. But that's sort of the question that we're asking now is, what do you want to do? Do you want us to take the June site plan back to Planning Commission, or do you want council to move forward with this particular zoning request? And part of the difficulty, and I don't think we talked about this, has to do with, if an item goes before council for zoning and it's denied, you're prohibited from bringing that item back up for council for a year. That's why the postponement in 2025 was actually to your benefit, because it allowed you to move forward with that after postponement, as opposed to it being denied and it being another year before you could bring something else back up. But today, the issue for me is, how do you want to proceed? You want us to take what you submitted in '25 back to the Planning Commission, or do you want council to move forward with consideration of this zoning request?
And I would just note, Mr. Arce did indicate that he would support a postponement, and so I would defer to Councilmember Kirby before we get into a bunch of comments, if that is something that is desired, that we could just go ahead and make that decision. If not, then we can.
Well, my goodness, we love to postpone everything. Like, Like, we're here to make decisions.
Any further
Good
comments?
decisions
questions?
require
yes,
good
yes.
information.
If it's still my floor, I
Yes.
do have some more questions. How many buildings have you built without a permit?
Well, I've been convicted of 0. There is a barn. That's permitted. That's this right here. That's the inside of it. It's a dirt floor. So there's a picture there. Open on one side. When I built this, I didn't know I needed a permit for it. I actually built this because the permit was denied. This wouldn't be here if the permit wasn't denied. That was a tornadoes and hail are coming. I've got crap I got to protect, you know. So
Your permit was denied and you still built it. Do you have any buildings that don't conform to the setback regulations for buildings in the city
No.
of Norman? None.
none, 0.
Okay. I'm just curious why you kept building after you got a stop building notice from the city. And I know
I
that's
did
not-
not.
I know
Why
that's-
would you say that?
You didn't?
The stop work order was placed on this. I called and applied for the permit the day, once I actually received the stop work order, that construction was done. It was placed, I was in California when the stop work order was placed. I did not receive it until I got back and that thing was complete. Minus the solar panels, I put those up, but that's not really part of the construction.
But you had been denied a building permit on this and you built it anyways?
No. I didn't know I needed a permit. I built it. Then when I got the stop work order, that's when I put in for the permit. Because I called the guy and he said, well, it is kind of
Who's
a
the
gray
guy?
area.
What's his name?
At that time, I didn't think I needed to record every conversation with the city. But, whoever it was said that, you know, you can call it a temporary building and, maybe actually get a permit for it. Or if you just want to go with a barn, then, you know, that's probably a more solid permit. So that's what I did. I put it in as a barn, which was also denied because it's not on the site plan. No further construction's been done.
Okay, yeah, I don't know how many more honest answers I'm gonna get, so I'm good.
Every one of my answers is honest.
Absolutely not, sir.
Councilmember Grant. Grant.
Councilmember Grant?
Yes. Can I just get some clarity on the benefit of or what the benefit or drawback would be with a withdrawal versus a postponement? Is there a difference?
I don't know. It goes back to the issue that I think I tried to illustrate of, not my property. I have no idea what Mr. Arcee wants to do with it. Ultimately, it's his property. He has to make those decisions. Staff is here to help facilitate him to the extent necessary to get his application to the point where council can make a decision. I have an email that I gave to you guys from Mr. Arcee from January of 2020, January of this year. Again, it's a formal legal demand that revocation of this be placed on a January 13, 2026 council agenda. It was sent on January the 8th, so it wasn't time to get it on that agenda. And the very last part of it tells me that if it is not placed on the agenda, he intends to proceed with filing an action in Cleveland County District Court seeking mandamus and declaratory relief to compel the city to perform its non-discretionary ministerial duties under the Norman City Code. So I'm being told, if you don't put this on the agenda and do what I ask, I'm gonna go sue you. Now, I'm not really that concerned about that issue because I think we've done what we needed to do with regard to moving this forward. But on the one hand, I've got somebody who's asking that something occur. We appear to be trying to do that. I've got somebody who said, if you don't do what I'm telling you to do, or I'm asking you to do, or I'm demanding that you do, I'm gonna go sue you. But then we get to this point, and now it's, well, I didn't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't know that there is any legal, benefit or detriment with regard to either postponing versus withdrawing. I mean, I can tell you if there's a withdrawal, that is telling me that the litigation probably needs to move forward. I mean, again, like I said, we've been continuing this for quite some time now to try to see if we could get the issue resolved with the applicant. And if we can't get it resolved, then it probably needs to go back before Judge Tupper and we'll let him resolve it. But from my perspective, I've always been of the opinion that if we can resolve it amicably, I'm really more in favor of sort of moving that direction. That's the direction I sort of thought we were moving or trying to move, in a direction to see if we could get it resolved. So,
Another question would be, if we did the A2, there is nothing stopping him from coming back with a a PUD process that meets, we do pre-development where all your neighbors are noticed in a 350-foot radius. And then from pre-development, we move to planning, and what gets approved at planning moves on to us, which I will say, we don't always agree with planning. And then from there, if we approve it, then that's what's legally binding for what can be built. And that's also like, we'll hear it from, they're not my constituents in Ward 5, but I will hear from people if we were to approve something and it doesn't get done like it was approved. So that's kind of where I'm at. Are you willing to go to A2 and bring it back forward through the process if you want these other amenities on there and to do business? Or it sounds like if you withdraw or we postpone, you're going to go through the municipal court and district court to resolve
Well,
what's already been filed.
if we do postponement to a date certain, that's just a simple postponement.
Right. This question is for Mr. Knighton. So, hearing that, does that affect what's already working its way through municipal and district court?
in light of the fact that we've been continuing it, I don't have an issue with continuing to continue it.
He's only continued it like a dozen times at this point.
In light of the fact that it's been continued, as long as we're moving forward toward some resolution, I don't have an issue with continuing it. And I think that's a little bit of the difficulty here is we've been continuing it and there really hasn't been any movement forward one way or another.
I just kind of,
But the issue going back to, it really is a planning commission question as to if we're going back to planning commission, there is a deadline to get those on the planning commission agenda that we would need to meet, or it's just gonna be delayed another month.
could I get somebody from planning to come up and answer a couple questions? Hi.
Hi.
My questions center on process, and which is the cleaner process, if going back to A2 resolves the issue of the building that's currently there, and then a new PUD process would put us on the right track again for getting what needs to be on the site plan through the rest of the process so it gets before us.
So not this building, there's a building where there's a footing and some plumbing, top out kind of pipes there. When the BOR did their survey, it showed that it was within their 100-foot easement. So we would need a survey or something showing that has been fixed in order to issue that permit. But if he went back to A2, he could have the permits for both of these. To go through the PUD process, he would have to meet all the regulations. So it would still have to meet Public Works Drive requirements and all of our site plan requirements for a PUD. So we would need a site plan to scale showing the entire property. He has a list of what we would need fixed.
And then if we were to postpone and try and work this back through planning, what does that process look like?
So the next planning commission it could go to would be in October, which has the September 1st deadline. And that's to allow us to review an application, make sure it's complete, and get the notices out 20 days before the hearing, which is required by ordinance.
And the
It wouldn't be required to go to pre-development,
Okay.
but he could choose to do so.
Would the site plan have to include everything that he intends to do? I guess, would it be amended since we already, again, I was here in 22, not 21, so, but would that 21 plan have to be amended?
To include the new buildings, yes.
Okay.
Was that your question?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out what's the cleanest way to get resolution here, so. To me, it sounds like going to A2 and then bringing a whole new PUD would probably be it, but that's just where I'm landing. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I think those are all my questions for right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Gansberry.
Yes, if I could have Mr. Arce come back in, please. First and foremost, I want to thank you for your time, sir, okay?
Thank you.
I also want to thank you for being a resident that took the journey on themselves to go through a process with the city to try to get something done that they dreamed of. You know, and I think both sides can see where it might have got a little crisscrossed in the middle there, and a little miscommunication or whatever caused some issues to arise, okay? But after hearing you talk earlier, and after hearing Mr. Knighton talk also, I really think that a possible motion to postpone with everybody, you, Knighton, our planning team, coming together at a table, all in good faith, to help right the wrong, you know, and try to figure out
Absolutely.
what the solution really is that maybe might avoid legal on either side in some way, shape, or form. If that's something that the city would be willing to pursue, and if that's something you'd be willing to pursue.
Absolutely.
I would be glad to make that motion for postponement if that's the way council would like to go.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele.
I mean, I would also be in favor of a postponement, but if we do it, I think it should be indefinite so that the sit-down can happen, so you can get legal representation if you're not sure that you have any. That way, the process can just be a little bit cleaner if it does have to come back before us.
Thank you. Councilmember Bruce.
This is a question really for planning commission. So I'm thinking through this, I'm thinking, okay, I know what I want. I know if I'm the property owner, I know what I want. And I have an existing site plan that's out there, but I know my site plan doesn't meet my desires. Why wouldn't I take that site plan back, modify it, and resubmit it to the planning commission?
Did you say why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't I? I mean, that would be the way forward. I would think the easiest, cleanest way forward.
Yes.
So I have a site plan that does not meet my current intent.
Yes.
I realize that, I gotta pull it, I gotta change it, and resubmit it. And then hopefully that makes it, once it gets through planning commission, to us.
Yes.
Would that be the normal process?
Yes. And we advise everyone who comes forward with a PUD to dream their big dreams, list everything they think they might want, even if it's 20 years down the road, because you are tied to your site plan.
So why would I start back from, I'm gonna go back to A2 and resubmit a PUD and then a site plan? Why would I do that?
I mean, I guess he has the right to do whichever process he would prefer. He doesn't necessarily have to go back to A2 to come back with another PUD request.
I mean, is there some external force or some external reason for legal related to these cases, or?
Yes, if I understand, I think by going back to A2, it resolves the building permit issue.
It would resolve the building issue, but it just goes back to what I hope I'm trying to illustrate, and that is, it's your property. We do what you tell us to do, or we move forward with whatever it is, whatever process you tell us to move forward with. It's kind of like Ms. Hogan is saying, for PUD purposes, And that's the reason when you see PUDs, specifically with regard to the narrative, and they're listing a whole bunch of different uses, it's because you may have an idea as to what you want to do today, but a year from now, 2 years from now, you may have decided you want to do something different. And if you didn't put that on your site plan, you didn't put that in your PUD narrative, you need to come back to this body to say, hey, things have changed, I want to do something different. It's a little bit different because for regular just zoning, you don't have to do a site plan. And there are some specific uses within those zoning classifications that you're entitled to as a matter of right. I mean, if we're thinking about it in terms of A2 zoning, we probably wouldn't be surprised that somebody that's in an area zoned A2 wants to build a barn. That's something that's expected in those particular zoning classifications, so you don't have to come back before council under those circumstances. And remember, SPUD and PUD zoning are essentially agreements between the government and the property owner as to how this property will be developed. And when you come forward with those types of plans, again, when council passes the ordinance, you're giving staff direction as to how that's supposed to be developed going forward. It's also creating expectations with regard to the neighbors. I mean, these issues, a lot of these issues were brought up by Mr. Arcee's neighbors. When they would see something that they believed was outside the bounds of what council approved, they're calling code saying this is a problem. And code needs to do something about it. And if code goes out and does an investigation and comes to the conclusion that, yes, that's a problem, they're sort of obligated to do something. It's just that expectation that goes along with, I mean, that's one of the reasons that we give notice to your property owner, to your neighbors, and they get an opportunity to come and give their opinion with regard to a particular development is it creates expectations for them. And again, PUDs being a little bit different than regular, I mean, if I live in an R1 neighborhood, I'm pretty certain I know that my neighbor is going to be R1 residential. It's not going to be commercial. It's not going to be industrial. PUD is a little bit different because, you know, one of the issues that we've talked about a little bit about the difficulty for this particular PUD is it's mixing commercial and residential. And we generally like to stay away from that because of the potential conflicts between commercial uses and residential uses. I mean, sometimes when we have issues, we just talked about the lighting issue, where we have lighting issues tend to be on those areas where commercial borders residential, with commercial wanting more lighting and residential saying, I don't want those lights shining into my backyard, you know, in the middle of the night. So that's some of the things that council struggles with, but as to why you would want to go from one particular to another one, that's going to be as varied as the property owner. And from our perspective, we're just looking at it from the perspective of, is this a complete application? Is it something that should be moved forward to council to let council make that decision? And that question has to be asked, that question has to be answered by the applicant.
Councilmember Dixon.
Yes, Ms. Hogat. So I think I asked Mr. Arcee the wrong question. I asked if he had built any of his structures, buildings, I think was what I said, like within like encroachments or whatever. I think that was the wrong question. Are there any properties on here that are over easements that were not legally built?
There is an unpermitted footing that the BOR said is within their easement, and we have not seen a survey to show that it has been moved out of it, so.
Okay. So, guys, this has been going on for 5 years. Like, the applicant seems to just build what he wants, when he wants. Maybe he'll ask permission, maybe he won't. I left probably, I think it was maybe an oversight meeting and came and sat in the chamber to listen to a planning commission meeting, that this was on the agenda and he didn't even show up. Like, I don't know how much more time we can waste. Like, we've been going on 5 years now. And I don't, like, he even says, like, his attorney told him, you don't need the city of Norman's permission, just go on and build it. That was horrible advice, and I'm sorry you took it, sir. but you seem to have like taken it a few more steps further than that. Like, you live in the city of Norman. Like, we have rules. Like, it's just part of living in the city. Like, I'm sorry, you can sit down. Like, there's a social contract with living in the city. Like, and we're talking about postponing it to spend another hour and a half, 2 hours talking about it? All right. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Kirby?
I'm trying my best to do you right here as your councilman, so I'm going to ask you, what would you like? Would you like it postponed? And to try to get this, would you like us to, what would you like?
I think the postponement would be a great motion. That's what I would like.
I do want to clarify too that the attorney that gave you that advice is no longer an attorney, correct?
Correct. He was
That-
disbarred.
Okay, thank you. I would like to motion to postpone.
Okay.
Are we postponing to a date certain or indefinitely?
To a date certain.
I need a date.
About how much time do you think you'll need, Mr. Arce?
I don't know. I think if we're gonna come have a sit down, you know, a month would be plenty,
First council meeting in
or even less.
Yeah,
Please.
hang on.
Um,
Hang on.
The issue is gonna be, if he intends to go back to the planning commission, there's gonna have to be enough time to get on a planning commission agenda for their meeting.
Sorry, I should just sit down here. The next agenda it could go on would be, it would be the October 8th Planning Commission, because we have to get letters out.
Does that give you enough time?
I think that question was for Mr. Arce.
So October 8th would put us, that's over a month, so.
Or does he need to like be, would
November be September.
better? I mean,
For us, that would be September 8th
Yeah.
or 22nd.
He would have a September 1st deadline to get that information to planning,
Okay.
which is just a few days.
so what's the second?
A week from today.
Well, if we're putting anything before planning, it's going to be the same exact site plan that was from June 25th, 2024. So that's,
So you're ready to go with that?
I just want to make sure he has more than enough time.
Laura,
Is that correct?
if he wanted to go on the November Planning Commission, what is the deadline for that?
October 1st.
First business day of October, so
October 1st.
is the first during the, sorry, I don't have all these memorized.
That's okay.
Third. My birthday.
Yes, Thursday, October 1st. For November 12th.
12. And then if he requested to be fast-tracked, we could put him on.
November is fine.
November.
I think that's plenty of time.
November's fine?
Yeah.
November 12th.
November 12th is Planning Commission.
Yep, so we gotta postpone it to
So
the council meeting.
Where I'm looking at the council meetings that's following planning. If after Planning Commission, you asked to be fast-tracked, the soonest that we could get you on council would be November 24th.
That's fine. I hope we can just have it all resolved before then.
So is that date
Postpone to November 24th.
postponed to November 24th?
I had a second
Yes.
on that.
We have a motion and a second to postpone to November 24th. Councilmember Dixon, did you have a question?
Part of his complaint, Mr. Arcee's complaint tonight is that council sent it back to planning commission. Like, I don't know, like, this is unreal. Like, part of his complaint is that he says council didn't have the ability and the rules, the whatever, to send it back to planning commission. He's asking for a decision. But then now, we're gonna send it back to planning commission again? When his argument, one of his arguments is that we don't have the power to do that. This is, I don't know what world I live in some days. Like, this is just wild. So his argument, one of his arguments is the council doesn't have the ability and the authority to send it back to planning commission. Council did it once. And here we are right now in the present time, and we're going to do it again. Oh, man. God bless Norman. Thank you.
Any other final comments from council on the motion to postpone? Councilmember Grant.
Yes, I will support a motion to postpone, although I really do think that going to A2 solves your legal problems and gives you the space and time to put your documents in order, like the survey firm that shows that the BOR easement is not a part of the driveway situation or whatever that footing that was built. But if you want to bring it back through planning with an amended site plan, I will support that. But, you know, I recognize you've gotten some legal advice that wasn't so great. So I just want to be clear that if you wanted to get rid of the district and municipal court situation, going back to A2 would do that, and then you could just come through with the PUD and a clean process and do it again without like these deadlines. Hopefully you will be able to get a survey completed and all your paperwork in order by November 24th and by planning commission, which I think was November 12th. But anyway.
Those documents by October 1st.
Oh, I guess your documents need to be all together by October 1st. But anyways, I'll support that if that's the direction you're leaning. But if you're thinking about it and you're like, you know what, if you want to speak to the A2 thing, just to grant yourself some peace and not have to go through the legal process for those other issues, I mean, that's also a pathway.
Yeah, and I'm not, I'm, for the record, opposed to it. As far as in the grand scheme of things, I don't disagree with your attitude on that. And I think, you know, sending it back to planning is probably trying, the point is, we're not sending this back to planning, we're trying to revive the 2-year-old thing that was supposed to go to planning already, correct? That's kind of what we're looking at, or are we doing
The item on the
that same
floor
thing?
is what we're speaking about.
Oh, the A2?
The postponement,
Postponement.
yes. So if you want us to still go with it, we will. I'm just saying that the way I see it.
We do.
Yeah, but I'm still getting to do my comment. So anyways, I was just going to throw that out there so you can let us know before we take this vote if you would like to.
We're
settle
voting
the-
to postpone to back to
Yeah.
this
Do you
council.
still want us to, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The item on the floor is about
Is the only way that the court cases go away is by going to an A2 tonight? Or could they go away also if he's willing to work with the city and everybody sat down and come to an agreement?
It can go away by agreement, whatever that agreement is. If the agreement is that we go back to A2 and he gets a building permit, that would resolve it. If he vacates the additional driveway, if he goes to planning commission, comes back to council, council approves a site plan that has the two structures on that site plan, and that's an approved site plan that's telling staff that the property can be developed in that manner, that would resolve it. Again, the caveat to that is, we haven't inspected the building that's been constructed, so staff's gonna have to go out and construct it to make sure it's been built in accordance with our building code that we've adopted. But there are multiple ways to get there. Again, my opinion, the onerous is on the applicant to make sure that that stuff moves forward in a timely manner. Again, I can't speak to, I know that information was forwarded to his attorneys. I can't speak to whether that was forwarded to him or not, so I don't know. But I think it's gonna be important that you keep in contact with the planning department to make sure that things are moving along the way that they need to move along.
Councilmember Blodgett.
Wanted to say, just for the record, that I also am willing to work with you. I really don't feel like you were trying to get anything over on anyone. I do agree you were given some horrible advice, and I'm glad that that attorney is no longer working as an attorney. But I think that that's why we're up here, is to work with our Norman residents and help them out. And I realize a lot of this, I feel like you were trying to do on your own, and that's really hard. And so I'm definitely open to working with you. I agree with postponing, and I also understand and see what Councilmember Grant is saying. So either one of those I would agree with. But I just wanted to say for the record, I'm definitely open to working with you. I feel for you, honestly, with your story. So I just wanted you to know that. Mhm.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor to postpone to a date certain of November 24th. And there's a second to that motion, and I don't see any further comments from council, so.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to postpone this item to November 24th.
Council members, cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion passes by a vote of 8-1, with Councilmember Dixon voting against.
All right, item 24 is an ordinance amending section 36-201 of the code as to grant special use for mini warehouse in the C2 General Commercial District and providing for the severability thereof for property generally located at 1 Van Buren Street. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Is there a representative of the applicant to make a presentation? All right, please come forward.
Hi, council members, Mayor Holman. Thanks for having me here to speak on behalf of Barefoot Land Co. My name is Brian McDonald. We do have a presentation, actually. Here we are. So as mentioned, our plan is to develop a Class A self-storage facility. Our project overview, the plan does require preliminary plat of a subdivision and special use for a mini warehouse self-storage facility. Tonight's focus is on the special use permit mainly, along with the preliminary plat, but specific for this site. You can see the facility is located on 3.5 acres, and it's the outlying portion that's in red there. Site is currently vacant land with access off Van Buren on the north, Fillmore on the southwest, and a private alleyway to the northwest. It's currently zoned C2, general commercial, and mini warehouse is permitted in the C2 with approval of a special use permit. Looking at our site plan here, we are doing 2 single-story buildings, a smaller one towards the north portion of the site plan there, 30,450 square feet, and another larger building that's 49,750 square Total of 80,200 square feet. It's got 588 climate-controlled units that vary in size between 5 by 5 and 5 by 20. Our site plan follows all the guidelines from planning. It has a 20-foot landscape buffer along Van Buren and 11-foot to 17-foot provided landscape buffer along Fillmore. We're required to have 10 feet there, and we range between 11 and 17 feet. We have solid fencing to be installed along the Fillmore to be further screening for the building, along with decorative black aluminum fencing around the remaining perimeter to secure the property. This site plan has been thought out for circulation of the people that will be using it, as well as for fire. Our architectural elevations and material that will be used. The buildings are designed to integrate with the surrounding area through durable materials and articulated facade treatment. Exterior materials include brick facade and decorative window treatments on all street-facing elevations, decorative parapet walls with horizontal articulation, metal canopies at the entrances, commercial-grade storefront glass at the leasing office, and it's a neutral color palette that'll blend in with the area. Here's a picture of the rendering that we've put together. One thing I want to point out is this is not your traditional self-storage. This is a fully climate-controlled self-storage. As you can see from the renderings, there is no drive-up doors, which you typically see. This is all accessed from the interior. Yeah, very secured location and safe. So traffic impacts and business operation hours on this. Self-storage is one of the lowest traffic generating commercial uses, actually. The site, as proposed, would generate between 10 to 12 trips per hour during peak hours. We'd have staff on site between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. with gate access at 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., which would be controlled gate entry. So there'd be a code to be able to access the site. We have 24/7 surveillance and motion detection systems. And then, as I mentioned, it is indoor climate-controlled operations with no outdoor storage. So, it's completely different than what you typically see in the drive-up. This is like a Class A product. For self-storage, the classifications normally go Class A down to Class C. And what we really try and develop here is something that is modern and blends in nice with the community. So a little bit about our company. It is a family-owned business where we develop Class A self-storage, as I mentioned. Our CEO, Brady McDonald, has really been at the forefront of focusing on this type of model. We use local engineering and surveying partners. We have Crafton Tall, our engineer, here with us tonight, who's been great to work with, along with planning staff. Honestly, has been great, so appreciate everyone's help through this process. Another thing is anything that we do to develop, we do a lot of research into the location and making sure that, this is going to be a business that's successful. We want to make sure that many years down the road, this is still something that is going to be useful for the community and is still going to be able to add other developments around it that's really going to, be an asset to the community. Getting into the market demand on this, just specifically at the 3 mile market, we do a demand market study on a 3 mile radius and a 5 mile radius. Actually, we do a more in depth than that, but just to give you some idea, current demand for a 3 mile radius in this location is about 240,385 square feet of rental storage. Currently, there's 112,82 square feet. So there's 128,000, just over 128,000 of unmet demand. With our facility going in, there's still 60,000 square feet of unmet demand. So we're still not taking it to the max of what Oklahoma allows for storage. You can see the number below that. It's actually for the 5 mile, and there's after our facility, there's still 218,000 square feet of demand after our development in the 5 mile radius. Another thing I want to point out on this chart is just the current climate control supply. You can see in the 3 mile market, there is only 23,000 square feet of supply. This Class A model really is, in my idea, where storage is going in the future. You know, with hot days like we're having right now, you can just imagine unloading all your storage stuff and accessing your storage unit in a climate-controlled environment. It's quite nice. Another thing about it, it's you know, you can put other items in there that are at risk of being damaged from temperature fluctuating throughout the year, where this is a controlled environment and you can really know that your assets are being secured and taken care of. So in summary, this proposal activates vacant commercial land. It addresses documented unmet storage demand. It meets the standards for a special use for the city of Norman. Use in building designs is compatible with abutting sites. Minimal impact on neighbors. Use is quiet and generates little traffic. Designs conforms to applicable regulations and standards and protects the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Site layout protects safety in vehicular and pedestrian circulation. Traffic from the use is minimal and will not negatively impact the surrounding area. This location, honestly, is a great site for storage, and I think it's just a really great use for the area. You know, I think it has good access points for, you know, the community all around it, just on its actual location on the site as well. With that being said, I hope, you know, oh, one other thing I just want to add is we did go to Planning Commission about a month ago. I was here, and we did have a favorable vote where everyone was voting in favor for our development as well. So, yeah, I'm open up to questions, and thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you.
And
Questions?
sir, just real quick, can I get your name for the record?
Yep, Brandon McDonald.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right, are there any council comments?
Councilmember Grant.
Councilmember Grant?
Yes, I noticed, I was going through pre-development, didn't see anything about protest letters. Looked at the site plan. I just have a question about stormwater.
Yep.
Like, how are you handling runoff on this location?
Yeah, actually, I got my engineer here that's going to help answer those questions.
Okay, thank you.
Braden Schaefer with Crafton Toll, 300 Point Parkway Boulevard. So to answer your question about stormwater, the plan right now is to do a fee in lieu of detention. Right now, this site sits upstream of just one property before discharging to the Canadian River. That property is city-owned and is almost entirely in floodplain. And so just discussion with staff, the fee in lieu of just felt like a better solution for everybody, given that this development is really going to have no impact on the Canadian River, and those funds can go to fund other stormwater projects in the city.
Okay, thank you. And that's it for me.
Councilmember Blodgett?
Sorry.
Any other council comments, or buttons aren't working, I don't think? Okay. Probably just for staff clarification, storage facilities do generate sales tax through the fee that's paid to rent them, I guess.
Yeah.
And then we've had two previous, no? Look, I was looking for our finance director somewhere out there, Clint, about that, but that was just a question that came up. And then, I mean, there's nothing there now. It's not generating any sales tax revenue for the city currently, so.
Yep.
And then, we had two previous, similar, storage unit facilities come forward in the last 2 or so years, in Northwest Norman and Ward. Both of them might have, one in Ward 8, one in Ward 6, both might have been Ward 8, but, both of similar, you said Class A, is that?
Yep.
what Yeah, same, and similar type look. Those were outdoor, but this one being indoor. And I was just confirming that they were very similar to the ones we had approved already in those previous councils, so different criteria, but those are the only kind of questions I had. If there was anything else, Councilmember Steele?
For my knowledge, what is a Class A storage unit, and how does it differ from other classes of storage units?
Yeah, so there's different grading. It's just the quality of the site. There could be gravel on some sites. The security has a lot to do with it, the aesthetics. Yeah, it's just more of the look. We refer to them as mom and pop shops, more the Class C. It's the traditional stuff that's been there for so long. You know, they still have value, but this is just kind of the more, I guess,
Does Class A denote a higher quality or luxury, or is it just kind of, are they separate, but?
Yeah, no, it does. First off, like with security is a huge thing. I know not in this area, but some areas, there's more risk of crime and stuff, and just, you know, we always refer to it as, would you let your daughter or your wife go there, you know, at nighttime by themselves and still feel safe? Like, that's the kind of environment that we really want to make around our storage units, just to feel safe and secure. But to answer your question on the Class A a little bit more clearly, you know, there's definitely more value. You're going to be paying more for the AC and the climate-controlled environment of the storage facility.
Is Class A the highest class available to storage units?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's not, thank you.
Thank you. It was confirmed that the rentals don't generate sales tax, but any packing material, supplies, or anything like that you sell would.
Yep.
So, you know, this being there will generate property tax for the schools and the county and all that stuff. So,
Yeah.
thank you very much. I don't see any further comments from council at this moment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only and are limited to 4 minutes or less. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor, Stephen Ellis, you're good. Cindy Rogers.
Waving off.
Oh, sorry, she's out there. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Anyone else in the audience that isn't signed up that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none? Okay. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Candace Berry. All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section, passes unanimously.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading passes unanimously.
Item 25, consideration of a preliminary plat for Van Buren Self-Storage generally located south and west of the intersection of 24th Avenue Southwest and Van Buren Street. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the preliminary plat.
Motion to approve.
Second.
This is a companion item to the previous item. Are there any additional council questions regarding this item? Seeing none. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only and limited to 4 minutes or less. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Stephen Ellis. Cindy Rogers.
And anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none. Any final comments from council on this item? Seeing none. All right. The motion on the floor is to approve the preliminary plat. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve the preliminary plat passes unanimously.
Item 26, amending section 36-201 of the Code of the City of Norman so as to remove Tract 4, RM6, Medium Density Apartment District, Tract 6, R1, Single Family Dwelling District, Tract 7, A1, General Agricultural District, and R1, Single Family Dwelling District, and place all tracts in the A2 Rural Agricultural District for property generally located west of I-35 and south of West Lindsay Street and 36th Avenue Southwest, and providing for the severability thereof. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is there a representative of the applicant here to make a presentation? And there it is.
Good evening, my name's Armando Rosell. My address is 101 North Robinson Avenue, Suite 700, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73102. I am the attorney for the applicant, Bob Moore Farms.
At our last meeting, I did a little presentation of what we are planning to do. I'm happy to do that. I know the council's been in their seats for a while, so if you don't want to hear the full presentation, I'm happy to just to entertain questions. But generally, just for the public, we are asking to rezone the site to agricultural for the purposes of putting some livestock on the property. It's the highest and best use for the property at this point. Almost all of it sits in a floodplain that abuts next to the Canadian River, and it can't be developed. You can't put any structures on it because it's in the flood zone. And so our request for rezoning is for that purpose. If the council has questions about the barbed wire fence that we're installing, just to give you guys an update, we have negotiated almost to complete terms a license with the city of Norman as to where the location of the fence will be along the Lindsay, just behind the white fence there that we're all trying to preserve for the citizens of Norman. So with that, I'll take questions from anybody that has them.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments or questions from council? Councilmember Steele.
Yeah, so just to confirm, there's no structures currently on the property?
Yeah, it's vacant.
Okay.
Yeah, unimproved property. There was some structures that were temporary structures, but
But they're no longer there?
Yeah, they've been removed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions at the moment. Okay. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only and are limited to 4 minutes or less. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor. Tiffany Stevens. Okay. Stephen Ellis. Nope. Marguerite Larson. Cindy Rogers.
Anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on the rezoning for this property? Okay. Are there any final comments or questions from council on this item? Seeing none, okay. Appreciate the preservation of the white fence. We actually had a meeting about 2 years ago with city staff about that white fence and how much it costs to maintain it actually, and how often people crash into it. Deer also jump over it and break it sometimes too. So, because we talked about what would it take to put that same white fence along I-35 and make it look real nice, and very expensive actually, and very expensive to maintain. So, for anybody interested in that, but anyway, okay. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section, passes unanimously.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
Motion to adopt. Second.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading passes unanimously.
Item 27 is an ordinance amending section 36-201 of the Code of the City of Norman so as to remove a tract of land generally located at 801 South Canadian Trails Drive from the C1 Local Commercial District and place the same in a SPUD, Simple Planned Unit Development, and providing for the severability thereof. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt. Second.
And is there a representative? I believe Mr. Rieger is here.
Sean Rieger representing the applicant in this case. Thank you, council members. Let me get to the proposal here. Here we go. All right, thank you. Sometimes we get the opportunity to reuse a property that has fallen into basically vacancy for quite some time, and that's your opportunity here tonight at this location on Highway 9, a property that I long ago remember as the Food Line building. I don't know if anybody else remembers the Food Line that used to be here as a grocery store. And Food Line got in some very serious trouble nationally over some news stories that showed them repackaging meat, and the Food Line went away. And then it was vacant for a while, and then AT&T took over this property on Highway 9 near Chautauqua. And AT&T was in there for a while with a call center, and they left the property a couple of years ago, and it's basically been vacant ever since. So what we would probably call a big box property, about 30,000 square feet, right there on Canadian Trails is the address, Highway 9, just west of Chautauqua. So I'll take you through it. About 4.87 acres. It is already platted, so we don't have a companion item tonight of platting because this is an already platted property. And it's already zoned C1 local commercial district. I'm going to show you what C1 local commercial district allows for. And we're basically here with a corporate office relocation. And, but we are also a light manufacturing facility of basically billboard wraps and billboard media material. And so because it has that light manufacturing aspect to it, we believe and staff believe that it needed a rezoning to allow for that aspect because C1 would allow for the office part of the project, but not necessarily the light manufacturing part of the project. So that's why we're here tonight to rezone to allow for that part of the project and for a billboard on the site because this is a billboard company. This is Lindmark, who has billboards across a large part of our nation. And they're located right here, and that's kind of neat for Norman. They have outgrown their current facility. They're over on the Norman Business Park, just basically south of the Postal Training Center, over in that area on the other end of Highway 9. We toured their facility yesterday with the neighbors, and they've basically outgrown that facility. So they need to relocate. They have to relocate. This is their preference to relocate and thankfully keep those jobs in Norman. They're about 30 to 40 jobs, and then with this project, they would increase probably about double that amount, and then hopefully with a future phase, maybe again the same amount. So I'll take you through the project to kind of show you what is proposed. Here's the property again in yellow outline. It again is an existing building, existing site. It already has some amenities we'll keep and adding a few things and reducing the parking you'll see here in just a moment. It's just west of Rudy's, the Rudy's gas station and barbecue restaurant that you may be aware of. It's just north of Rivermont, which is an assisted living center. It's just east of the Fiddler's Green addition, which is a residential addition to the east. OU owns obviously a large amount of land to the northeast, and there's the wildlife area to the east that is owned by OU. The Board of Regents own that property. And so not sure what their plans are for all of that area, but basically what is mostly student housing to the north. I believe that Post Oak property is pretty heavily filled with student housing, quite a bit of more student housing off just north of that. The site again is already zoned C1. To the south of the site, it's zoned RM6, which is multifamily. And again, C1 is the current property. We need this rezoning for the light manufacturing aspect of it. Proposed zoning would be SPUD, Simple Planned Unit Development, and the Simple Planned Unit Development is written to say the only additional two uses asked for beyond C1 is the light manufacturing aspect and the billboard, which I'm going to show you at length in the sort of near the end of the presentation. That is what we propose there. Again, this will allow for the relocation of a current very successful company from their headquarters buildings on the other end of Norman into this facility here. So what does C1 allow? This is important for, I think, you to consider because C1 is what the current zoning is, and under C1, if somebody wanted to put in a project there, they could just come for a building permit. There would be no notice to the neighborhood, no notice to you as long as they fit the building code and C1, they would simply go to the building department, get a permit, and proceed. And some of the uses that are allowed in C1 that I think could be relevant, this was built as a grocery store at one time, the Food Line. C1 allows for a grocery store, so it could be a grocery store. We know there's been a lot of movement in grocery stores lately in Norman with the Homelands closing. Who knows if that would be a possibility. If it were a grocery store, I could pretty well guarantee they would be unloading and loading groceries long into the morning and night and probably daily on the back of this building. It could also be a hotel or motel by right under current zoning and up to 35 feet or 2.5 stories. Most architectural stories are about 12 feet, so you could probably get 3 stories on there within the 35 feet. OU, again, is just northeast of this, so a hotel could be a real possibility on this site. And a hotel would probably wipe that site clean, rebuild it, and they could have windows looking directly west into that neighborhood from a second, perhaps a 3rd story as well. Marijuana dispensary along with marijuana processing is allowed. This is a large open building, could be a relevant building for marijuana processing that is allowed under C1. Restaurant, live entertainment, liquor stores, all of that is allowable under C1 on this property. Current zoning would approve of those items. The other thing that I think is always relevant when we talk about zonings is what are the alternatives? You just approved the AIM land use plan last year, about a year ago in 2025. And under the AIM land use plan, we're shown what your aspirational goals are for each property in Norman. And whenever we rezone a property, such as if this property were bought, scraped, and redeveloped, if we were rezoning to something else, such as a student housing project or whatever, we would have to either align with AIM or amend the land use in AIM. If we aligned with AIM, what we would be bringing is something that aligned with this. The current site is under this land use category of urban living center, ULC. Those pictures are not ours. Those are in the AIM document under that designation. So what the city of Norman adopted was a land use plan that said this site, aspirationally, you have requested for us to develop as what you see on the bottom of the screen there, which is, and the words on the top left are from this from this land use category as well. And so what you would like us to develop the site as is large and medium 4 to 5+ story buildings with balconies, recreational roof decks, outdoor dining. And you said that in AIM on this site, you would prefer the densities be greater than 18 units per acre. The site is 4.87 acres, and so that would be more than 88 units on this site. So your preference is for us to develop this site in 4 or 5+ story buildings, 90 units. That could be a pretty good student housing project or some form of large multifamily project on this site. So our proposal is very different than that, and we think is very good at accommodation of a reuse of an existing building. There is the site. You see it as it stands now, basically a large parking lot to the east side of the building, basically a large big box building, and the Fiddler's Green neighborhood to the left or to the west. These are photos of the site, and I want you to look closely, if you will, to the top slide. This is a photo of the back of the project right now as it stands, and there is a large masonry wall across the back of that building, of that project, with pretty much single-story residences. And you can see basically all you can really make out there is the roofs of those properties to the west. We are not changing anything about that wall or that edge condition. We will probably increase that detention area, dry detention area, very slightly because we're just going to need to enhance it a little bit, but that would be it. We're not changing that wall at all. There will still be that privacy and still that blockage of visibility. On the bottom of the screen, you see that there is a large parking lot. We are basically eliminating half of that. We're going to take down the parking by over 40% and replace it with the extension of the building, a new building face on this, to be the corporate office building that was designed by Rick McKinney to be basically a 2-story structure on the east end of this building. And we'll see in just a moment, we've written the PUD to say none of the windows can look west. And so it would be a new office corporate center on the east end of this building and parking reduced by almost half. These are and the overlay is kind of hard to see over there. I'm going to show you a better picture of the site plan in just a moment. But these are staff's analysis. So I always like to show you what staff has written about the project. These are not our words. This is staff's. And staff said the project is consistent with the overarching general and non-residential character and area policies as it proposes high-quality exterior building materials, and parking, loading, and intake areas are located to the rear of the facility and screened from view. I'll show you in just a moment what that looks like. And then, consistent with the suburban neighborhood policies, as it is retrofitting an existing commercial development and improving the site conditions with updated landscaping and exterior materials. And here we see a comparison side by side of the existing site plan with the proposed site plan on the right under this PUD, again, designed by Rick McKinney, who's here to answer questions and talk a little more flavor about the design. But basically, and I apologize, I don't have a pointer on this, but if you look on the left side of the site plan on the right and the left side of the project as it stands, there really is no changes again along the back side of that project as it confronts the neighborhood. The changes that we're doing are on the south side of the building. So if you look in the bottom of the building, you see the large grass area on the left there. That will be a walled off, just like the same wall of masonry that walls off the neighborhood. We will put a wall of masonry around that, and that would be the storage and truck yard for this facility. We're not talking about large, significant, huge semi-trucks. We're just talking about relatively small commercial trucks, and those would be shielded and put behind that masonry walled off area on the south side of the building. Then on the right side of the building, the east side of the building, you see kind of a gray structure, just a sort of a tall rectangle there. That is the corporate office addition that will go across the front of the project. And then we take, you see all the parking we're taking out on the right side, basically from those landscape islands to the west, taking out all that parking and putting in the corporate office expansion and then room for a second phase of office expansion if they need it. And in the meantime, that would be a plaza space out in front of that building until then. And then on the very north side of the property, you can kind of see we've put a little bit new concrete to put a dumpster. So we didn't want to put the dumpster over on the west side of the property, over by the houses. We wanted to put it on the north side, away from the houses, and that's where it went, right there. So basically, we've tried to make all of the improvements on the east side of the property, no significant improvements across the east, on the west side of the property to adhere to respect to the neighborhood to the west. The site plan, again, a little closer look there. You can see it now, just a little bit of a more enhanced vision. And the staff wrote this: the light manufacturing and printing use will be in a fully enclosed space, and the storage of materials and machinery will be screened. And the staff wrote that currently has 200 parking spaces, and this will lower the number of parking spaces to 111 and provide additional landscaping. So it's a 43% reduction in parking spaces on this site once we get done with a much, much improved building across the site as well. So the neighbors, there is, obviously you saw in the packet, a number of protest letters. It was a form letter that was signed by a number of people. We were frankly surprised to get that because we had a pre-development meeting, which we did not have to have. The applicant in this case voluntarily applied for a pre-development meeting with neighbors. It was not required, but we suggested that. They immediately said, absolutely, let's do that. And so we went to pre-development, and staff wrote the bottom report there that overall the neighbors in attendance at the pre-development expressed approval of the project and noticed that the rehabilitation and occupation of the site will be an improvement from the existing state. And that's how we came out of pre-development. We thought this is going to work, it looks pretty good. And staff in the reports wrote the new use will reactivate the property and improve the aesthetic of the site. And then they went on and wrote, applicant considered neighbors and surrounding uses when designing the exterior components of the remodel by maintaining a large buffer to the west and ensuring any deliverables outside regular business hours will be away from the residential area. So we felt pretty good coming out of pre-development. We think we've done what we can. We were a little bit surprised, frankly, but it happens that we got a large letter of protest after pre-development, and this is what we got, and you see it in your packet. And it had some inconsistencies in it. Perhaps there was just a misunderstanding of some of the information. The letter told neighbors that there was the sign that we're going to talk about in just a moment was going to be 49 feet. It was 35 feet as a maximum height for that sign. The letter said this would be a new business to Norman. It's a relocation of a business in Norman. The letter said that the light level, it's called a NIT, would be, I think, 2,000 to 2,500 at night. The code in our PUD only allows for 300. We think it would actually be less than that. So they had told the neighbors it would be 10 times what it was written to be. So I think there was just some misinformation in this letter that went out. But the letter ended by asking us to do 5 things. And we sat down with the applicant and we said, let's look at this. Can we do this? Can we do these 5 things that the neighbors have asked for? And the first one was to require a comprehensive architectural and visibility analysis, basically of the light, of how we're planning this project. We had Rick McKinney on board. We went back to work and looked at the lighting of the billboard, and I'm going to show you basically the analysis to show you what it looks like. So I think we've done that. They asked us to relocate the trash compactor to the north or south side of the building. It is at the northwest side of the building. It really has to go in the locations it's at because it's at the back dock where the service area of the building happens. But then, and I'll go down one, they said restrict compactor usage between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. to protect our quiet enjoyment. That we can do. And so what we said was, we said we would restrict it to 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. So we did the architectural review. We restricted the hours of the trash compactor from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. We couldn't move it, but we can restrict the use of it. We were able to do that. Then they said lower the billboard height or require a 20-foot mature evergreen buffer along the entire west and south property of Fiddler's Green. Well, we didn't need to lower the height because they thought it was 49 feet. It was 35 feet. So effectively, we lowered it from what they thought it was, but kept it at 35 feet. But we said, absolutely, we can do 20-foot mature evergreen buffer along the entire west of the property line where they can see this billboard. We don't need to do it for the entire west of the property line because I'm going to show you most of it, they will not be able to see this billboard at all. So we did it and committed to it in the locations where you could see it. And then they said codify a permanent prohibition of the west-facing windows on any future floor additions to ensure long-term privacy. We did that. We said, we wrote into the PUD that if there's any windows facing west, they would be clear story only. Clear story is an architectural term that says they are above your head. You can't see out those windows. We wrote all that into the PUD. It's in your packet, and you can see all those edits. We submitted those, and that's what you're being asked to approve tonight, is all of those edits. So we feel like we accommodated virtually all of the neighbors' requests in their prohibition, in their letter, and we move forward on that basis. What has come about more in recent discussion is the billboard. This is a billboard company. Lindmark has billboards all over the region, and has been a very successful billboard company. They feel it's important, and really the project doesn't work for them unless they have this. But we've tried really hard to put this billboard in a location and of a size and of a specifications that it is as protective as it can be and will not in any way be a hindrance to anyone. And so I want to take you through what we've done in that regard. And so what you see on the upper left side of this screen is the location of the billboard will be as far away from the neighborhood as we could put it. It would be 550 feet away from the neighborhood in the far upper right corner of the site. It will be a small billboard. We wrote in the PUD to ask for 400 square feet. That is the same square footage that was asked for at Norman Regional Hospital's billboard. We think maybe Norman Regional put in a smaller billboard than 400 square feet. We're not sure. And if they did, we only want no more than that large of a billboard. We're not seeking anything bigger than the Norman Regional sign. And if it is smaller than 400 square feet, we're happy to commit to that. But it doesn't have any of the technological features that we are committing to in our project. And no offense to Norman Regional, I don't mean that in that way, but we have added more safety and features that will be more protective than that billboard. So this billboard would be about 550 feet away. The billboard would be a maximum of 35 feet tall. The building is about 20 to 28 feet tall. When the building addition gets put on as well, it will be easily obstructing the billboard from the neighborhood, except for the first 2 houses on the north end of that neighborhood. And so what you see there on the upper left, that green area is where we will put in the mature evergreen trees along that backside of that housing, so that even though that billboard is 550 feet away, we will make sure there's no possibility they can see it with evergreen trees that would be planted on the backside of those north 2 houses. So we feel like we have site planned it in the best location we can. Now I want to show you, if you're looking, and this is Google Earth, basically if you're looking as low as you can, the billboard will be basically right on the corner of that parking lot. We're looking west toward the houses. The addition of the office corporate building will be a little bit taller than the building that's there currently. So you can basically see, all you can see is roofs over on Fiddler's Green. You can't see any of the windows or the back porches, except for those north very two houses that are on the north side, where we would put the large evergreen trees that will shield any view of that. But what's probably most enhancing here of this project, that I don't think we have any of these in Norman anywhere, is some technology that would basically be sort of like a privacy screen, is how I analogize it, on your computer. This will basically have blinders. If you see on the lower right, every diode, every cell would have its own little blinder. And so what happens with that is you cannot see the light from this billboard, the image, from the side. And in fact, it cuts it down to a cone that is fairly restrictive. It also would have foot candles or light limits that are not very intense. When you look at this project, if you look at where the billboard will be, we're on the far upper northeast corner of the property. If you look at that, you can see, it's kind of hard to see on this screen, but the black triangles are, you can't see anything. They're blacked out because of these little diode blinders. So you can't see any light, you can't see the image, you can't see anything emanating off that billboard in the black triangles. In the yellow and light blue triangles, you see it, but the foot candles, you see the readings right there. If you go out 200 feet, it is casting light at a level of 0.139 foot candles. So far less than 1 foot candle of light, which is really quite low for foot candle lighting. And so we've constricted the size of the lighting. We've constricted the view of it. Nothing from Rivermont will see the view of this billboard at all. It would be restricted by the diodes. And this is what it looks like from the side. Again, difficult to see, but basically you see nothing from the side. It is basically blacked out because of all of those little diode blinders. The technology is such that you can't see the image at all. So no light is cast, no image, nothing from the side. You have to be basically within that cone of vision on the front end of it. This is a drawing that Rick did and put together. And basically what you're seeing is all the gray areas. Again, the sign is on the far northeast corner of this property. And all the gray areas, you cannot see the sign because of either the diode technology in the face of the sign itself, or because of the building that we are building, the front end of the building, it would block visibility of the sign as well. And I'm not talking about light casting, the casting of such as a flashlight. I'm talking about just even really seeing any image on this sign. You can't see it from any of those darkened areas. And again, we will have tall evergreen trees on the top two houses on the backside of them. So effectively, once we put those trees in, they won't see the sign either, if they can even see it that far away. Here's another reading that we did. The manufacturer was asked, what is the propagation of light from this sign in foot candles off of the site? Because the neighbors were concerned, are we going to put light onto their backyards? Well, again, we're 550 feet away, but the manufacturer came back and gave us actual readings. And you can't really see, but all those little white numbers on that screen are foot candle readings. I enlarged the last one, and the final reading just behind the last house there is a foot candle reading of 0.016 foot candles. The manufacturer provided this and said that on the left, they said, what does those foot candles mean in terms of light propagation? They said 5 foot candles would be basically what you would want to see on building exteriors and entryways. And you go on down this list, 1 foot candle would be enough to safely drive a car in a parking lot. 0.1 foot candles, which is almost 7 times what the light reading would be at the back of these houses. 0.1 foot candles would be the light at which you can just begin to see your hand clearly in front of your face from this light. That would be it. At 0.01 foot candles, the light here would be 0.016, is the absolute minimum threshold where images can be barely distinguished in near total darkness. So the amount of light cast off this sign to that location will be basically that amount of light. hardly anything that you can be cast onto that property. So we feel like we've done a lot to address this project in the most responsible manner we possibly could. Yesterday, we were pleased to have a number of neighbors to their existing facility at Landmark, which is over in Norman Business Park. Councilmember Deck, thankfully, appreciate you joining us as well. And we gave them a tour of the existing facility. They're simply outgrowing it, but basically what they're doing at the existing facility is what they want to do at this facility. And we were able to go in and watch it and see it and visualize it and hear it. And basically, if you could imagine, the inside of this facility is, I would say, I don't know, 20, 30-foot inkjet printers, basically. If you imagine your inkjet printer on the side of your desk and multiply it by the size of a billboard inside the building, all inside the enclosed building, that's what these are inside the building. And so they need a large open building like this. We toured it. The workers were in shorts, tennis shoes, and T-shirts. They did have knee pads because they're down on the floor, working on the floor. That was it. No special protection otherwise of any kind. This is not a heavy manufacturing facility of any kind. We then walked out behind the building, and I don't think I could hear anything from inside the building at all. I heard the air conditioning compressor humming along outside the building. That was it. And in fact, there was a gentleman fishing across the way at a pond behind the building. It was very pleasant, I thought. So we went and toured that property yesterday and spent some time with the neighbors there so they could see exactly what we were proposing to do here. So we think we've gone to really incredible lengths to make sure that this could be reused as a responsible property by a relocation of a corporation that's been very successful in Norman and wants to double its efforts in Norman and move to this facility. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. We appreciate your time and consideration, and we hope you'll consider this project for approval.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from council? Councilmember Deck.
I have a few. Looking at your SPUD narratives in particular, the one that was submitted in June clarified the 55-foot setback on the west side of the building, but the one that was submitted in July just lists the 5-foot that's standard with the C1.
I apologize. That should say 55.
That should say 55 feet? Okay.
I'm happy to amend that in tonight.
Sure.
I'm not sure why that happened, but yes, 55 feet.
And
also, the site plan, as we've talked many times, controls. There's no proposed building back there. And
Sure. Well, and that's from your pictures and the wall and everything. I assumed that was correct, but I also wanted to get it
Yes, Council.
clarified.
55 feet.
Okay.
55 feet. And C1 would have a 5-foot
Right.
setback.
And that's, yes.
Yeah.
Kind of in the same vein, one version of it also said 400 square feet of sign face per side, and the other one just said 400 square feet of sign face. So, and I know you have also said tonight it also, like, it would not be any bigger than Norman Regionals, which we don't have exact measurements for right now, but I just want to clarify, are we
Yeah.
talking about per side or are we talking total?
It's per side. That would be per side, and that's the standard of how you measure is the dimension per side. So that would be per side. Again, we are happy to, we don't know what the exact size is, and I know Norman Regional was approved for 400 square feet.
Yeah.
We don't know if they put in a smaller one. We suspect they did, and if they did, we have no intentions to go larger than that.
Okay. I have a couple of questions real quick for Elizabeth Muckala too. Is that all right? Thank you. I just want to clarify with you that Norman City Code, right now, Chapter 28, Section 601, limit off-premises signs to C2 or I2 zone properties.
Yes.
They limit it to those two zoning types, correct?
Yes, C1, I2 along I-35 within 660 feet of the center line.
Okay. And so in this case, the only way this billboard really becomes legal is if we approve it as part of this SPUD.
It would need special zoning permissions, yes.
Okay. That was all I wanted to clarify with you. Thank you. That did remind me a question for you, Mr. Rieger.
Yes, Councilman.
We are talking about this as an off-premises billboard, or is it only going to advertise Landmark itself?
No, it would be off premises, yes, that's correct. It would advertise. And they hope to use this billboard too, something that was discussed. It would be off premise advertising, yes.
Okay.
but they would adhere all to the codes of no image more than 8 seconds, has to stay static for 8 seconds, no transitioning between images. The other thing they hope to use this site for, and it was fascinating to me yesterday, Councilman, when we saw the control center.
The IT room, yes.
That was pretty cool.
was,
to
yes.
see the control center where they were managing all of their electronic billboards from afar. What they hope to do, they will have something similar there, but it'd be very nice if they could actually look out the window and train people and say, if you do this on your control center location, that's what happens right out the window. They can use that as a training diagram as well. And as was, I think, said to us yesterday by the applicant, that sometimes it would be surprising to people to think they're not scared of heights until they climb one of those things. And they want to be able to have staff there training them on that billboard and climbing it and messing with the controls of it, and all within the constraints of the PUD.
Well, to that point, though, if they can control all those billboards from that location, why do we need a specific one for training on that site?
I'm just saying they can physically, visually,
Climb on it.
in person, look right at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's all my questions for the moment.
We got everybody written, the button's not working, but we got it on here, so Councilor Blodgett?
Yes.
So the reason they're wanting to relocate is because they need to expand, correct?
Correct.
Because business is good, and that's great. I love that. And when I met with you, I asked you if they had a billboard at their current location, and you said no,
They
correct?
don't.
Right.
That's correct.
So I'm just curious, if business is so good and they do not currently have a billboard at their current location, do we really need one at this location?
Well, I won't speak to whether you need one or the public needs one. That's your decision as a policymaker. But I can speak to they need one. They have, of course, many options, as any business does. They have business options to move anywhere. They want to stay in Norman. They want to be here in Norman. They want to stay and grow their jobs here and grow their company here. But if they can't do the billboard, they would likely look somewhere else and where they can do a billboard. That's an important piece to this company, to have their product on their site.
And I understand that, I really do. But just for public's sake, because I see many are here, why is that they would want to relocate if we didn't approve the billboard?
Because it's that important to them. They want that billboard as their product, their piece of it's what they sell and produce, and they want to have clientele there to show it to them. That's a very important aspect to them, so,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Councilmember Steele?
Yeah, so just. Sorry, so quick question to follow up on that. If they do want a billboard to show to clientele, can they not accomplish that with one that's, 5 feet off the ground? Why does it have to be so high?
Well, they want to emulate mostly what they have. This would already be a lot smaller than what they have out on interstates. On interstates, they get up to 14 feet by 64 feet, I believe, is what it is, 640 square feet. This, if 400 square feet or whatever the hospital is, if it's 300, 350, would be substantially smaller than what is out on the interstates, by probably almost half.
Okay, I don't have any more questions, but just some general comments. I believe in the Planning Commission notes, it stated, someone stated that the hospital billboard was in the upper 300s. Again, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what a member of the Planning Commission said. And a lot of the emails that residents were sending in were concerned about increased traffic accidents. So I just want to kind of state for the record here, I did contact Norman PD to pull the traffic accident reports from Highway 9 and 24th Southeast, where the current hospital billboard is. And it was a bit of mixed bag because there weren't many traffic accidents there to begin with. And so just to be candid with that data, there was a moderate increase in traffic accidents in the years after compared to the years before, but with the caveat that, correlation is not causation. It could have been caused by anything else, but I just want to state for the record that the MPD data does show a slight increase in traffic accidents at that intersection.
And if I may, Councilmember, that could be attributed to now you have a whole new hospital facility with new traffic and added traffic at that location, so you have substantially increased traffic.
Right, I'm not saying it's caused by the billboard, I just want to get out there that that's what MPD's data is showing for accidents over time there. And just for my own personal comments here again, you know, I do love the site plan. I do agree that you all did a lot with the community. But for me, this billboard is just a bridge too far for me personally.
Let me, if I may, Councilmember, you mentioned Planning Commission too, and I left it on the screen, but Planning Commission was interesting that night in that we came here and the neighbors were all here and the protest letters were all here. And, you know, I was concerned. I didn't know if we could get through that night. It was unanimous in support of this project at Planning Commission. And I think it was unanimous, and you see their words, basically, they thought it was thoughtfully designed, they thought it was compatible with the neighborhood. And they were concerned, and the commissioner spoke to the neighbors about this. They said, you know, C1 could be a vastly different project than what's in front of you. And I think they cautioned them in that regard. So we won unanimous at Planning Commission, and we were proud of that result.
Yep, that's all the comments I have, though. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant and then Bruce.
Yes, I appreciate you working with the neighbors. It sounds like we're going to have a friendly amendment on the setback.
Yes, happy to do that.
Since we don't know about Norman Regional's billboard size, but that was the intent, could we not write that into another friendly amendment saying no greater than Norman Regional's current billboard?
Be happy to do that.
And then I guess I have a question for staff, because did they not have to get a permit, and do we not have that on record, how large that one is?
Sorry, I have way too much stuff. Norman Regional got a permit for their billboard, and it's 242 square feet per side. Their PUD allowed for 400, but they only did 242.
So that would, if we're making a friendly amendment, we would say 242 square feet per side.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And it's, this is for Mr. Eager.
Yes, Councilor.
So the mature trees, they are part of it. And I did read the protest letters and saw the form part. I was a little confused, and maybe whoever speaks for public comment can provide clarity. But in what they were asking about the billboard height, I did not see a suggested height. How did you reach 35 feet versus 40?
35 feet, I think, is in the code for billboards. 35 feet is the max height in the sign code right now, I believe, and so that's where I think we drew that from.
And in your conversations with those that had protest, was 35 feet acceptable, or did they propose another height?
I don't think I heard them say. I don't know if they reacted to that.
Okay. I guess I'm just going to hear public comment on the billboard part, but generally I don't have a problem with this development, and I appreciate the accommodations and sensitivity towards the neighborhood.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Thank you. Councilmember Bruce.
Questions regarding just the appearance of this site and how it's going to change on the south side. So is there a fence going up or some type of view blockage going up for the residents on the south side?
Yeah, let me actually ask Rick to come up and talk about the plan. Rick McKinney, the architect, and maybe he can talk about the overall site plan. There is some new landscaping and some other features there. Rick?
Thank you, Sean. Rick McKinney, McKinney Partnership, 3600 West Main Street, architect on the project. On the site plan on the right here, if you see, he mentioned there was a truck yard. I want you to understand that, and the visitors yesterday saw this, they print out these banners and they lay them on the floor and they fold them up and they fit in a box the size of the top of this podium, the whole sign. And then they have a pickup truck and they put these boxes in the back of the pickup truck. And they may have a flatbed trailer that carries ladders and equipment like that, but there's no large vehicles. But the wall that you see around that, where you see about 8 parking spaces on the south side of the building, is a 6-foot brick wall that matches the wall along the west property line. All the lighting we have on that side, it will be sharp cutoff. and it'll be directed directly straight down. There'll be no horizontal projection, and that's code. It will not go beyond property line at all. We are going to add a considerable amount of landscaping on the south side of that wall. And the other thing of note, in line with the large parking area, right up against Canadian Trails, right now there's a precast concrete, a wall about the height of your desks here. We're going to remove that. We're going to plant an evergreen hedge that'll be 3.5 to 4 feet tall across the whole front of that parking lot. It'll be evergreen year-round. We're going to replace all the dead trees. We're going to add new trees. And the facility will be fully irrigated, so it'll be landscaped. And the last thing I'll say about the lighting is we're going to lower the light poles they have on the site now down to 25 feet. I think they're 35 or 40 feet at this point when it was a grocery store. So we're bringing those down as well as being very sharp cutoff.
Understand on the south side, what about the west side between the commercial product and the property? So
As
the
far-
west, on the west
Well,
side.
again, you saw the pictures. That's not going to change other than the detention swale may get a bit larger. In fact, what we're going to do with the detention, we will actually have less runoff on this site, storm runoff, than what it has today when we're done with it. But as far as lighting, it will be sharp cutoff right on the back of the building. Again, no light projected to the west.
Now let's talk about the north side, the highway side. Is there a fence intended in that location?
No, we will not have a fence along that location. There's some dead trees there. We're going to clean those up. And there's additional landscaping we will add as well. But there won't be a fence between the highway and the building.
And then on the east side?
The east side will be, like I said, the parking will be cut down from 200 down to about 110. And it's all going to be refurbished, resealed, restriped, repaired, whatever it takes.
Is there any type of fence there between the two properties?
Not between the two commercial properties, no.
Did you do the design work associated with the billboard?
No.
Okay.
No. Just the site, kind of the site planning and seeing where that would set back.
Is there someone here that can talk about the billboard regarding the design features?
Sean.
Not really, no, not the manufacturer. The manufacturer, it's a product that is manufactured by a third party, the actual physical structure of it.
If I heard you right, the company is Landmark, hey, they don't have anything to do with the hospital's digital billboard. Is that correct? They don't run it, they didn't design it, they didn't?
They did not do the hospital's project, no.
Okay,
And
so
I was on the phone with the manufacturer of this today, but, so I have some questions I asked, but I apologize if I don't know all of it.
When I look at that billboard, the only directional design I see is the 30-degree angle that creates the pie.
This billboard?
No, I'm talking about the hospital billboard. So I'm comparing an apple to an orange.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the physical structure is triangular.
Yes, but
Yeah.
when I'm looking about the technology as far as light, mitigating the problem associated with light pollution.
Right.
It's talking apples to oranges. It's not a comparison. I mean,
As-
from my layman
Correct.
standpoint.
As far as we understand, the hospital sign does not have this diode technology in it at all, to our awareness, and I think you can go out there and look from the side, and you would see the diode light imagery.
So, I'm a layman. When someone says a candle foot, it's a foot.
Foot candle.
Candle, So how much, light is in that square foot? So when someone's a foot candle to me, when they say 0.0136 for that foot, that is 200 yards away, or what was it, 500 yards away?
At that location, it would be 200 feet, what you're looking at on that screen, 550 feet from the sign to the neighborhood.
So when you said at the furthest range you had was to the end of your property line, it looked like, you had a diagram.
Yeah, let me
there.
get to it here. Too many diagrams, there we go.
Okay, 0.016. That's almost invisible to the naked eye, for my layman.
And we're talking about two different things. You can still see the
Yeah.
sign. it's not invisible. The light coming off that sign and creating light on a surface.
Understand.
Is what we're talking about with that imagery.
Understand that square foot. If I was looked at square foot on the ground of light cast from that billboard, tell you the truth, I don't think you can see it with the naked eye at .016, but I'm a layman.
The light coming, what this is really talking about.
On the ground,
Correct. What this is really telling you, in my opinion, is the light coming off that billboard as it cast onto the property at the far west side of the property is basically non-noticeable. The lights in the parking lot and the building will be casting far more light into that area of the property than this billboard will be. But again, those lights will be full cutoff fixtures and cannot cast beyond the property because of the commercial lighting ordinance.
then can you throw up your other slide that had the angles on it? So the blocked, when it comes to the north and south, that's a pretty good block, you know.
We think so.
So if I'm driving down the highway, east or west, I've got a good vision of it. But if I'm not driving down that highway in that cone, I really don't have a great view of that billboard. Is that based upon that 30-degree cone?
That is the intention, yes, Councilor Miller. And when I talked to the manufacturer too, a little bit more on that point, you know, how much light at night is a question. And we were told that actually and then there's another measurement of light that I'm going to throw at you. It's called a nit. And I'm really outside my realm of understanding here. I apologize. But a nit is the amount of light coming off that billboard. And your city codes talk about nits on video signs of any kind of video sign. And your sign code, and we wrote the PUD to match it, says that in the daytime, the nit can be, I think it was 5,000 a reading of. At night, the nit can be 300. And we wrote that in the PUD, but the manufacturer today told me that at night, it is actually typically less than 1%, roughly, of the nit value. He said at night, typically the nits off the screen would be about 75 to 100, not even reaching the 300 that's written into the code.
You know, it would be really interesting to have some expert in the city that would have thought about, okay, how does this compare to the existing billboard that's at the hospital, and the technology differences, or at least having someone to talk about it, because I really don't think we're talking a true comparison when someone says, hey, it's just like the hospitals.
It does not have this technology, to our knowledge, the hospital sign.
That's all I have for right now.
Any other, Councilor Gansberry?
Yes, first I'd just like to state that it's not the Norman Regional billboard. It does not sit on Norman Regional's property. Norman Regional has a contract to do advertising on that billboard, just like every other business has a right to put something on that billboard there. I can tell you from being from Ward 1, we get lots of complaints from the people that's right behind there and everything, complaining about that billboard all the time in Ward 1. And that being said, do you have a set standard hours of operations? It's going to be 24/7 that it's going to be going?
The facility,
The billboard here.
the billboard would be 24-hour billboard.
Okay, I had a letter, email, and then a phone call with the director of Wild Care that was really worried about the possibility of that little animal place, that sanctuary type of deal that's over there, that there's a lot of nocturnal birds within that community, and the effects that something like this might have at nighttime with them not being used to that being in their natural environment and stuff also. So that's why I was asking about the hours of operation. How many billboards does this company, Digital Billboards, does the company have on all of Highway 9?
None on Highway 9, sir.
Okay. Also, when it comes to using it for the advertising side of things, would you just be safe to say that one of our food restaurants in town possibly will be one of the people advertising on that billboard at some point, probably? Chances are?
I would have no idea, but.
And if I was a restaurant that's located right under the billboard, I'd be kind of upset about that somebody's advertising their restaurant right above my restaurant. And so I used to run restaurants, and I know that's the first complaint that I would have. You know, if you put another pizza place up on the billboard above me, and I don't have a say in it, I know that was trying to get as far away from the neighbors as you possibly could, but to a person that's thinking about it and trying to think of the training aspect, you kind of put the furthest way from the actual new business also. Which if I'm using it for training and have to maybe take stuff out there to train with or whatever, I think I'd probably have it in my parking lot somewhere rather than just on the corner over there next to these other businesses that it's going to be blocking the advertisement for the liquor store and a couple other little strip mall locations that we have right there where you won't be able to see their sign on their thing. And then as far as the blinders are concerned, I'm worried about, we get 80,000 visitors on Saturdays to Norman that's not used to Norman, you know, and those 80,000 visitors coming down Highway 9 and they see just a black blob on the side of the screen, they might think, man, that's something important I'm supposed to see there. I might be getting a traffic alert for the game or whatever. And so they're dogging it all the way till that point, and they say, oh, it's just an advertisement, and then they go on their way and everything. And I think that eye distraction that's never been there before would cause a situation, especially on the busiest intersection on Highway 9 for game day traffic and everything myself. But no further questions.
If I could, Councilmember, just
Yeah, most
react
definitely.
to, such as the corner that's owned by OU, which is a wildlife area. First, I would say I remember when we were doing Sooner Village, we tried to figure out what the wildlife area is, and I don't think it's a designated. We had trouble figuring out what that was. It's owned by the University of Oklahoma Board of Regents. Secondly, if you can look at this diagram, you can see that it is more distance over to that corner, and between us is Rudy's, convenience store, gas station, restaurant, with all of their lighting on the hard corner. By the time you get from our billboard over to there, we are far less foot candle propagation onto that site than anything that Rudy's would do.
Gotcha.
Okay. Not seeing any additional comments or questions currently? Okay. Let's see. Okay. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only and are limited to 4 minutes or less. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor. Margaret Fever.
Mayor Holman and council members, my name is Ellen Fever. I reside at 905 Heather Glen Terrace. I'm the second house to the west in direct alignment with this proposed billboard, and I oppose it. My neighborhood also opposes it, and you will hear from others about that in a moment. I oppose this billboard provision and any off-premise signage in the SPUD narrative that's the subject of this ordinance, and also request that there be language that prohibits use of a billboard or off-premise signage in the future. I think that prohibitive language is also important. To grant this exception to Norman's sign ordinances using this SPUD rezoning vehicle would be a precedent of overreach for spot zoning that would permit digital billboards and weaken Norman's existing sign ordinances. It invites a slippery slope of commercialization on Highway 9. As we've already heard, there are no other landmark billboards on Highway 9. The only billboard is at Norman Regional 9. And that billboard came about after consideration in 2020, and my understanding from just looking as closely as I could at the records from that time, understanding was that it would only be with respect to directions within the Norman Regional Facility area. And then within a couple of years, it kind of morphed into commercial advertising. Whether that is as a result of there not being prohibitive language, I don't know, but I wonder about that. There are existing manufacturing companies all up and down Highway 9. I mean, they started a long time ago with Hitachi. There's been Shackley. Now there's Avera, and they all have modest, static signs. And all those signs do is identify the manufacturing company there. They don't advertise anything. Who will benefit from this digital billboard? These 2 digital billboards. There will be one beneficiary, and that is Landmark. It will sure as heck not be my neighborhood. It will not be me, because I've got these tall windows in my house that are facing this billboard. And, you know, I heard the formulas used earlier, and I also heard Councilmember Gansberry talk about the neighbors for the Norman Regional billboard, and they're further away than I am, and that they complain about having that light pollution in their homes. Y'all have a hard job. You have a hard job to make decisions on the merits of issues. And merits sometimes get covered up with a lot of static. There's no static with respect to this billboard proposition. It's not that you're going to hear about the safety issues. They are considerable. You're going to hear about the impact, the environmental impact. They are considerable. And just allowing the beginning of the commercialization. Y'all can remember when Highway 9 was widened to 4 lanes. I'm older.
Ms. Fever, yes, unfortunately. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
AC Rains. I'm sorry.
You'd like to speak at the end?
We typically don't go out of order.
I mean, I'm fine with it. That's fine.
Okay, the mayor said that's fine, sir. Tiffany Stevens. Stephen Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. I want to come at this from a slightly different direction than I think most of the speakers are. And it actually ties into our earlier discussion about the, de-zoning of the PUD from earlier. I think Mr. Rieger's presentation exemplifies a problem with Norman's PUD policy. He's asking you really to endorse a very particular project, which is not something that was made very clear when we talked about PUDs earlier, right? This is supposed to be a zoning kind of issue. These are rules that are going to follow the property forever. But it turns out to get a set of zoning rules allowed, you've got to really argue for a very particular project. And notice that his argument was really based on sort of invidious comparisons with the possibilities that could happen under broader zoning kinds of considerations. So this is very much a sort of project pitch. And I want to suggest to you that that entire way of doing PUDs is an issue. Zoning rules follow the property forever. They aren't particular projects. They outlast those projects. And if plans change, rules will need to change as well, which is what we had a very long conversation about before, right? The PUD, as it was done, wasn't done quite right, and everybody is all up in arms about that, which I think is something that we're likely to get into with a bunch of our PUDs. And so with all due respect, it's also true that you don't know enough about this project to make the kinds of judgment that you're proposing to make tonight. You're listening to what is basically a sales pitch, and you haven't had the opportunity to look into what all the various uses of the land are. In traditional zoning cases, the zoning rules are permissive when you're within the rules, which are general guidelines which are set by the city. But now you're being asked to make decisions about, feet and inches on very particular kinds of projects, where the trees are placed, and those kinds of things. And you guys just don't have the time or the resources to go figure that out. Or if you wanted to do that, you'd have to have it have a much, much longer and more thorough process than you have right now. So what I want to suggest to you is that we shouldn't treat zoning decisions, even PUD zoning decisions, like we're partners with a firm and we're trying to decide whether or not we're going to put the trees here or there. I think that's generally a mistake. Instead, we should do what the PUD ordinances actually suggest, which is follow a general line. If there's some particular problem that the person who's asking for the PUD can identify, and they need a little bit of resolution on something like that, you can consider that. But what you're doing would be to consider that from the perspective of the principles laid down in the rules that you already have. So I've got a big long thing to talk about. If you want to hit me up sometime, we can talk about the difference between making specific judgments in cases and putting together general rules. What I want to say is you need both to do good governance, but you're doing very specific judgments in cases without those judgments being tied back to the principles of the rules very well, and also without knowing enough about the specifics of the case. So I've been complaining about PUDs for a long while. This is a really good example of why I'm complaining about PUDs. You shouldn't think of yourself as development partners, and that's really what you're being asked.
Maureen Garten.
Good evening. My name is Maureen Garten, and I live at 937 Heather Glen Drive. My house is just past the rooftops you saw. And in the interest of time, because I know we have some good points, I want to just address a couple of simple things. And one of them is the area that Mr. Rieger mentioned on the southeast corner of Highway 9 and Chautauqua is called the Oliver Wildlife Center. And OU students go in there and do what zoology students and biology students do. And I understand the faculty has concerns about this. For me, when I first heard about this, I was excited. I walk in the neighborhood all the time, and I was excited to have someone in and bring life in the neighborhood. And it was only when I really started thinking about what a 400 square foot billboard with flashing lights that change every few seconds would mean to that corner. I walked that corner. I walked past the glass breakage on that corner. I'm concerned about the distraction. I'm concerned about the wildlife. I'm concerned about safety, and that is one of the gateways into the University of Oklahoma to our guests coming from the outside. So, but most of all, for selfish reasons, I don't want a 400 square foot billboard if I walk out on my patio. I don't want to feel like I'm on the Las Vegas Strip. I mean, I just don't. I appreciate Landmark. I appreciate the tax base. Just don't want. And to make this point clear, I went over to what I think is a comparable situation, which is at 24th and Constitution and Classen. Neighborhood Walmart on one side, 7-Eleven, and just north of that are two ginormous billboards. They stand up along with the electrical lines. That's what height they are. And if you go stand next to them, they're not what you want in your backyard. So that's my point for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Cockerham? Okay. Fern? Kathy? Blakely?
Good evening, and Ellen is right. You guys do have a hard job. My name is Kathy Blakely. My husband and I live at 3301 Heather Glen Terrace in the Fiddler's Green neighborhood. We're here tonight to share our concern of how the proposed new 400 square foot flashing digital advertising billboard will impact our home and all of the property values in Fiddler's Green. For most of us, our homes are our biggest and most important financial investment. We have all worked hard to pay our mortgages, and we trust that our city laws will protect us from those. Gary and I are the proud owners of the number one house that Landmark talks about, that in the zoning meeting they said they would contact, which they never have. But we are the number one house, and we're proud of that. It's a great neighborhood. It's highly resale value, and what we are concerned about is, what is that billboard going to do to our values? What is it going to do to our resale? That's our kids and our grandkids' inheritance. You know, it's not just where we live. It's where they come to play and do things with us, that we have a common area on the north side of us, and they all think that, it's just grand because they've got a place to play and it's right there by the house. So, and the other thing that I wanted to cover was that the trees. We were in the zoning commission meeting, and I don't recall who brought up the trees, but we have, not only am I allergic to cedar and evergreen, our next door neighbor to the south of us is, Ellen is, which is to the west of us. I would propose that, okay, if we're going to put something there, let's put like a concrete wall that's stamped or brick and just raise it where it needs to be, because light comes in. My husband could sleep through a tornado and he'd never know it. I can't sleep through the bathroom light coming on. So, there's a difference in everyone's perspective of what that light can be. Thank you for letting me speak, and good luck.
Thank you.
Patricia Whaley? Okay. Eugene Coleman? Okay. Pamela Wallace?
Good evening, long evening, huh? I am Pamela Wallace. I live at Fiddler's Green. I'm the very first house on the right when you come in. at 3337 Heather Glen Terrace. The building itself will essentially back to my backyard. That's fine. We want them there. It's not that we don't want them there. We don't want that sign there. And I'll go through a couple of pieces quickly. I was an academic, so I know I can't talk the usual 20 minutes. I think I have 3. Okay. I've really enjoyed living in Norman. My whole family has. And we trust our city leaders. We really do, to make the decisions that are best for the citizens. Heavens, yes, business has to make money. That's not a problem. But look for us as well, please. Our neighborhood supports local businesses, old and new. We want to see Norman grow as it did on our watch a number of years ago. Okay. Tonight I want to discuss, at that time it was a false claim by Landmark. They originally stated to us that the sign was paper sign, right? Well, that sort of made sense. But when they talk about as a way to train, how many of us in the neighborhood, and it's more than one neighborhood, have either taught at the universities, in public schools, in business? Did we need a 35-high, 400-foot-long sign to teach with? No. We knew right away that was not the case. Thank you for making it clear that it really is for advertising. It's money for them. We understand that. But the detriment to us is rather enormous. Let's see. A couple of things. I'll go quick here. We've all seen the LED signs. They're computer run. They're okay in certain places, but please, Highway 9, it's dangerous. It's one of the most dangerous roads in the country, not just in Oklahoma. It's not as bad as Imhoff and Chautauqua. I mean, Imhoff and Highway 9, but Chautauqua and Highway 9 can be deadly for many and have been. That's not really where I was going, though. There are 3 things that we'd like to ask as a group from you all, and then I'll quit. The first is to strike that digital billboard out of the application tonight. Let's get rid of it. Write a strict rule into the SPUD that bans any future upgrades to electronic or digital signs. This will protect our neighborhoods well into the future. Believe me, it's not just Fiddler's Green. It's all around us. For Landmark's advertising its location, sure. Require only static printed signs similar to what Rudy has and the little shopping area beside that. There's nothing wrong with that. We encourage that. That kind of signage fits into that area. It's not obtrusive. If the applicants will not agree to those amendments, or some of them, a couple of them, we ask that you, to protect our communities, to vote no on the entire application. That's not what we want. But please, listen. It's frightening. It's frightening. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Judy Reynolds.
My name is Jim Jenkins, and I live at 3328 Heather Glen Drive. First, we, as a neighborhood, want Landmark billboards to be successful in the building directly adjacent to our neighborhood, and we are thankful for the accommodations that they've made on our behalf. Now, with that being said, let me say that we strongly object to the 2 400 square foot flashing digital billboards included in this SPUD application. First, the 35-foot tall structures that Landmark is asking for do not fit in a residential area, and we believe they're inconsistent with Norman's master plan. Second, the intersection of Chautauqua and Highway 9 is not only very heavily traveled, it is consistently backed up during peak travel times. During football game days, and perhaps even more so during game nights, the traffic load is overwhelming. At the normanok.gov website, they have listed for the years 2024 and 2025 a total of 28 automobile collisions at the Highway 9 and Chautauqua intersection alone. Adding two 400 square foot flashing billboards that flash every 8 seconds will only add another safety hazard to that already heavily traveled and dangerous intersection, when those billboards are designed to be seen from Highway 9, regardless of light intensity. Third, this light will cause permanent ecological damage to the environment. Specifically, experts from the University of Oklahoma have confirmed that the light from these billboards will turn the adjacent Oliver Wildlife Preserve into, quote, a death trap for insects and cause breeding birds to leave the areas. Now, according to their website, the Oliver Biological Survey that manages the area and coordinates its use for classroom and research purposes, and it is an Oklahoma registered natural area. We, as concerned citizens, have a responsibility to protect this unique and necessary habitat that serves not only as training and research for the students, but also has guided walks led by biologists and the University of Oklahoma students for the public. Now, we want to welcome Linmark to our neighborhood as a good neighbor. We believe that a standard, printed, on-premises business sign that is proportional in both height and advertising space to the existing on-site advertising signs at Rudy's and the strip mall directly adjacent to the Linmark property is all it is needed to effectively promote their business and keep our neighborhoods and those who travel our highways and our wildlife sanctuary safe and thriving. Lastly, we ask that language be included to prevent any future changes that will allow these limitations to be changed. If these billboards remain as is on this proposal, I respectfully ask you to vote no on the entire application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marguerite Larson.
Marguerite Larson, Ward 6. I'm a total environmentalist. I do not believe that any type of a billboard that shines continuously, that is advertising, that is impeding not only residents, but is also impeding our natural wildlife. And as everyone said, the University of Oklahoma has students that come for botany and biology and study over there. This is not going to aid in their education at all. This is just going to be a total detriment. I stand behind the residents in this area. If you do not take away this billboard, vote no on the entire project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joseph Grabowski.
Hi, I'm Joe Grabowski. I live in Ward 4, a little bit of distance more than some of the other people here, but I go through that intersection pretty regularly. That, to me, I'm opposed to the billboard. I'm not opposed to the general project or business locations or things of that sort, but I view that billboard as really an intrusion. It's just sort of a lighting thing that's there that has a number of impacts. That if you think about it, this billboard violates the Norman commercial outdoor lighting and signage standards, and thus also the purposes of these standards. So that in that fact, it's sort of, against it. That it is, there are a number of points were mentioned. One is that it's sort of an attention drawing structure that's there. It's going to impact potential traffics or accidents or distract drivers and things of that sort. Also, the impacts on the wildlife preserve have also been mentioned as one of the things. That one of the things that concerns me in a general way is the use of SPUD here. The idea that this is I forgot what SPUD actually stands for, but it seems to me more like it's a special privilege for developers to sort of get in there and kind of get their little thing that they need to get done or want to get done that way. But I don't see a special need for this for the business itself. I mean, there's other ways that they could accomplish this training and things like that. But once this special privilege is granted, it creates a precedent and policy for other developers. And it's sort of an open door to allow violations of Norman's outdoor lighting and signage standards. And developer attorneys will argue this point. I'm sure that Mr. Rieger would sit there and start inviting clients and saying, hey, we got this one through. Let's see what else we can get done here and add more kinds of things like that. There's a comment that this billboard is necessary for training. However, by its location, it's clearly set in a position to be used for business. And that was already brought up by one of the council members here. But if such an exception is used for business purposes, all kinds of other proposals can claim the same and justify exceptions to a lot of standards, be they lighting standards, signage standards, or other standards, because they want to use it for business purposes also, and this has already been done. So you're sort of opening Pandora's box here in a way by allowing something like this to proceed. So basically, I highly recommend that this proposal either be amended to eliminate the signage, billboard, or lighting standards, or be rejected if that can't be removed from the proposal, or the decision proposed has to provide opportunity for the developer to reconfigure the proposal in ways that they may need to make it viable for them if this is a viability issue without this other local intrusion of the billboards themselves. So, thank you.
Stephen Long.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Stephen Long. I live at 3313 Heather Glen Terrace here in Norman. You heard the presentation that the impact of the digital signs on the west side in the neighborhood areas, but you didn't hear anything about the east side, that Oliver Wildlife Preserve, and what the impact of digital signs have on that preserve. The reason we're here is to express our grave concern regarding the proposal of 2 digital billboards flashing every 8 seconds on that preserve. While this may seem like simple signs, studies such as the one from Frontiers of Neuroscience, published in November 2020, have shown that exposure to artificial light at night from 2 large flashing digital billboards would cause ecological damage to the Oliver Wildlife Preserve. Even when those billboards' intensities are lowered at night, they have an effect. You heard of NIMS that they were talking about, but the insects that it affects them as well, even when the intensity of those lights are turned down at night. Exposure to artificial light at night research has confirmed these digital billboards will turn this preserve into a death of insects by disrupting their circadian networks in living organisms. Digital signs attract and kill local insect populations that are our foundation of our ecological system. When we lose the insects and the birds, we lose the health of the entire preserve there. There are reasons why this damage is a permanent threat. This is a permanent habitat disruption to that preserve. Because of the way the zoning is structured, once these billboards are built, the damage cannot be easily undone. We have one chance to protect this habitat there, and this is it tonight. This proposal contradicts our own city standards. The Oliver Wildlife Reserve is a treasure for our community and a vital research area for the University of Oklahoma. Allowing a 24/7 high-intensity light to flood this area is fundamentally inconsistent with the city's commitment to conservation. But we believe we have a better path forward. We want this business to succeed as a good neighbor. We believe that using standard on-premise signs that do not flash or flood the woods at night, the business can promote itself effectively, while the preserve remains a healthy, quiet sanctuary for these birds and other animals that live there in that preserve. We are optimistic we work together to protect Norman's environment. We want to see a thriving business at this location, and we want to see the birds and wildlife continue to thrive in Oliver's Woods. In closing, we ask that the legacy the citizens of Norman have had for our environment and the safety of our wildlife. I formally ask the City Council to strike the digital billboards from this application. If the applicant will not remove the billboards, I ask you to vote no on the entire application. Please protect and preserve our community's future. Thank you for your time and your service. Thank you.
AC Rains.
Good evening, Mayor Hallman and council members. My name's AC Rains. I live at 3320 Heather Glen Terrace. As the final speaker representing our neighborhood tonight, I want to thank you first for your patience, your time, and your service to our city. I don't know how you do it. We have sat here tonight and you have listened to our neighbors share their deep concerns. You heard about driver safety and how there were 28 traffic accidents at that corner in 24 and 25. That's more than one a month. You heard about the permanent light pollution that threatens the Oliver Wildlife Preserve and the threat of commercial blight to our property values. You know, we are a 55-plus community, and for most of most of us, this is our last home that we intend to own. And we don't want our property values impacted. When this proposal first went to the Planning Commission on July 8th, many of us did not even know about it. At that time, we had 63 total protest letters submitted, and only 20 of those were from Fiddler's Green. Today, 44 of our 58 houses have filed protests about this. That's more than 75% of our neighborhood. We are telling you, as residents of Fiddler's Green, we do not want this. Mr. Rieger talked about having a unanimous consent from the Planning Commission. Well, let me tell you something about his unanimous consent. There were only 5 people present. That's barely a quorum. And whoever sat over in this area right here talked for 20 minutes in his defense because she had worked for a sign company before. She should have recused herself from even being a voting member. I encourage you to go back and look at the minutes. I do want to be absolutely clear, though. Our neighborhood supports economic growth. We welcome Lindmark's office headquarters and their printing operations. I was one of the people that toured it yesterday. I agree, it's a great business, and I wish Mr. Lindmark nothing but success. I just don't want his billboards. You don't have to choose between business growth and neighborhood safety. Tonight, you have the power and the authority to choose both. We are asking you to amend the Lindmark SPUD with 4 simple, common sense rules. First, strike the digital billboards. Completely remove the approval for the 2 400 square foot flashing digital advertising billboards. 400 square feet, that's 14 feet tall and 28 feet long. That is 400 square feet. There's already a sign at the corner of Classen and Constitution if they want to do training, but I work for the military and I train pilots how to fly using a simulator inside. I don't need to train somebody on a real life billboard if I can train pilots how to fly. Second, lock in a permanent ban on digital changes. Write a strict rule into the SPUD that bans any future upgrades. Third, require only static printed signs. You know, this is Lindmark's core business. They make printed signs out of vinyl. Have them advertise their own company with the vinyl that they make. Fourth, keep the signs proportional and compatible. I encourage all of you to look at the size of the sign at Rudy's and the size of the sign at the strip mall next to it. These should be kept proportional. These 4 amendments are a fair, common sense.
That's all I have sheet, Mayor.
Anyone else that would like to speak about this item that has not spoken about this item?
We have a couple.
If you'll just state your name and what ward you live in.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Mojica. I live at 1104 Riviera Drive, which is right next to Fiddler's Green. And I want to call your attention to the nature of that neighborhood. I've lived there about 12 years. It is very congested during rush hour in the morning and the afternoon. And of course, OU football games, graduations, anything that's taking place at Lloyd Noble. In addition to that, Rivermont has many residents there that still drive. Fiddler's Green is a community of 55 and older. I live at River Chase, and I'm not going to say it's 55 and older, but it is older. So consider going into a congested intersection already. We already know that Highway 9 is not the safest place. We already know it's not the safest place during rush hour and other times. I myself have had 4 accidents on Highway 9. When I was stopped at a stoplight, at a traffic light, I was rear-ended. All of them were in the daytime. You have to consider the neighborhood too. You don't need one more distraction on Highway 9. In addition to that, I was a zoology student at OU. I studied at the Oliver Wildlife. In addition to that, I became a science teacher and I took continuing ed courses there. It is invaluable. You would not put up this sign by Sutton Wilderness. You have to think about what you're doing to a neighborhood. I agree that Landmark sounds wonderful, and they have taken a lot of things into consideration, but these billboards are not good for that neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Stephanie Allen, and I live at 3321 Pinehurst Drive. Just as my neighbor mentioned to you, my interest in coming forward is just to help broaden your understanding to the intersection of Highway 9 and Chautauqua. River Chase is adjacent, just right west of Fiddler's Green. So you're looking at more than just 58 homes. You're looking at another additional 88 homes. And then you're looking at a pathway that leads to a natural area for Canadian Trails neighborhood to the very south of Rivermont. So there's quite a few of us that enjoy nature just in that one quadrant. I personally have great respect for the Landmark family and for the presentations that were made this evening. I would just like to bring to your attention, I'm concerned as a Norman resident, what precedents this digital phase of Highway 9 is going to create. Already we're making comparison to what 24th and Highway 9 has in place. I'm just concerned about opening up Pandora's box to the quieter, more natural areas of Norman. We're a pathway from I-35 to the future Turnpike. We just are a quiet, nature-filled quadrant of Norman, and it would be great if we could maintain that. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay.
Rodney Johnson, Ward 2. I found it interesting when I was watching the planning committee meeting when this came up. You know what was on the agenda right after this came up and was approved by the planning committee? And as a matter of fact, the residents are right. the board, the planning commission itself made Mr. Rieger's argument for him in the middle of the meeting. It's strange. I've never seen anything like that. There definitely weren't regulatory. And I think it has something to do with the other PUD that I'm going to talk about later. But here's my main point. If you open this up to billboards, the agenda item right after that was to limit billboards to I-35. And on top of that, they said that, well, we're going to limit billboards that are third-party billboards. In other words, billboards that advertise for other people. But this one's okay because Landmark owns the building. But they're at the same time going to advertise for other people. What's the difference? And if you believe in capitalism and competition, I guarantee if you okay this, if I own the property at McGee or Berry or 24th, I want a billboard. Because you know what? Especially if you limit it to just them and they're the only ones that can have advertisement like that, especially on game days, that's very valuable property. So this isn't anything about training. It isn't anything about, now I agree. It's a good company. And we want them here in Oklahoma, or we want them here in Norman, particularly, especially it's a headquarters. But I don't know how you square this peg, because you're basically telling everybody else they got to be on I-35 except for them. And then you're telling small businesses that because those other areas that I spoke about are smaller businesses, well, you can't have one, you know. You can't take advantage of that opportunity, but they can. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting what you guys do about this one. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, are there any final comments from council on this item?
So I thought there was a question about final commenters.
On this particular item, okay?
So my name's Jackson Foote. That good enough? Okay. So in terms of the special privileges and the influence of lobbying in politics, even at the most local level, it seems endemic, seems like a syndrome, and I agree with lots of the previous speakers that that it's something that people serious about government and public service would want to change, and this is one of the most visible examples of that. So if you want to leave it up as a visible example of how bad city government can be, yeah, then do that, and future generations will know that this is where it started. As far as capitalism, I've never lived through a capitalism that didn't grant special privileges and special speech to certain people with more money. So that's just my take on it. But I hope that was clear enough.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any final questions or comments from council regarding this item? Councilmember Grant?
Would Mr. Rieger come back up?
Yes, Councilman.
Okay. There were quite a bit of protest letters. I hear you on the evergreens, which, were at their request.
Exactly.
On the west and south, it seems there's confusion on the size, because we were talking about amendment for 242 square feet. There was also an amendment about 550 feet from the west yard that needed to be made. I can hear in the public comments where the applicant might think the goalposts are shifting on the sign issue, but it sounds like they really want a sign. Does it have to be digital? Can it be static?
It does. I've been I've been asking the applicant that question repeatedly, and we've considered that repeatedly, and we will not do this without digital. There's just no difference there. I do want to make something clear, though, that was said, I think 4 times I counted, that they said it would be flashing. I want to be very clear about that. It is not flashing. It is a sign that is digital, yes, but for the reasons that we have codes that don't let these signs flash. They don't let them image change rapidly. It has to be static for 8 seconds, and then the next image must be an immediate image. It can't transition in like we have on PowerPoints or anything like that. So I just want to make sure we're clear. This is not a flashing sign at all.
Okay, so then they also asked about a static sign, which doesn't sound that promising, but there would also be lighting on a static sign at night.
There would be, yeah. The static sign would have lights on the sign and not the diode protection that we have on this one at all. I do want to make sure I'm clear on that point. You said, I'm glad you mentioned, Councilmember, it was the letter that asked for the evergreen trees, if they're allergic to that. We're happy to do a wall too. We're not married to the trees. We put that in because that was the request of the protest letter, so, yeah.
I feel like I wouldn't have enough information on a static billboard and the night lighting. I didn't get a clear idea from public comment about the protest letters and the asking for the adjustment in height. Because we would have to do some floor amendments, and I don't know where the others are at on their thinking, but I would be open to a postponement to work this out, have the correct language, and sit down with the residents and work out what actually could come forward. I also understand, like, you could work on a digital sign inside the property as well, correct? Like, if you had to have training, if you had a digital billboard that was on site and you had a static billboard in the air, I mean, that could be a compromise. I don't know, and I feel this is a conversation to go back with the residents and hammer a little more of this out, which I know you don't want to hear, but I kind of feel it would. I kind of feel it would be in everybody's best interest to hammer out a little bit more of this. I would hate for it to fail and then you couldn't come back for a year.
So you can't ever totally anticipate what I'm going to say, Councilmember. Well, okay, you have heard me say before, I don't like postponements, you're right. But on this one, we have tried really hard with the neighbors, and we will try again. If you'll give us a 2-week postponement, and we would love to work with each of you. This really is the confluence of 3 wards. It's Councilmember Deck's ward, but you're immediately north of it. Councilmember Grant and Councilmember Blodgett, you're immediately east of it. I don't want to step into roles there, but that may be a good solution that we work with you over the next 2 weeks and see if we can get there. I don't want false impressions, though. The digital sign is very important to this applicant, and so I don't know that we can get there of striking that completely away, but we are absolutely willing to work for another 2 weeks as hard as we can to see if we can come to, I say 2 weeks, whatever the next date is. We're there. We're welcome to meet with you and do what we can. We had a good visit, we thought, yesterday at the facility, and we're happy to do that again, and we'll meet wherever you want to meet.
I appreciate that. And then as well as the concerns around the Oliver Wildlife Preserve, I would love to get some answers, maybe a compromise. If digital is really wanted, is that it runs on specific hours. Maybe you're not doing that on the east side near the preserve. I don't know what the answer is, but again, happy to work on this in the next couple of weeks to get to somewhere where everybody can agree.
I appreciate that, and I'm not enough of a billboard expert to answer those questions as to what's possible in the details of how you operate it, but maybe that's something we can work on in the next 2 weeks and figure it out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Deck and then Gansberry.
I am also open to the idea of postponement. I think the billboard is going to be a sticking issue for both sides. The Fiddler's Green residents and the other residents in that neighborhood have been very clear about what they want to. It is unfortunate that this hit pre-development before I got sworn in. And therefore, I was also not aware when it came before the Planning Commission. And so I feel like I've been playing catch up this whole time anyway. So I am willing to take 2 more weeks to see if we can find some agreement. But I want to be very clear too, that we are fairly staunchly against the digital billboard. So we'll give it a shot. I hope we can find a resolution.
Okay, Councilmember Gansberry and then Bruce.
I would just ask if that's the way we're leaning towards them getting together, with one side saying adamantly that their owner of the company will not go away from the digital billboard, and all the people that I talk to that live in that area and their concerns and their emails and conversations are very adamant that they want it gone. That's going to be a very hard impasse there. If one person's already set their mind that I'm not getting rid of it, and one person set their mind that we need it to go, so that will have to be discussed at the table for sure.
I would just say, give us a chance. I appreciate the offer. I appreciate that, Councilman Gaddis. I've been in a lot of mediations in my career, and you'd be surprised. I've seen a lot of things happen. So who knows? Let's see. But so I don't want to, what I commented earlier, to be, we come in good faith in every time. So we'll do that again.
Okay. Got Bruce, Steele, Kirby, and then Blodgett. So, Councilmember
Wow.
Bruce.
Well, yeah, I just want to echo a couple things. I'd like to see a technical expert, a little bit more study in regarding the technology associated that was applied to this billboard compared to others in the area. And then I would like to see really something from OU, the property owner associated with that sanctuary. I don't know, I think they would be here. Someone knows about that sanctuary and what it does and the impact that possibly could there, backed up by some type of, I'm more of a technical guy, but I like to see that so I can be confident in what I believe and what I think. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele.
I just want to say that I would be against postponing this just for a simple reason. I do think that the billboard is going to be a sticking point. A lot of people took their time to come out here and wait to speak. I think it would be travesty to them to make them have to do it again to say the same thing. And respectfully, even if we could reduce the impact of this billboard to get at something where we could get this one over the line, I also think this is a much bigger issue than just this community. I do think this has the potential to set precedents. It's not just about billboards in Ward 2 or billboards along Highway 9. It's about billboards across Norman, and I think that the residents here and everyone just deserves to know whether we're for it or not. We should just rip the Band-Aid off.
Thank you, Councilmember Kirby.
My big, you might be able to answer this, Mayor, but I think Jason already did, is my biggest deal is I keep hearing about a multi-modal walking trail, like the one that's going to go from Clear Bay all the way across town. And looking at that in Ward 5, if we do this multi-modal path that we spend millions per mile on, I don't really think people are going to want it to be like Player Ready 1, where they're walking down the path and they're looking up every 20 foot and there's a billboard trying to sell them something. So I'm kind of like Kyle. We need to define where we're going to allow them, where we're not going to, because what's the point of building a nature walk if it could end up covered in billboards? And I don't know where exactly the nature walk's going to turn. It might not even go by this particular one. I'm just kind of curious where that model is going to run. That is all.
Councilmember Blodgett.
I am in support of postponing it, because I want to try to keep Landmark in business in Norman. I think that that's important and good for Norman, but I also want these residents to get what they want. I also am a stickler on the billboard. I'm all in support of this, except the billboard. So I share the resident sentiment on that. But if the applicant is willing to postpone, I think that that shows that there is some room, wiggle room there, that maybe they will, we can come to a compromise. And so for that reason, I would support postponing.
Okay. Let's see. There's no motion that's been made yet.
Do you want to?
Yeah.
Does some, Councilmember Dixon?
To postpone for 2 weeks?
Councilmember Dixon, yes.
Yes.
Okay,
September 8th.
perfect.
Do I have a second? Second. Okay. The motion on the floor is to postpone this item to September 8th, 2026. Council members, you may vote. All votes have been cast, and the motion passes by a vote of 7 to 1. Voting against, Councilmember Steele and Councilmember Gandisberry.
Item 28 is an ordinance
7-2,
amending
sorry.
is an ordinance amending section 36-201 of the Code of the City of Norman so as to remove Highland lots 5 through 13, Block 4, generally located at 314 East Hayes Street from R3 multifamily dwelling district and place the same in a SPUD, simple planned unit development, and providing for the severability thereof. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
And is there a representative of the applicant here to make a presentation? I think, I know I see the Salvation Army folks.
Trying to get you guys.
We'll get 'em
attention.
up here.
I'd like to talk to him in the hallway.
There's a clicker up there if you'll kind of click through them to get to your slides, sir. There we go.
All right.
So my name is Major Paul Ryerson with the Salvation Army. So we're just here for the zoning and of course for the reapplying of our SPUD here. So there's a couple of slides of our project there. I've spoken to the council many times on the project, and so really at this point, I'll just open up if there's any questions or if there's any concerns or anything, I'd be happy to answer those.
So, just to be clear, is this the same one that we broke ground on a few weeks ago or last month or whatever?
Yes, same identical one.
Okay. All right. Opportunity for council questions, comments. Councilmember Grant.
Okay, just for the public's clarity, because I've had a property owner contact me about a business or I'm not going to give it away, but somebody who wants to relocate to North Porter, but they're concerned about this. Could you please explain what work will be done and that this is not a 100-bed expansion?
Absolutely.
Just to have that on the record.
Yes, so this project right here is building a new community kitchen. So we serve the community meals or dinner every night. We're serving currently right now close to 60 to 70 individuals every night that come in for dinner. That's from the general population. That's not just those who are staying in our shelter. And our current dining facility we can really only house about 15 at a time. So we have to do it in waves. So that's why we're building the community kitchen, which would be a resource for the community. So that's what is being built. A part of this is just a remodel of the existing shelter. So we're not building any new square footage to the shelter. We're not adding 100 beds or any. It's essentially staying the same. We're converting the little bitty tiny kitchenette and the back to more space where we can house 4 additional beds. But it's going to be in the same building as it was before. So what the picture you're seeing here is the community kitchen, and then to the left, this is a touch-up essentially.
Speak to, I took a tour, so I know what it looks like, but could you speak to the current conditions inside the men and women's dorm and why the need for a remodel is necessary?
Yes. Well, the Salvation Army has been serving here in Norman since 1890, predating statehood. We've been here for a very long time, and we love this community. We love Oklahoma. And I mean, I'm a Cleveland County resident. I mean, this is home. I'm not, this is where I'm from. This is where I live. And so our current shelter served its purpose certainly when it was built, and certainly when, and continually is at capacity almost every single night. But, just as things get old and things, decades go by, we just need to have the opportunity to update some things, to really just bring things up to more of an opportunity, to bring dignity to those who are staying with us. By building the kitchen, it allows us to have a few extra beds that we can put in there as well. We currently have a men's dorm, a women's dorm, and we have 4 family apartments or rooms that we can house families in there. And this will just allow us to really repurpose some of the space that we were using for kitchens for additional housing. And the conditions where we are is just you walk in and it looks like it's a few decades old. And this will allow us to be able to bring it up and give us another touch point to where we can make it another dignified spot for us to help our neighbors.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you for that. And I'll let any of my colleagues ask questions if they have them.
Sure. Thank you. Just to clarify, current location built 1967 or 8, or the current building that's used for shelter stuff?
Yes.
1967 or so?
Yes.
But been in Norman since the 1800s?
Yes.
Been in the current location on Hayes Street since the 1960s?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, any, Councilmember Gansberry?
Yeah, for one, like I said, I definitely love this project. I love that it brings, especially as many families that you serve to have children and everything also there. It kind of brings more of a quaint dinner time and everything for those that we serve.
Yeah.
And I think that'll be very well received within the community that it serves as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Steele?
So I just want to confirm, so this is just for a new dining facility, the actual capacity of the amount of people you house is not changing?
We're adding 4 beds.
Okay.
Yeah, so it'll go from 34 to 38.
Okay, that's it, thank you.
Councilmember Kirby?
For everything you do. Come wintertime, if we have a horrible winter,
Yeah.
is there going to be an option to help pull people off the street overnight, kind of like?
That's a great question. So the beautiful thing about this community kitchen that we are building is that the kitchen itself is going to be a multi-purpose space. So we will be able to, say, during a winter time, because all of our tables and chairs will be foldable, we can move them and we can bring in cots. So absolutely, that is a part of our plan, is that it is a multi-use space where if we needed to, for cold weather, we could bring additional, unhoused individuals into that space and, for that time, absolutely.
Councilmember Steele?
And just to follow up on that, if it is needed as just like a one-night shelter, I know you all normally have other requirements for your entry, but would those be lowered for that? Or like, do they still have to go through a process to get into emergency shelter just for a night for the weather?
Is it like a weather night you're talking about?
Correct, yeah.
No.
Okay.
Councilmember Grant?
Speaking of winter weather, we also have summer weather, and
do.
I've had businesses say we're not a cooling station. I know this year you didn't have the opportunity to do it, and I understand there's a lot going on. In the future with this expansion, could you also operate as a cooling center in the summer?
I think it opens the opportunity for us to be able to do that, absolutely. I mean, the truth to be told is we want to serve our community, and additional space, and fortunately with the support of donors here in Norman that are allowing us to even do this, that opens up the opportunity for us to really have serious conversations and say, yeah, we could do that. We could be a cooling center during the winter or summertime, and certainly cots during the winter time. So I think the answer is absolutely.
And then you hit on it before. There are the unhoused individuals that come for dinner. Roughly how many housed working people try to save money having dinner at Salvation Army nightly?
Yeah, so right now, we're averaging, I'm looking back to my lieutenant here, about 60 or so, 60, who really oversees that program on a day-to-day basis. And But 60
So
is,
roughly like half. If you sleep 34, then the other.
yeah, and does that include who's staying in our residential? Yeah, so that includes, yeah, so about half are coming in from the community that are just coming for dinner. So they're not staying with us, they're not, staying the night. They're just coming for dinner. So that's a service we're already providing anyway. So this will allow us to house or to feed additional families and to have, and honestly, it allows us to do it all at the same time as, essentially as well, because we're having to do it in phases just because our space is so small. But yeah, that's what it is.
Well, obviously I'm supportive, so thank you for answering the questions.
Yeah.
Councilmember Bruce?
Is it Major?
Yes, sir, yeah.
The,
I also go by Paul.
Paul, is the future vision changing for Salvation Army at that location as far as increasing capacity?
So at this point in time right now, no, there hasn't been any. I know there was a story that ran in the Norman Transcript maybe 6 months ago or so that proposes $10 or $12 million giant, enormous 144 bed thing. That right now there is no movement on that project. So this right here is where all of our focus is on this community kitchen, remodeling the existing shelter. We have not raised a single dollar for any additional construction at this point in time. If the city of Norman, the donors, say that this is a legitimate need for our community, then that would be something that we would certainly go into conversation with. But the Salvation Army, we do not work in opposition to the city by any means. We want to come in, if it's identifiable need, if it's a mission planning study that says this is a serious need that needs to be met, we want to be at the table and have those conversations. But right at this moment, we don't have any capital dollars set aside or plans to build additional shelter space.
The follow-up question is that I understood the vision to have that additional capacity. So someone's told Salvation Army to stand down?
No, not necessarily. It's just $7 million I don't have at the moment. Yeah, if I'm being real.
So you have a plan but no funding?
Yeah, and if the plan, obviously that plan would come to you, planning is done. You guys would have obviously an invested stake in that plan. When we initially did this, when we made the plans 5 or 6 years ago, and we had the opportunity to work with an architect who was, willing to work with us, we said, let's have a dream plan. If money didn't matter, let's put something together. And that was the plan that we all looked at was, if money didn't matter, here's what that plan could look. When we did our feasibility study and we started looking at, okay, what could we actually do? This is what we can actually do. And when we looked at what service we're providing to our community here in Norman, that's a pretty big need as far as serving meals every night. Is a legitimate need right now in Norman. Now we know without a doubt that our unhoused neighbors are absolutely in need, absolutely. And so that's why we're wanting to also add the 4 additional beds and then certainly bring, just remodel that space. But that's a conversation we can certainly have if the funding comes available and the city identifies that as a need that the Salvation Army would come alongside. Yeah.
Thank you, John.
Councilmember Grant?
I forgot to mention this, and I don't expect my colleagues to be paying attention to my Facebook either, but there's a lot going on all the time. But I just want to be clear, we did meet with the Old Silk Stocking neighborhood leaders, and did any of them express any concerns about this kitchen expansion and then the remodel of the existing dorms?
No. At the meeting that we had, no, there was no expressed concern for this project.
And just for the future, when potentially 7 million or 10 million fall in your lap, we will again meet with the neighborhood and talk
Absolutely.
about that. Okay.
Yeah, because we are located in that neighborhood, and we want to be good neighbors, and so we want to attend the neighborhood annual meetings, and they have access to us, and we want to, and not to mention that the people who stay with us and the population that's walking up down this, we want to be a part of that neighborhood as well and work with them side by side. So absolutely, if funding came available and if this became a real life opportunity, we're not going to do that in a silo. That's not a silo decision. This is a city, this is a community decision. that we'll come together with our neighborhood, with the city council, with the planning commission, and together, we're gonna try to meet a need if the opportunity presents itself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. This is an thank you, Major. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only and are limited to 4 minutes or less. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Tiffany Stevens. Stephen Ellis. Okay. Marguerite Larson. Cindy Rogers. That's all.
Anyone else in the audience that has not spoken, that isn't signed up, that would like to speak about this? Mr. Norman?
I'm not gonna pass. I wasn't signed up either, but I'm here. Yeah, exactly. We got to shake some cobwebs out. Rob Norman, Ward 3. Obviously, if anyone knows some of the things I do that might not get as much pub, I'm absolutely thrilled that this is going to go through, and hopefully it's about to go through, because I think we all know we're in a transitional period between now and getting a permanent services-oriented shelter up, and we've got some really bad, urgent problems with the unhoused right now. This does not solve them, and I don't think they tried to tell us it did, but this helps us in that transitional period get a little more bed space, get some more emergency bed space, and get some more help to the unhoused and to the needy who need it. And if $7 to $10 million does come along, I'll be here supporting that too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any final comments from council regarding this item? Seeing none, okay. Well, the only comment I would add is just that I appreciate the work that Salvation Army is currently doing and has been doing in Norman for over 100 years. And I've been pretty adamant, even during the conversations and the campaign about the new shelter, that in order for us to really, what I believe, adequately address the issue of homelessness in Norman, it is a multifaceted approach and is not an adversarial, that this one nonprofit versus this other, or the city versus the county. It really takes it all. And I've been pretty adamant that we needed the new shelter, but we also need what Salvation Army is doing right now and what their plans are potentially, and that their master plan is for in the future, pending funding. And I know how thorough that they are with their planning, and that it goes through multiple levels. I was listening to just when we did the groundbreaking for this, and the multiple levels of approval that any project they embark on has to go through, even to get to a point like this. So the service they provide are absolutely needed, along with Food and Shelter for Friends and City Care and the Women's Resource Center and Bethesda and Thunderbird Clubhouse and all the groups in Norman that are working on something to do with addressing the issue of homelessness or food insecurity. Like was mentioned, half the people coming to eat dinner don't need to stay there, but maybe their entire income is going to rent and utilities right now. I mean, I know my electric bill was way over $100 the last 2 months. So that's a really important thing, and I really appreciate the work that Salvation Army does, and I would encourage Norman residents and companies and beyond to consider looking into the long-range campaign or long-range plans that Salvation Army in Norman has. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section, passes unanimously.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading passes unanimously.
Yeah, I get up at 5:30.
All right. Okay. All right, item 20.
We need a break.
Do we need a break? Okay, all right. We will take a 10-minute break and reconvene. What? Okay. 10-minute break and reconvene 10:55. Is a resolution of the Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, expressing support for the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority's construction of interchanges along the South Extension Turnpike limited to locations at Tecumseh Road, Alameda Street, and Etowah Road, and requesting additional community-focused enhancements, including sound barriers, enhanced landscaping, and land, funding, and/or equipment to assist first responders in the protection of residents, property, and travelers. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the resolution.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Are there any comments or questions from council on this item?
Councilmember Steele?
Councilmember Steele?
Okay. I can start with Clint, but just so I know, if is there an OTA representative here by chance? Once, twice?
Yes, I think we have two
Yes, sir.
representatives.
Yes, Councilmember.
There is, okay, well, I'll still got a question for you to start with, Clint. It's just good to know.
Clint Mercer, Finance Director.
So the resolution talks a little bit about offsetting costs. Does the finance department or the city have any current way to track expenses related to the turnpike?
We don't track it now, but we could use a project number to track OTA activity if that was desired.
And just for my knowledge, this project, is that just kind of similar to like an optional like cost code you put in and then you could pull that data?
That's exactly right. It's an on-top code that we use. We use it mainly for projects, capital projects, but we also use it for, like we had the storm July 4th, so we use it to track. You can track salary and benefits, materials, services and maintenance, that kind of stuff, so.
And Councilmember Steele, to that point, other costs that wouldn't necessarily present themselves in the finance department might be data we gather through our computer-aided dispatch system. So for public safety responses, there are boxes that can be added to those reports. Check the box that would allow us to pull reports so we could track time, personnel, and equipment that respond to anything on those roadways.
Okay, good to know. And just as on the implementation side, if this is something that we went with, could it be done at any time, or does it need to wait till like the start of a fiscal year? Or?
It could be done at any time. Yep.
Okay. Well then, on that note, sorry, I don't have any more questions for you, but I would just like to make a request to Councilmember Blodgett, who's the head of our finance committee, that we have that on our next agenda to talk about and flesh that out more.
Okay.
Next, I have a question for our city attorney here. So I'll probably ask us every time there's a resolution just to get on the record, but what is a resolution legally?
Legally, a resolution is a document expressing the will of the particular council that enacts that resolution.
And is a resolution legally binding?
No.
So I'm not sure if this may be a question for you or the city attorney, but then why do we need this resolution? Why can't we just go straight to a contract negotiations with the OTA?
It really is their request based on the way that they process these types of projects, wanting a resolution from the governing body on the front end of it, which is an indication that essentially you telling them what it is that you would like to see happen. And my understanding, at least the way that we've done it with regard to not just OTA, but the Department of Transportation, is it usually followed up with a specific contract. And I know we talked a little bit about, there's some language in this particular resolution about some additional ask that some of our council members have requested with regard to this particular project. So you would follow that up with a contract that had those specific provisions in there outlining the obligations of the parties.
Okay, I think that's all I have for you. And then moving on to the city manager. So what does a resolution mean to like you or your office?
Marching orders, we have clear direction from the elected body to enter into negotiations, to it gives us a position from which to continue those discussions, especially as what is defined here, it gives us parameters that we would take to the table. As it relates to a resolution becoming a contract, there will be elements that get identified in the design process that may not be identifiable yet, that could influence the final language in a contract for council to consider at a later date. But this just puts everybody on staff on notice as to what the will of the council is.
Okay, and then this resolution is just talking about interchanges, but in general, does a resolution have like an end date to where it's no longer considered marching orders?
Depending on the nature of the resolution, it could be project-specific. It could be broad policy language that we would continue to follow until otherwise directed by the body.
Okay, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. You said marching orders, but would it then be fair to say that this is kind of just guidance towards, an administrative policy or like a day-to-day policy on, any particular item?
Very much so, and the resolutions can be broad in nature or very, very specific, just depending on what it is council hopes to imply.
Okay, and then if two resolutions were to conflict it with each other, in this case referencing the prior resolution regarding the OTA, what takes precedence? Is it the most recent, or is there some other criteria?
The most recent would reflect the will of the current body. The prior would reflect the will of the council at the time.
Okay. And then if this resolution were to pass or fail, well, actually, let me rephrase it. If this resolution passes, then would we as a body, assuming it's the same council, have to officially rescind it at a regular meeting, or is this something where we could just say, in a subcommittee, like, hey, I don't agree with this anymore. Can you, flip my vote and it's no longer marching orders?
Let me ask, that'd be a good city attorney question. Typically, my preference is that those conversations and those actions always take place at a public meeting, agendized, so everybody understands what the discussion is and what options council could choose to take.
I guess then in that case, would it have to be at a full meeting, or could it be at an agendized, subcommittee meeting or study session that we repeal this if needed?
And I'll go back. A resolution as defined by our municipal code is a special or temporary act of the city council that is declaratory of the will or opinion of the city in a given matter and is in the nature of a ministerial or administrative act. A resolution is not a law, does not prescribe a permanent rule of conduct or for government. So it's not permanent, it's just the expression of a particular council at that particular point in time. I think what Daryl is saying, to a certain extent, when we're talking about how long it lasts, if there was a resolution about turnpike interchanges, and once the turnpike interchanges, assuming that if council were to approve them, were constructed, that resolution has no value any further because that issue's already resolved. There could be some matters that were more of a permanent, long-term nature that a resolution would be express the will of council, at least give staff direction going forward on that particular matter. But in terms of overturning it, if a resolution passed 5-4 and at the next election cycle, a council member and the majority change, the will of that council might change. Would you necessarily have to pass another resolution? It would be helpful. I mean, sometimes as staff, we do get in the position of, trying to use our best guess as to what council's will is based on some ambiguous circumstances. And the clearer you can be, the less ambiguous you can be. I think staff would probably prefer that as opposed to maybe having a couple of conflicting resolutions out there that we're having a difficult time figuring out which way this particular council wants to go.
All right. I think that's all I have for you. And then now, Scott, I got some questions for Public Works. Start off with the easy one, the softball. For these mandated interchanges on Highway 9 and 12th Avenue East, if any improvements or maintenance is needed over time, who pays for that?
All right, Scott Sturz, Director of Public Works.
After they were constructed, they'd be turned over to the city of Norman for further maintenance down the future.
Sorry, at Highway 9 and 12th Avenue East where the state,
Sorry, so at Highway 9, because that is a state highway, that would actually remain the state. Sorry, I was taking a jump to the other.
no,
the other
you're
ones.
good. Yeah, okay, so that's.
So if it's on a state highway, that would remain the state, the DOT, to do the maintenance. If it was on a Highway 9 or if it was on Highway 77.
Okay, and then, follow up, you just answered it, but just to ask it again, so for these interchanges at Alameda, Tecumseh, and the north side of Etowah, cost-wise, who is paying for the initial upfront cost of this construction?
So the initial upfront cost would be, at this point, the OTA.
Okay. However, once construction is completed, then not the interchanges, but the roads, those would be turned over to City of Norman and we would be responsible for the maintenance going forward.
That's correct, just like we are today. Typically, because these roads are going to be constructed to a new standard, they're going to be newer construction, we would expect that maintenance period to be extended from what those roads are today, even though both of them had some maintenance on them in about the past 5 or 6 years.
Okay, and then not so much at Etowah, but for Alameda and Tecumseh, what kind of roads are currently at where these proposed interchanges are?
So there's basically both just 2-lane asphalt roads at this point, what we would consider a rural road.
Okay, and might be a better question for the OTA representative, but I'll ask you as well. What road improvements do you predict might be needed at where these interchanges are going in?
Certainly. So that's something that would come out and be fleshed out much further in the design process when they actually get to that point and start looking at what the actual traffic volumes are and what would be required there. But what I would expect would probably be center turn lanes for left turns, potentially right turn lanes that would filter in so that could be done more safely at those locations. So basically maybe a lane widening through those areas. But again, that would be something that we'd really see further down in that design detail as that came forward that would be in a future contract discussion.
And then my assumption would be if OTA is doing the construction cost, then these improvements would be done at the same time that the interchanges are constructed, like before the turnpike opened, essentially?
That's correct, because they'd want that in place so they can make sure they can have the safest entry and exit off of those interchanges. So that would be done with the work, and that's what we're seeing currently on the TKE, on the Toby Keith Expressway, is that as those improvements in those road sections are being, that widening that may be necessary is being included in that design and being built as a part of that area as it is completed.
Okay, save those for the OTA. Okay, so do you know off the top of your head what the current right-of-way is for Alameda and Tecumseh at these interchanges?
So Alameda was a state highway, so it has a 100-foot right-of-way, which is adequate for what would be needed at this location. I did check, looks like that Tecumseh, that is an oddity that has a wider right-of-way than the statutory right-of-way. Varies from 70 to 80 feet, depending on exactly where you're at through that section, according to our best GIS information. I didn't go do courthouse research to verify that. But that would be enough, again, to be able to take care of these widening sections without having to get additional right-of-way on those roadways.
Okay, and just so I could visualize it in my head, can you just reference a current street that maybe has 70-foot right-of-way or 100-foot right-of-way in Norman?
So Robinson Street has a 100-foot right-of-way.
Okay.
Most of your major east-west, most of your big, big 4-lane roads, those are all 100-foot right-of-way. So that would be about what you would see there on those.
Okay. That is all I have for you. Thank you. And then could I ask some questions of the OTA representative if they are here available? Engineering, gotcha.
Colin O'Leary, Ward 3. I work for the Poe and Associates. We're the program managers for the Access program. If you go on the website, accessoklahoma.com, I am listed as the corridor manager for the South Extension Turnpike.
Okay. So a similar question that I asked Scott, are the improvements he listed, lane widening, left turn lane, et cetera, is that kind of consistent with what you would expect in a design, or did he leave out anything?
Absolutely. Everything would be on the table when it comes to working with the local municipalities and figuring out what the best configuration for that interchange would look like.
And then these interchanges would be located, the two of them at least, between 48th and 60th Street. Are you able to give a best guess of, or approximation of how far down the road these lanes would have to be widened? And what I'm trying to get at is, would it go all the way to 48th, past it, before it? Is there any?
We haven't got that far yet in the planning process. I do know that according to the AIM transportation plan, that Tecumseh is intended to be major arterial or principal arterial all the way out to 48th. And Alameda similarly is a principal arterial all the way out to 48th with a minor arterial designation, special corridor extending to the east of that over the lake.
Okay, and then if this resolution is passed, but we do not end up agreeing to a contract, for whatever reason, do the interchanges get constructed, or are we kind of right back where we started if we don't make it past the contract phase?
I'm not here to speak for the OTA, but I think that'll just depend on where we're at in the plan production and construction process. If we haven't got to the point where we are under construction, the main line of the turnpike can operate just fine without those interchanges. And so if it came to that, I think that we would just assess that at that time.
Okay, and then that's all I have for you. I guess just going back to the city manager, kind of a big up in the air, but I guess same question. Like, do you have any idea how long we would have for contract negotiations before, we got to come to an agreement or it's nothing?
I would say that during the design process, our role would be to ensure council's required elements are included. The concept of developing that contractual agreement along the way, I wouldn't think it would take 60 days after the design was pretty well firmed up to have an action item for council's consideration.
And then I guess the final question I have for now is, obviously my assumption is the lawyers are going to be the one negotiating the contract, but who on the city staff side is actually looking at the design and saying like, yeah, this is what we requested, or this is something that we're okay with before it gets to council?
Our Public Works Department, we've got transportation engineers with their own stamps. They understand the city standards, and we would insist that whatever the design shows is at or better than what the city would require if we built it ourselves.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Grant?
I said a couple weeks ago, when I supported the resolution coming forward, that even if you didn't agree with the direction I was leading on public safety, to please send your questions to me. And some of you did. So I have sent these to city staff, and maybe this one starts with Mr. Knighton. Does entering a resolution with the OTA exempt them from obligations as outlined by state statutes, ergo create loopholes for the OTA to abuse? And what sources inform this answer?
The answer would be no. Yeah, the answer would be no, because again, as I stated earlier, a resolution is not a binding document. I mean, if you think about in terms of what we usually would talk about in terms of binding parties, we usually talk about contracts. Contracts require agreements of both parties, and generally they're signed by both parties. This is a resolution. OTA is not signing this resolution. OTA is not agreeing to this resolution. It is an expression of the will of this particular council. So the question becomes creating loopholes and things along those lines. I mean, that concept really doesn't apply to what we're talking about.
That's more a contract phase.
Correct.
Got it. This might be for planning or Beth. I don't know. Can council take action to further tighten zoning restrictions to limit sprawl developments and industrial to light industrial uses on the east side of 48th? And what sources inform this answer?
I apologize to come up here and say that would be a good answer to come from planning.
So-
Did they leave?
No. Mrs. Hudson will be right around the corner.
Yeah.
Like magic, she appears.
Councilmember Grant, that's from the email that you sent in. So a couple of the things that we could look at would be possibly looking at like a corridor on the east side, designating like an overlay area.
And that overlay area could define clearly the east side of 48th is not going to be developed for a gas station or whatever. It remains rural, and then you get to the west side of 48th, and that's where housing or other things can happen.
Correct. It would just be dependent on the zoning designations that you would want to have over there.
Okay, I'd be interested in exploring that. Just for example, some of the corridor overlays we have, Porter Corridor is one. How many do we have? Like a few?
So we've got the Porter Corridor, then we've got the Central Norman Zoning Overlay District, but those are perfect examples that you would go in and write exactly what you would want to see in those areas with additional maybe buffering, you know, when they come up against the residential or something like that.
Yes. For example, in the Porter Corridor overlay, there's got to be masonry walls, and I'm sure there's lighting restrictions and all that. Okay. So that was my question on that. Thank you. This might be for Public Works. What are the freight trends telling us about the future uses of this corridor, and what kinds of chemicals or materials will likely travel this route, and what sources inform this answer? And if fire needs to get in on it, that's cool too.
I would expect this to be very similar to what we see today on Highway 9, on I-35. This isn't being designated as a special corridor for any special purposes. So I would say that the chemicals that we could expect to see would be very similar to what we see today on those roadways already, as well as on 240 or I-44, any of the other interstate highways. They aren't required to give us a manifest of what's on the truck. So to say what's on every truck running through, we really don't know. So it's a very difficult thing to say, but basically it would just be the same type of freight and the same type of items that we see traveling through Norman today on I-35 or on Highway 9.
Or
And
on the rail.
Councilmember Grant, they also described from the public safety response that oftentimes when first responders are on scene of a truck accident, they're looking for the placards that you may see on the back or on the sides that give an indication as to what's in that tank. And we may have no advance notice other than what they see when they're actually on the scene. So that would be the same with most rail situations, as well as everything on Highway 9, I-35 today.
Speaking of I-35, was there a shutdown on that corridor for a hazardous spill recently?
And I'm trying to think of where on the map it was. There was a refrigerant issue inside a C-train type trailer. They lost refrigerant, which meant the chemicals inside the container would get hot and off gas. So our fire department responded with a hazmat crew and made contact with the truck owner and whoever owned the contents, and they actually brought in a third party to do the mop up and sit and watch until the temperature came back down on that particular payload and the danger was gone. So we initially responded, we made sure everything was contained, and then a third party came in and actually did most of the mop up.
I don't suppose you know what that cost us in response time and bodies?
We actually have a set of costs for each body for the disposables that go into when they got to suit up, and then it's time to, when you're done, that's you get rid of what you wore, plus an hourly rate for every piece of equipment that rolls in public safety responses. So we do have it. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay. This is still for Public Works. I'm going to skip to it. When the OTA builds its turnpikes, like they're doing on the east-west, if and when they need city permits, do they have to submit data on stormwater design, environmental impacts, mitigation plans, construction containment plans, et cetera? And what sources inform this answer?
Certainly, of course, we derive a lot of those powers that we have as a municipality from the state. We typically do not permit the OTA or ODOT on their permits. If they're working within their own right-of-way, the permits that we'd typically expect that we would have been in charge of would be a floodplain permit, but that's administered through the Oklahoma Water Resources Board because they have jurisdiction on state lands. And then they would 404 permitting, which would still be going through the Corps of Engineers. That would not be coming through the city anyways. Then there could be stormwater permitting, OKR 10 permitting. That's where it gets a little odd, but if it's within their right-of-way, then that is jurisdiction of the Department of Environmental Quality. But we could, if they got over an acre outside, we could ask them to get a stormwater permit through us. As a part of that, they would have to give us their erosion control plans. We'd be able to see those and see what they entail. But none of those would have any real other stormwater, as far as stormwater quantities or qualities modeling that would necessarily be required for any of those permits. The only permits that we would issue typically that could impact a roadway would be a right-of-way permit for working within the right-of-way or a driveway permit, and either one of those require that amount of detail either. That's more just what's happening at that location, making sure it meets our minimum city standard.
If their construction was impacting stormwater and or silt fence wasn't keeping the silts on their project, how do we enforce that? Do we report it to state agencies or what do we do?
So we would probably work directly through them and with the DEQ on anything like that. We have done that in the past on ODOT projects on Highway 9 where we had some issues with sediment release into creeks. And we worked with them and we worked cooperatively, just like we would work with any other developer or builder, that if we have a problem, we go to them, we start working with them directly, but in this case, we would bring in the DEQ as a part of that also.
And Councilmember Grant, to that point, our doers group that administer those types of permits and respond, they have many years of service working for the Department of Environmental Quality at the state level before they came to work for the city of Norman. So they understand that response in swift.
So we can have enhanced response. All right, thank you. This question is for Chief Travis, or the next two will be. Hi. When the matrix study was done, what were the parameters given about the turnpike to the consultants? Were they told where the proposed alignment was and where it could end up? And how was it determined that these intersections would improve response times? And what were the estimated response time improvements calculated to be? And I am not going to say it's probably matrix informs, but if you have other sources, I would love to hear what that data came from.
Yeah, so Travis King, Fire Chief, appreciate those questions. Matrix, we told them, kind of gave them the parameters of the study. And in the most recent deployment analysis of that, once we knew right where the turnpike was proposed to go, we had them verify that with OTA. And then we also asked them to analyze access points to it, like what would be the best places for us to access it, what would be the impacts of that, and then where would fire stations need to be located now that we know where that is. And so in the presentation I gave several weeks ago, we talked about station locations and future station locations such as Station 11 and 12, 11 being at Tecumseh and 24th area, 12 being at 108th and Franklin area. They propose that an interchange needs to be at Tecumseh Road, so Tecumseh in the 48th area. We already have fire stations at Station 6 and Station 9 on Alameda, the 3000 block of East Alameda. We have Station 9. About the 7400 block of East Alameda, we have Station 6. So Alameda would be a natural point where those stations could access the turnpike. And then a future Fire Station 10 at the area of 36th and Highway 9. It sounds like there's already going to be one there, but they said in their analysis that an interchange needed to be off Highway 9 so that that station could access it. As far as response times go, not having access to this turnpike is obviously going to increase response times when we have to access it for an emergency. So we talked about hazmats and different kinds of things and the different kinds of materials that could be flowing on that or maybe diverted off I-35 on that. So we're going to see certainly a lot of flammable liquids and other kinds of hazardous materials on there, which pose challenges when things go wrong there. We need to get to it. And if we're delayed getting there, it's going to affect the city, right? The people living around that area, and the situation is going to get worse. When we're talking about medical calls or car wrecks or that sort of thing on the turnpike, not having good access points, is going to delay our response time getting to those. Assisting in response times just in those districts themselves, you may not see a big impact. So Station 12, Station 11, they're going to be operating in their districts. But when we have, say, a big grass fire, a big house fire south of the lake, in Ward 5, those stations can then access the turnpike and get down there, say to Highway 9 and then go east. So we're going to see a benefit in response times. Our apparatus are going to be able to get to calls either north or south instead of approaching intersections, having to slow down and going on smaller roads. So that's how it would benefit our response times and be a benefit to the public.
And then, how does secured access, which we had talked about, differ from interchanges and response times? Would this be a plan C if the resolution fails to pass? And what sources inform this answer?
Certainly those would be better than no interchanges. I personally don't like that. It's kind of a last resort type of option. Our apparatus are very heavy, as you know. You're talking 60+ thousand pound apparatus. They're meant to be on the pavement. We generally keep them on the pavement. So when we talked about those emergency access points, I was told they'd be gravel. So certainly I'm sure they would hold our apparatus up initially, but over time, are they going to be maintained as years of weather? Are they going to hold up our apparatus? You're talking about a gate with a chain and a lock. So we're going to have to stop and find the key and hope it's not rusted out, and then we're going to be trying to cut the lock, which would most likely happen, and so that's going to slow us down. Inclement weather, so you get a lot of snow on the ground. I doubt those are going to be plowed or maintained, or when ice is on the ground, and we're going to have these types of calls more frequently during inclement weather, so we're going to be dealing with that versus a treated interchange area, which would be much better and would be more reliable in holding our apparatus up. Certainly our brush bumpers can get off-road. We can do what we have to do. They would be better than nothing, but interchanges would be better for response, from a response perspective.
Thank you. And then I appreciate that staff put the things that I was concerned about in the resolution. Have you discussed any further with the OTA about a potential fire station or help with equipment since we've had the meetings?
I personally have not.
Okay.
Be happy to engage in that, and we could talk about certain equipment that we could utilize to assist our response on the turnpike. We'd be happy to talk about that at any time.
Well, the director is on the record talking about EV blankets, potentially helping us with a location for Station 11.
And Councilmember Grant, the fire chief and his team have put together a program we'll be bringing to council at a committee meeting or a pre-council conference study session regarding the process by which billing could be made for, usually if there's a police report on an incident, there's a party at fault identified, and state statute prohibits police departments from sending out bills for the cost of a response, but it does provide for fire departments, similar to ambulance companies, being able to bill for those responses. And it does fall in line with the concept of, if we have a call volume increase because of increased traffic, across the north of Norman and right through the middle of Norman, that we would encourage moving forward with a program to help recover those costs wherever possible.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Kirby?
Can I get the chief back up here? So we're guessing it's going to be gravel, but they haven't really confirmed gravel or pavement on the service ramps if we don't go with, for the emergency vehicles?
I heard the term gravel used in the last meeting I was at, but I haven't confirmed that.
Okay, and then, did anybody specifically say it was going to be a chain lock gate? I mean, it's 2026, and as an electrician, we have several different types of chirp boxes. We have the ability, as soon as a 911 call comes in, the dispatcher can hit a button and open the gate. We have trucks that firemen can open them on their phone. So, I mean, being that it's 2026, and that we have OEC fiber and OEC electric right there at both them areas, that would make it possible for a electronic chirp box or an electronic gate to where you never have to get out. You can have it open long before you get there and you just fly right on. No slowing down, which would keep the public safety probably a little bit quicker, in my opinion, because you're not fighting cars to get on, to try to get around, because you have your own private entrance with your own private gate that you have full control over. Is that something that you consider pretty safe if that was the option?
Certainly, we utilize technology wherever we can, and access and quick access is always paramount. That's the impression I got from the meeting that I attended, that it would be a setup like that, but any kind of improved access would be great.
Okay, thank you. So I keep getting this resolution, and I keep having people saying how the OTA honors their contracts. Is there a way, am I allowed to play a 2.5 minute audio?
Do you have any additional?
No, thank you, sir.
Bring it back up if we need to, Chief.
Would I be allowed to play an audio of the Oklahoma County talking about contracts that were not honored?
Do we have?
We need to stay remain to this.
We need to stay to remain? Okay. Well, I do have a video if anybody ever wants to hear that, or an audio about them not honoring the contracts like they're claiming. Will the roads go under? I guess this would be for Mr. I don't remember your name, but Billy.
Colin O'Leary, Ward 3.
Okay, thank you. Like when you get out near Daisy, where they didn't approve the interchanges, you'll get off to head to like McGee Creek to go fishing, and you might have to hit 5 or 6 different miles because the turnpike just went through and cut the roads off. Will you be building roads over every single?
We will not dead end any of the major arterial.
So nothing will be dead ended?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it'll either be over or under everything.
The lighting at the interchanges, is that something y'all designed?
We can design that, since this is a new.
Well, I mean, because it's in there, so I was wondering if you knew if it's, like, what type of lighting will it be? I mean, because it's pretty
on
mandatory.
existing alignments, on current OTA alignments now.
So
Yeah,
it's
that would
super
be part of
bright. So we're gonna lose our moon gazing the second it comes in because of the overcast of that lighting.
But these are going to be new interchanges on a new alignment, so all of our roadway design criteria are going to be at the highest criteria for an access controlled facility, high-speed access controlled facility, so we won't need lighting. But we continue to work with local communities to make sure that is something that if that's something they don't want, that's something that we can implement into these projects. Again, from a safety concern, we like having it, but it doesn't necessarily need to be there.
Like the one going to Choctaw out in the middle of nowhere, it's lit all the way, really,
Yeah.
really bright. 35 foot up in the air, probably 40,000 lumina on the lighting. I mean,
Yeah.
So it's a possibility that could happen, but you don't know if it's in this particular design?
Well, we just haven't got that far in the design yet, and in working with the local municipalities to know whether that's something that they would need or not.
Thank you.
May I please address one more thing?
Yes, absolutely.
Councilmember Grant. To your point about the stormwater runoff, we are working with the city of Oklahoma City. They have floodplain activity permits as well as land disturbance permits that they require when working within their municipal boundaries. And so we are working with them to get those permits through the construction firms as we're getting into construction. And we also have a third-party environmental compliance team who is working with our environmental team to understand all the environmental commitments that were made in the planning process and the engineering process, as well as making weekly drone flights throughout the construction of the project to make sure that all of the temporary sediment controls and erosion controls are installed correctly, and where they're not, identify those and make corrective actions. So that is something that's going to be part of these projects.
If I understand what you're saying, so there is the opportunity to work with Public Works on
Absolutely.
stormwater and all the rest?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Can you tell me how wide
We
this,
define as far as the right-of-way goes, or the actual roadway itself.
well, I mean, like what they keep showing everybody when they say we're taking this land. Can you tell me how wide this land is?
Typically, if you look at the Kickapoo Turnpike, the right-of-way requirement was 350 to 400 feet wide throughout the main line of that turnpike. At interchanges, that does get wider. They had to design those with some of the old standards for toll booths and some of those, so that's not really indicative of what we're going to see with these interchanges. But the standard 350 to 400 feet is what we'd expect to see, but we're just not that far into the design yet to really know exactly what that looks like.
So I guess my next question, I keep hearing that this will not take any more land if it adds interchanges. How can you guarantee that if you can't even tell me how wide you're going to put it right now?
And we've said any more homes, additional parcels to
That's
have
what
to
they say.
negotiate with. So we understand that based on the footprint that we've put together through our initial engineering functional plans, that the schematics and conceptual drawings that they showed 2 weeks ago, that fits all within those property boundaries as we see them today.
You can guarantee that even though you can't tell me how wide it's going to be.
And we're going to design to avoid as much impact as possible.
Thank you.
Further, Councilmember Steele?
So I'll just get my personal comments out of the way here. That way, if anyone in the audience comes up to speak, they could address them if they want. I do have a few concerns about these interchanges. The first is that this is in an area that is what we would consider rural Norman, where it's meant to preserve the rural character of the area. Now, obviously, building a giant turnpike right up the middle of that is not preserving the rural character, but we're not here about the entire turnpike project. We're here about interchanges. So my kind of hypothetical that I'm playing out here that maybe some of you would like to answer is, do interchanges make it even less rural? Is there a difference between a turnpike and a turnpike with interchanges when it comes to preserving the rural character? I also have a concern about future development in this area. And to get out of the way, development is not inherently bad. You know, development can be rural friendly. However, I have a fear that these interchanges make it more likely to happen for development that, again, doesn't keep to the rural character. Councilmember Grant did bring up the possibility of getting stricter rules or corridors. I think that's a great start if this does end up passing, but it's still a concern that I have down the line. Moving on to the resolution itself, I do have a few problems with this. Section 14, the section that is meant to be our opinion, the third and final sentence says, this affirmation does not indicate support for, commitment to, or collaboration with the OTA, and any future participation by the city will be considered independently and through established public processes. That sentence, great. I like that. We are affirming that we do not support, commit to, or collaborate with the OTA. The problem I have is the first line of this resolution says, a resolution of the council of the city of Norman expressing support for the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority's construction of interchanges. Personally, I just feel that it's a little bit of a contradiction there. Going back to section 14, again, the first line says that the city of Norman supports the development of future interchanges, so on and so forth. Again, just seems like another contradiction. Now, the second line of section 14 states that prior to construction of these interchanges, the city of Norman requests that the OTA include, and then essentially all of our requirements. Now, again, going back to talking about collaboration, I'm not a lawyer, but I guess thinking about it, it doesn't matter that I'm not a lawyer since this is not legally binding. But my point is, it says that we don't support collaboration, but when we are talking to them about the design process, when we're giving them a list of requirements, when they're giving us plans to review, when we're going into a contract negotiations and eventually maybe signing this contract, again, to me, that sounds like collaboration. In the general language of this resolution, you know, if this is meant to be our opinion to staff, you know, our marching orders to the city manager, why are we just asking for things? Why are we not demanding them if we are against, you know, the OTA? We should be demanding the things, not just saying, you know, pretty please OTA, won't you please think about X, Y, and Z? Now, in fairness to the OTA, they have mentioned that, hey, maybe we could offset these items. But again, if this is meant to be our asks, preferably demands, but our asks, we should not be asking for an offset. We should be asking to be made whole. We should be asking that the city of Norman is not out any money for these construction of turnpikes that we do not support, commit to, or collaborate with, but we're going to collaborate with you. I also want to talk about the land for the fire station comment. I will admit, when they talked about potential land for Fire Station 11, hey, that perked up my ears. That was something that I could have maybe, you know, bit down on and had a conversation with the OTA about. But then I thought about it, and I did some research into our GIS, and my simple question for that is what land? Our fire safety study has no recommended fire station locations along the turnpike. And even if it did, these are not in locations where we want a fire station. Granted, I'll take any fire station in the Ward 6 area at this point, but if we put it along where the turnpike is going to be or near these interchanges, it's not going to be in an area that could significantly service the citizens of Norman, or at least on the northeast side. The resolution talks about enhanced landscaping and appropriate place sound barriers. Again, that's great, but it's a bit of a catch-22. If we don't have the interchanges, then we don't need enhanced sound barriers at the interchange locations. So to sum it up, we have a resolution that isn't legally binding, that contradicts itself, that makes asks instead of demands, and these asks are woefully inadequate to balance the scales when compared to the absolute tragedy that this project is causing to our friends and neighbors in Ward 5. And here's the kicker. I'm not even done yet. If I could square all this away, even if this resolution was perfect, even if all my other concerns were addressed and alleviated, as the Ward 6 council member, I have one more concern. And ironically, it's the main reason being used to pass this resolution to begin with. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to beat a dead horse, and I'm going to once again talk about Fire Station 11 for Ward 6. If this resolution passes, Fire Station 9 becomes the primary fire station that will respond to incidents on the south extension as well as large portions of the east-west connector. Now, pop quiz, where is Fire Station 9 located and what ward does it primarily service? That's right, Ward 6. Don't worry though, Ward 6 has a backup location. It's Fire Station 1, the busiest fire station in Norman that is located downtown. Now, again, I want to acknowledge that we as a council, we have been taking steps to address this. We have been talking about ways to address public safety concerns, and I'm hopeful that those actions and conversations will bear fruit down the line. But I have to acknowledge where we are at with public safety today. These extra fire stations for Fire Station 10 and 11 that we are hoping to get does not have an improved funding source. If they did, I wouldn't have to be talking about it right now, and that's why I bring it up every chance I get. The reality is we have a limited number of resources and we have to decide how to best utilize them. And I get it. The trucks have to come from somewhere if there's an incident on the turnpike. But the reality is if we prioritize a limited number of resources to improve a turnpike response time, then we are directly and negatively impacting response times elsewhere. How can I, as the Ward 6 council member, go to the residents of Royal Oaks and the neighborhoods south of the Veterans Center and say, hey, you know what? I support this resolution. It might take your response time from under 2 minutes to 5 to 6 minutes. No big deal, right? how can I tell the residents of Hall Park that as the Ward 6 council member and to all the communities north of Rock Creek that I support a resolution that could add 2 minutes to their already abysmal response times if there is an incident occurring on the turnpike? How could I, as the Ward 6 council member, tell all of Ward 6 that I am supporting prioritizing the public safety needs of the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority over our ward? And the simple answer is, I can't. I just can't, unless one of you can answer that for me. And I'm hoping that there's enough people up here who agree with me on that. Look, I'm sorry for taking up so much time for everyone, and just thank you all for listening.
Please, I would encourage everybody to please hold your applause. There'll be people that make comments that you probably don't agree with, and everybody deserves the same hearing, so please. Council comments, any other questions? Councilmember Blodgett.
Resolution.
Did you have questions, or we still have public comments and things as well?
Okay, mine is super quick, because I'm just, seconding everything that, Councilmember, Steele just said. And, in my opinion, he summed it up perfectly. I also had trouble with the wording in the resolution. Support, that word got me, because in no way do I support, the OTA and, all the full takes that they did of people's homes. I just, again, mostly just wanted to second what Councilmember Steele said.
Okay, thank you. Somebody else? Okay. Okay, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only. Madam Clerk, are there speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor. Ellen Fever,
Ellen Scott, I think, yeah.
Amy Serrato,
Hello, my name is Amy Serrato, Ward 5. I want to focus on the most basic question before you tonight, and that's why do we even need these additional 3 interchanges? And the answer is we do not. Because of the last several days, OTA Executive Director Joe Kelly has conducted what can only be described as a full court press on this council, email after email. In fact, you got 7 of them. Traffic statistics, population statistics, highway lighting, environmental studies, surveying, the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, even Pykoff's federal lawsuit, all immediately before you're being asked to cooperate with the OTA on additional interchanges because they need your cooperation by statute to touch our roadways. And I find that curious because we've repeatedly been given the impression 2 weeks ago that OTA doesn't really care whether Norman wants these interchanges. They're just trying to accommodate us. If OTA doesn't care about the interchanges, why the full court press? And more importantly, who actually wants these interchanges? Because the citizens have been pretty clear that we don't. Mr. Kelly gave you an important clue himself. In this email this morning, he told you that the OTA designs and constructs for the future. So let's talk about that future. An interchange is not simply an entrance to a highway. An interchange is a land use decision. It creates access to the surrounding land. Access increases development pressure. Development generates traffic. And multiple interchanges create demand for connecting infrastructure and service roads. And suddenly, rural East Norman isn't rural East Norman anymore. This isn't some hypothetical concern citizens invented last week. Development interests have been looking at this corridor for a very long time. Back in 2014, if you remember, developers were already trying to designate the same general corridor as an economic growth area for commercial and industrial development. And now OTA is pushing additional access points into it. Council members, please connect the dots. This isn't just about moving cars. It's about what happens to the land after those cars can get there. And this isn't just any land. This is our watershed. The citizens of Norman have repeatedly said we do not want to transform the Lake Thunderbird watershed into another commercial and industrial high-density development corridor. So who benefits from these interchanges? The rural residents who already live there? We aren't asking for them. The people who use Lake Thunderbird, We aren't asking for more pavement, traffic, and development pressure. So the existing Norman taxpayers then? Well, we're the ones who will ultimately be asked to provide infrastructure and municipal services. The obvious economic beneficiaries are the people who own or want to develop land around that new access. And please don't let the word safety to turn this into a false choice. This isn't a turnpike with no exits for 50 miles. There are already major connections to this proposed system at the east-west connector, State Highway 9, State Highway 77, and I-35. We aren't arguing against emergency access. We are asking why Norman needs 3 additional full public interchanges at Alameda and Tecumseh and Etowah, because a full interchange doesn't simply allow an ambulance or a fire truck to get on the turnpike. It allows thousands of vehicles to get off the turnpike, and where those vehicles get off determines which land becomes accessible for development. So tonight, don't get distracted by those 7 emails. Ask one simple question. Why do we need these 2 additional interchanges or 3 additional interchanges? Not why OTA wants them, not why developers might benefit from them. Why do we need them? There's no compelling answer. Don't build them. Please don't use a transportation agreement to make an irreversible land use decision in our watershed. Please vote no.
Thank you.
Julie Sondag.
Julie Sondag, Ward 5. I didn't expect to be here tonight, so I'm still dressed as a preschool music teacher. I just really want to thank those ward members who are willing to share their emotion, because this is what I've been feeling for the last 4 years, and I don't really understand why Mr. Streb and Mr. O'Leary get to sit in a private room while the rest of us have to wear out the night with no snacks, nothing to drink. And I just can't get over the fact that you had a citizen come and ask to have rezoning into agriculture because he lives in a floodplain and you can't build a structure there, and yet I live in a floodplain and the OTA is driving a turnpike through my land.
Thank you.
Rick Sondag.
Hi, I'm Rick Sondag, also Ward 5. I'm losing track of how many times I've actually stood in front of you all. I'm kind of flabbergasted. I'd like to think of myself as an enlightened person, that I live in an enlightened community, that we are able to look at our problems and solve them. And I think in a town like Norman, we deserve that. We are surrounded by intellectuals. But as a teacher, I got to tell you, there are principles to enlighten, and there are 5 of them, and yes, I'm going to teach them to you. The first principle of enlightenment is reason. That is a logistic thought process that we use that puts us apart from other animals in nature. The second is nature itself. How do we coexist with the world that surrounds us without destroying it? The third is happiness. We should not accept misery. We have the right to pursue happiness. These might sound familiar to you because they were put together by Voltaire, by Rousseau, by Montesquieu, by Diderot, these famous people that were read by Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and Benjamin Franklin. They put these principles together for us to rule ourselves with. I got off course. The fourth principle is progress. We as enlightened people should be able to utilize the things that we can ascertain to make our lives better. Maybe that's a turnpike, I don't know. But the fifth one is the most important, and that is liberty. We have the right to choose our course of action, to choose the people who will govern us. That's what makes us so important, and that's what makes us so enlightened. I'm asking you to choose, make the decision that all of us are trying to help you make. Don't write it yourselves. Look at us. Look around you. These people are enlightened people. And they're trying to give you the answer right now. Because I'm really sick of us being bullied by a group who feels like they don't have to answer to anybody. We'll let them get together in their city councils and do what they want. But they're just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. They're going to go down, and we're going to do whatever the hell we want to do. So come on, be our heroes. I've used that so many times. Be our heroes. Thank you.
Thank you.
AC Rains,
He left. Yeah.
Jesse Matlock,
Good evening, council, and good evening, mayor. I had a couple of comments before I really get on my main thing, but something that was mentioned, I'm not sure if there was some misleading going on, but as far as I know, the OTA does need a resolution to connect to our city streets. So if the council is being told otherwise, that they don't need a resolution, that's why we're here, is so they can actually connect to these streets. All right, here's my main point tonight. So now I reckon that most of you guys have been in Oklahoma long enough to either ask yourself this question or either heard your friends or family members ask, when are these toll roads going to be paid for? I thought they were supposed to be free at some point. Well, when I was younger, Jesse, I asked myself those same questions, but I figured I really couldn't do much about it. But I just hoped that someone would do something sometime. Well, in 2022, those questions became threateningly close and intimate to my family and I as the OTA announced on Facebook, of all places, that they plan to steal and demolish my beautiful home. Well, then in 2024, as citizens, we came before this council, or the previous council, I guess you like to say, and all together we united. And we were going to be able to, we were united at the chance to change the answers to those questions. When are these roads going to be paid for? Are we always going to be paying for them? We were given a golden opportunity to step in, step up, and make a permanent change for Oklahomans. And they did. That council and us, we did. I can't really speak for you guys, but it seemed like at the first offer of those good old dollar signs, this council, or maybe the previous one, just caved right in. I mean, you just caved right in and said, oh, no, we'll do business with you, OTA. Man, I guess the council thought that all those red flags that we brought before them were the OU flags, right? You know? Well, here we are considering totally wrecking and destroying the special place that is East Norman. For what? For safety? No, not for safety. That's a joke. That's just some ruse to get more corruption, more economic development here put in here in our lovely town. I think that Mr. Herose of Oklahoma College totally said the quiet part out loud the other day when he shouted from the corrupt mountaintops that these interchanges were absolutely essential for economic development. He said it. He let the cat out of the bag. All right. Well, you know, what I was thinking is that since my place is going to be getting taken, can I get some of that economic development money? Whew, that's good stuff. I will remind the council that in 2006, the Oklahoma State Supreme Court ruled that eminent domain shall not be used for economic development. That's what we're really talking about. Any other reason that these interchanges are wanting to be put in here, like others have said before me, are not for safety, they're not for this and that. It's straight up for economic development. But some of the players who don't have to play by the rules are letting it out of the bag, like Mr. Herose. Well, now I'd like to come back to those questions that we all asked. And as I was thinking that, you know, long after you guys are gone and like no one remembers who you are or what you did, TIFs, arenas, or otherwise, your kids, your grandkids, and your great-grandkids will still be asking those questions. When are these roads going to be paid for? You have a chance, like they said, to be our heroes and to say no to this interchange and no to these resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave.
I am compelled to tell you that you've been lied to tonight. These two guys over here from Poe & Associates are the OTA. They said so. They said that 4 years ago at the meeting at Cross Point Church, when David Streb said that they were an extension of the OTA staff. In fact, it is in their contract
Go look at it in their contract. It says that they are an extension of the OTA staff. So for them to come up here and say that they can't talk for the OTA is a lie. And you need to know that. You're being deceived. So let's get all of our cards on the table here and make something abundantly clear. You cannot separate the issues of turnpike interchanges and turnpike improvements from the turnpikes themselves. You cannot support the interchanges and the so-called improvements without supporting the turnpikes being built. So let's dispense with that smoke cloud and that deception. It's just there. They're not two separate issues. They're the same. What we're discussing here is a group of people who believe themselves to be morally entitled to take what belongs to someone else and use it for their own purposes. In this case, the property taken and the homes to be destroyed would be for so-called economic development purposes, not to develop the economy of the city of Norman, but to develop the bank accounts of the crooks taking the property and destroying the homes. There is no just compensation here. Just compensation is when you voluntarily, by your own free will, decide to sell your home. You set the price. You decide to sell. You don't do it under the threat of eminent domain and condemnation from some arrogant state agency, unwillingly at the point of a barrel of a gun, forced by the threat of court orders and jail time if you don't cooperate, forced to agree to terms not of your own choosing. That is not just compensation. That is extortion. One of the biggest things people struggle with is the idea that there is a state agency that would lie to them to get what they want. Folks have a hard time wrapping their head around that one, and they should. But it's happened a lot, and it is still happening. There are many examples of the OTA using lies to further their agenda. Environmental studies, traffic statistics, money deceptions, but I'm going to focus on one lie here. Surveyors. You see, everything the Turnpike Authority does is done under the threat of police power violence. And OTA's bosses have lied to this council about using armed state troopers to force property owners to allow surveyors onto their land. They want you to believe they had some big mutual agreement with the landowners when that happened, but that agreement was broken by the surveyors. And they were subsequently told they could not enter. I've been there. I've seen what happened. I spoke at length with the state troopers and the property owners. The OTA is lying to this council about what all of the law says about the illegal tactics they use to force themselves onto people's property. The video is on YouTube for anyone who cares enough to watch it. So council, decide who you work for. Tonight, the people of Norman. Is that who you work for? Or those who would exploit and destroy it for their own private gain? Make the right decision.
Thank you.
Tracy Williamson.
Mayor, Council, Tracy Williamson, Ward 5. Boy, I was kind of taken aback when the fire chief talked about, sounds like these roads are kind of apocalyptic. Sounds like there's going to be chemical spills and accidents everywhere. And let's talk about that safety. So this is just a ruse by the OTA. It's a button they knew they could push that would catch your ear, because they know you're against these turnpikes, as you should be. Because we do know it's nothing but an economic plan for developers, and the OTA is not saying it out loud because they can't. But everyone else sure is, including the Moore city manager, Haraz. They know what it is. They see it for what it is. But let's talk about that safety. Let's talk about these all-important interchanges. 72.3 miles. You know what that is? Turner Turnpike. There's one exit at 31 miles, and the rest of that, you got nothing. Sounds like a safety issue. H.E. Bailey, 20 miles, one exit. I know, because I got stuck on it accidentally and couldn't believe how long it took me to get off. You can research turnpikes all around the country. 48 miles without anything, no interchanges. Oh my God, where are the headlines of all the apocalyptic, deaths from No interchanges. My Lanta, what are we doing? Well, I will tell you this, council. The OTA does not act in good faith, and I say that because we have proof of that. And I don't talk about things I don't know about. So let me tell you, they're lying to you about safety. 4 interchanges are already built in. We know that. If you want rural Norman to be rural Norman, you will not approve these interchanges. They will bust the zoning, which is the exact thing they're trying to do. And if you think they're going to act on good faith on some resolution, you are wrong. You hand them that paper of cooperation, and that is all they need. I don't care what they're telling you. I don't care what they're telling you. They cannot be trusted. This is not a safety issue. That was a button they knew they could push. You guys are smarter than that. Like, you researched all of the interchanges on the interstates all across the U.S., right? So you know these interchanges are not vital. They're not important. In fact, I would wager they cause more accidents because you're having different speeds, cars coming on, cars coming off. Where do you think those accidents are more likely to happen? And like I said, we've got the emergency access. We've got 4 built in. So we don't need to do that. You know, I appreciate the great and powerful Oz coming down to talk to us little munchkins, the little people, you know, down here in Norman. They're real stakeholders in this, by the way, the people who own the land they love. And I don't expect everyone to understand what that is because a lot of people live in homes in housing additions, and it's not the same. When you own rural land, that becomes your heart and soul. At least it has for me. Everything I do because I love my land and I love the wildlife on it. I don't allow chemicals on my property. I don't allow, like I said, everything I do is for that. OTA has no concept of that. These are people who are developers. They're going to plow through rural Norman to make a little loop. And this is make no mistake, this is about money. That's all it's ever been. You might take a look at those environmental studies you have on your desk that they provided you, though, and let us know what that says. I mean, everyone hold those up. They were nope, because this isn't about traffic, and you guys know it. You're smart enough to make the right decision here.
Thank you.
By the way, this will be the damage you do. This won't even be at OTA's fee. This is your decision. You actually have the power here to say no.
Thank you,
We don't want it.
Ms.
We
Williamson.
don't want
Thank
the
you.
lights. We want our rural Norman. Don't give them an inch.
Tiffany Stevens. You moved on me.
Hi, Tiffany Stevens, Ward 5. I just wanted to, well, first of all, thank you guys. I sent an email. I appreciate you guys spending your time reading those, answering those, looking at everything, and I appreciate all the research you guys do and all the looking into this. It is an important decision, and it's obviously dear to a lot of our hearts. The first thing I wanted to just ask is kind of why you need a resolution. I know it was mentioned that those are kind of the marching orders for staff, but I don't understand why you can't just send out an email and say, hey, this is what we think, this is where we're going right now. I feel like we had a resolution in 2022, and as far as I know, it's still standing, that says we're not going to cooperate until certain environmental studies are done, and I feel like there's been a lot of cooperation with city staff and OTA, so I don't quite understand why that resolution's not followed. I did hear recently that there have been some environmental studies and that they're up on the website, and what I saw today was 2 studies, one on I-44 and one near Newcastle, none east of I-35. And so I think we need studies where our properties are, and then we also need to make sure that they're environmental impact studies and that they follow certain procedures. Another thing I wanted to mention was I think if you need to have fire safety and access points, maybe make them concrete, maybe do what you said and make them, you know, an automatic gate, or I don't really know why we have to have gates at all. Put up a sign that says emergency vehicles only, and then let them hop on wherever they need to, wherever they think is the safest and the quickest. I want to say that there's been a lot of people who've already left because of the time, and so we did have a lot more people that wanted to speak, and that just realized we have taken a lot of time out of our day to be here, and a lot of time that we could have spent somewhere else. I wanted to mention a couple other things. One, I used to live at a house that was about 3/4 of a mile from 240, and we had a lot of wanderers that came through. We had our cars broke into, just somebody looking for change, like 3 or 4 times during the time we lived there. And that's just something that hasn't been mentioned about these turnpikes. And I feel like if you have more interchanges, you might have more people that are going to be wandering through your property. Also, I really wanted to speak real quick about trustworthiness. I recently built a house and trusted a builder who was not trustworthy, and it was a disaster, and I'm in a lawsuit with that builder right now, and it has been one of the most stressful things. But one thing it has taught me is that if you trust somebody who's untrustworthy, it kind of makes you untrustworthy. And it made me break promises that I had made because I trusted somebody else with that. And so I think that it's very applicable here, that if you start working with somebody who's not trustworthy, the city of Norman becomes untrustworthy. And it always just ends in a very horrible ordeal to go through. And even if you can get remedies and have it in a contract, you're not going to get your time back. You're not going to get the stress you have out of that. One other thing I wanted to kind of clarify, a lot of times we hear, oh, well, the state trumps the local, but it's really a state law, from what I understand, that trumps like a local law. And from what I understand, a lot of our powers that the city has are granted by state statutes. And the OTA state statute is supplemental to other statutes. So it's not necessarily just, hey, the state trumps local. You have to look at where the laws that give us our powers come from and whether those are state statutes and which one has precedence. The only other thing I wanted to say was with the width of the homes, there are a lot of homes that are near these
Kevin Stevenson? No, Kevin? Stephen Ellis? Marguerite Larson?
Marguerite Larson, Ward 6. I am firmly against these interchanges, and I do believe that they are not necessary. I do believe that this is for development only, and I think I put that in the email that I sent you all and on cue on every exit. So that's basically what you're looking at. I think the city of Norman has several communities. It has different developments, and Ward 5 is a community that is rural. I mean, they're there for a reason. If they wanted to live in a neighborhood, they would move somewhere else. They enjoy their land. They enjoy nature. They enjoy the environment. They like going out at night. And the fact that the OTA is trying to deprive these people of a livelihood that they have enjoyed and that they want to continue to enjoy is just beyond my comprehension, especially knowing that these interchanges are not necessary, as it has been pointed out on the Turner Turnpike. You don't have one every 2 miles. So I really don't understand why you would even vote for this. And something that really bothers me in this resolution is that it says perpetual. There is a phrase in there that basically is saying perpetual. So if we sign this, or you all sign this, 2 years from now, they can come back to you and say, hey, you said it was okay because it's in here for the development at a later date, which is perpetual. I really, really hope that you decide this is not a good thing and that all of you vote against this. And don't be taken in by an OTA with their little smiles and their little, hi, we're going to do what you want. We all know that they're not going to. So again, I'm asking you, no, 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 no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy Rogers?
Cindy Rogers, Ward 4. A lot of good points made tonight. The public safety is a red herring. That's just a distraction. Also, I just want to ask, have you ever been in a house that backs up to a turnpike? Just think about it. If you haven't, then you all should do that before you make this decision. So my bestie's parents, my in-laws, live in Edmond, and their house backs up to the Kilpatrick Turnpike. Now they're deaf now, so it doesn't really matter to them, but you could see it. There's a lot of trees. It's a raised road. There's a ditch, but you cannot enjoy the backyard. All you hear is vroom, vroom, lots of traffic all the time. It's only increased over time. They've lived there a long time, longer than I've been in Norman. It destroys, well, I mean, it was there when they moved there. It just got busier. But it just destroys quality of life for people, for animals. The traffic, it's just, I'm not deaf, so it's intolerable to me. I can't be in their yard. And it's just the whole neighborhood. I think this whole idea that we should recognize what this is, and this resolution is a capitulation. It goes against the formal resolution that we're not going to cooperate. It literally says you support it. And if you support any part of this project, you support the project, and that will be used against you. You can't, it's not a contract. Skip the resolution, tell the staff what you want them to do, and consider a contract. Because this resolution does nothing to protect the city. It does nothing to guarantee you'll get any kind of follow through. And I know that you've seen plenty of evidence that promises come and promises go. But I think most importantly, you want to minimize intrusion in rural East Norman. That's part of what makes Norman special. And interchanges just do the opposite of that. So you don't want more interchanges. In fact, the city has done such a good job of creating routes around the city, 24, 36, that you can travel pretty quickly to get to an interchange if you needed to. So more interchanges is more roads taken away, it's more traffic, it's more intrusion on people, on homes. That's more homes that are closer to more traffic. So you should reject this resolution.
Thank you.
Kelly Wilson.
Helen, will you take over for a second?
Kelly Wilson, Ward 6. So I would just encourage you to vote no on a resolution for lots of reasons, but first of all, we don't need it. My concern is that entering into any agreement gives the OTA leverage to seek additional concessions after they have done, just as they have done in the past. I'd like to play an audio clip from a March 2020 Oklahoma County Public Improvements and Infrastructure Committee meeting concerning damage to county roads caused by construction of the Kickapoo Turnpike. As you will hear in this audio clip, the county's chief engineer is explaining that OTA has sought to change an existing agreement governing its responsibility for repairing existing county roads. As you'll hear, the commissioners were quite frustrated. So hopefully this will play and you guys can hear
Ma'am, this
it.
needs to be germane to the item.
It is. It is.
No, it's not. It's not about our resolution.
No resolution because they won't follow through on what they say.
It's about this, is about our resolution.
Yes, because they haven't followed through in the past with
It's not
other.
germane to our item tonight. I'm sorry, you cannot play it.
Okay. So another reason you don't need to have an agreement or resolution with the OTA is because the Oklahoma state statutes already protect you when it comes to the OTA and these interchanges and all these improvements that you guys would like. So let's go with Title 69, 1706A says, and I've truncated this a little bit just for time purposes, but 1706A says the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority may construct grade separations at intersections of turnpike projects with county highways and city streets, and it shall construct grade separations at intersections of any turnpike project with county highways. If it does, the cost of such grade separations and any damage incurred in changing and adjusting of grades of such highways shall be ascertained and paid by the authority as part of the cost of such turnpike project. Except for routine surface maintenance, the authority shall maintain the structure and surface of bridges and overpasses where a county road crosses over or under a turnpike. We do not need a resolution asking the Turnpike Authority to maintain or take care of or to build these structures. They're going to do that anyways. They're required to by state statutes. 1706B goes on to say, if the authority shall find it necessary to change the location of any portion of any state or county highway or street of a municipality, it shall cause the same to be reconstructed in substantially the same type and as good a condition as the original highway. The cost of such reconstruction and any damage incurred in changing the location of any such highway or street shall be ascertained and paid by the authority as part of the cost of such turnpike project. So, you don't need an agreement with the OTA to take care of the city. You guys have the ability to do that right now on your own, and that you have the state statutes to back you up on this. That's pretty much all I have for now. I'd like to thank my council ward member, Councilmember Steele, for standing up for us. I'm so proud of everything that you said, and I feel heard for the first time in a long time. So anyway, I just want to thank you for having the courage to say everything that you said, because I know that's not easy in this climate. Thank you.
Cassie Hirschfield.
Tassie Hirschfeld, Ward 5. I would also like to thank Councilman Steele for his clarity, his moral courage, Councilman Kirby for the same reason, Councilwoman Blodgett. Your voices are very resonant, and I think that you are speaking for the city as a whole, which has overwhelmingly been against all of these turnpikes, against any cooperation with the OTA. And I would also like to thank Mayor Holman. I remember hearing you say that you won this election on this single issue, and the fact that all of us are here having this conversation at 12:30 says that it is still very important to all of us here in the city. And we do, having sat in our seats for 5 hours, feel that we are entitled to say what we want to say, and to cut through what I feel is the miasma of talking points that we hear, OTAs, predictable talking points, which have so far structured the first part of this conversation. So again, I really want to impress upon you the importance of listening to citizens who are willing to sit here for hours so that we can remind you who you work for and what our priorities are. And I will say very quickly that our priorities are for the city, for our homes. And that is not the OTA's priorities. And this resolution is not about anything to do with the well-being of the city. And those of us who have been here from day one, dealing with them in their unvarnished truth of 4 years, or like the candy coating has worn off, we know what we're talking about when we tell you that they are giving you talking points that you want to hear to get what they want, that they will completely ignore. And any thought that you have now from your city staff or attorneys that you can like negotiate or have a contract that they will feel the need to follow is a delusion. And I will remind you, I don't have time to bring my entire eternal scroll of OTA bad behavior going back to the 1950s. But I will tell you one example, the Crete Turnpike in Tulsa. They did the exact same thing. They promised residents this was an urban loop the city didn't want. They forced it on them, and they promised them sound barriers and landscaping. We're going to make it pretty and just get used to it, Tulsa. Well, they reneged on all of that. And then at the end of that construction, they said, well, we just couldn't afford it. And this included all kinds of environmental problems, crossing over wetlands. They forced their way through. They even dug up radioactive pipe and just tried to send it off to the city dump without any remediation. So again, that's just one story, but we have decades worth of this. And I feel the need to remind you that the reason that you should all remember that they do not care about the city is that when these projects were announced, they did not give anyone, any of us, a no-build option. And that is what they should have been required to do, because that is how you know that the citizens do or do not accept the project. That is how you know the costs and benefits have been weighed by the people, and that the project itself is not warranted or merited. You should have the right to say no. Your city staff have refused to bring up this issue and are acting like this is a done deal and sort of propelling you along this path. Citizens are still drawing a hard line in the sand and say, a cooperation agreement is saying, we're okay with this. No point in this process have we ever been okay with it. We will never be okay with it going forward. No interchanges are worth the magnitude of destruction that they are planning to unleash on the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayumi Windler?
Good morning. Mayumi Windler, Ward 2. So, how many people do we have here? It's after midnight. Most people have jobs in a few hours to get to. So, this is very important to people. We do not need the extra interchanges. Do we want to have development, like strip malls and stuff, all the way out to like Thunderbird? I mean, this is kind of what this is about. They want more traffic to come on and off this turnpike for developers to make money. So yeah, the whole thing about the Turner Turnpike, I remember taking that as a child. We lived in Oklahoma City, we had relatives in Tulsa, and we would take the turnpike. You get on. You do not get off until it is done. It wasn't a problem then. And that has existed for a really, really long time. We're already going to have interchanges. Why do we need more? So, yeah, I'm tired, and I think everybody is tired. Listen to the people who came to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Post?
Hi, my name is Bob Post in Ward 5. I grew up in a big city, New York City. I grew up in the Bronx. And when I was 17 years old, I came to Oklahoma to attend the University of Oklahoma. My parents also had a home in upstate New York, so on weekends we go up there. So on the weekdays, I was a city kid, and on the weekends, I was a country kid, dairy country. But I came to Oklahoma and found a real home and decided to stay here because I loved this city. It was kind of in between city and rural. And my wife and I raised two kids just west of the Lloyd Noble Center in a nice neighborhood. And when we were able, we decided to come out here to east of 72nd, Ward 5, and enjoy nature. And it gave us everything we wanted. What I really want to talk about tonight, though, are the causes of traffic crashes at interchanges. I was, for 35 years, a police officer for the city of Norman. I was the traffic accident specialist in charge of all fatal crashes. And that included over 250 collisions that were fatal and a few thousand non-fatal collisions. So what are the causes of traffic accidents around the United States in general, or where are they, where do they occur? They occur at intersections. And on highways, where do they occur? Interchanges. And now you are asked to okay the addition of 3 additional interchanges. Well, we all know, if you've driven much on I-35 or any interchange, what happens? You got changing lanes, you got people suddenly veering to the right to get off on a ramp or enter the highway, failing to yield, and that's where the collisions occur. Or you got people not paying attention, traffic stops ahead of them, and bang, they collide with the vehicle ahead. Or have you ever gone down the highway and looked in your rearview mirror and there's a vehicle following you, but you can't even see their headlights? If you stop, they're going to hit you again. So it's inattentive driving, distracted driving, unsafe lane changes, careless driving, failure to yield to vehicles on the highway, speeding, and sudden movements. What I'm trying to say here is more interchanges will result in more crashes, more need for police, more need for fire, more need for ambulances. So the more interchanges you put up, the more your services will be stressed. Please, no more interchanges. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob Norman.
Rob Norman, Ward 3. I always think it's good to be adaptive to the comments and the people you've heard. I told one council member on break, ignore every one of us, except Robert Post. That is the only thing you need to listen to tonight. Actually, I'm going to amend that and add a couple on, but that's your expert right there. No one else on city staff is going to come up here and be able to tell you truthfully anything differently than he just told you. He destroyed the safety argument right then and there. Now for my amendment, another council member destroyed the argument that you can't get a good safety entrance and exit off the turnpikes without an interchange. Think out of the box. Don't just take the slop and the gruel they want to give Oliver Twist and go with a gravel locked gate. You were told that there's a better option, and those are the things you need to be requesting, not the harm that Robert Post told you was going to happen. Also, I think if any of you vote yes on this after hearing what the Ward 6 council member said, Kyle Steele, you should quite frankly be ashamed. He just told you you're trading 30 pieces of silver for the safety of his ward. You are causing more harm than good. And if you think you can create corridors to mitigate the harm and stop this development, maybe you can. But can council do that 10 years, 12 years from now? That's when it's going to hit. No. You're leaving a legacy of destruction by creating more interchanges. I heard Mr. Sturts talk a little bit about 404 permits. I'm glad he did, because the OTA is trying to refuse to get needed 404 permits over the Canadian River all the way to federal court. We have a motion for preliminary injunction pending on that. It's at issue. We just need to nudge the judge into a hearing. They filed motions to dismiss against us today. Those will be set for hearing soon. If that sounds like something else going on in town, that's true. It is. It's going on all over the place. And what's going on all over the place is power and money is trying to defeat what the people want and what is good for the rank and file people. It is no longer about right and left. It is about the elite establishment versus the rank and file people. The rank and file people do not want this turnpike. This turnpike harms the rank and file people. Now, you can get on that train and start to vote tonight the way you campaigned and vote no on this resolution. Align your votes with what you tell us when you run, when you get up there. That's one of the cool things I think about Norman. You may disagree, we may disagree with some position you take, but usually we get a good steer from the smarter council members who run in Norman. Now, a couple other things I'd like to say about development. You hear about development. I'd like to put something on it. Monday, the city of Yukon residents dropped an initiative petition to put data centers to a vote of the people. I know about that firsthand. I'm not just talking about news stories. It's happening in Piedmont too. These are things I'm involved with. And I'm telling you, where they put these data centers are places like where the OTA wants to put these interchanges. You may think that's crazy, but when I'm talking development coming, that's the kind of development that comes. Subcenters. Of cities. Do not let them do it.
Thank you.
Pam Post.
Try not to throw any ink pens at you tonight. I'm Pam Post, I'm from Ward 5, and I want to tell you that I am the person who got to answer the phone calls at 2 o'clock in the morning when he got called out for all the accidents he investigated. And I can also tell you I have a 10-foot bookcase at home that's about 6 feet across, full of manuals from all of the accident investigation schools he has gone to. So he is an authority on accidents and crashes and public safety. And I'm very proud to be his wife, and I'm very proud of the service he did for the city of Norman. So thank you. Thank you. So I want to talk to you tonight about OTA coming through and these interchanges. Joey Kelly has said that these turnpikes will not relieve I-35 congestion. Joey Kelly said 2 weeks ago he does not care if these interchanges are built, but he has sent 7 emails to city staff who forward them to council members trying to defend the OTA and their practices. Why does he need to defend their practices if what they do is above board? Why is he trying to tear down Pike-Off OTA, who only thing they want to accomplish is protect the citizens of Norman and their watershed? Joe Kelly said when announcing the new South Extension route that the location is in alignment with the new AIM plan for Norman. Why does he care? OTA can put a turnpike anywhere that state statutes allow them to. He cares. He really doesn't care, or he wouldn't be doing this. The new AIM plan. Scott Martin recently wrote on August 15th, 2026, a very important day to me because it's my birthday, that the recently adopted Land Use and Transportation Plan, AIM Norman, identifies the Alameda Corridor as a strategic area for future growth, development, and assumed this interchange, meaning the Alameda one, that this interchange is consistent with that long-term vision. There is video out there of an AIM committee meeting that I was attending where he specifically asked during that meeting, Scott Martin asked Amy from RDG, RGBD, whatever their initials were, who talked across the room to Garver Engineering, who specifically said that the interchange at Alameda was no longer on OTA's plans. But yet, in his article, he says that this assumed interchange is here. I don't get the conflict. A lot of hypocrisy goes on in this. Next is OU. I talked to you 2 weeks ago about how President Haraz says it's his, and this is from his article in the newspaper, it is his own obligation to thinking every day about the future, not just the future of our university, but the future of the city we call home. It isn't his obligation to think about the city of Norman. It's his obligation to think about OU and their students and their problems. As I said to you 2 weeks ago, anybody who wants to get to OU is coming. They're here, they get here, they don't need these interchanges. Then we need to talk about the watershed. In August 2010, again in 2018, 2021, 2022, OU was put the Lake Thunderbird was put on the Department of Environmental Quality's list of impaired watersheds. It's still impaired, and it's going to continue to be impaired. They have done case studies in 2019, 2021, they did them. But in 2021, the report was that the recently announced Access Oklahoma Turnpike initiative that proposes to cut through the watershed that we keep an eye on it and protect our watershed. So thank you very much for letting me speak tonight. I have a lot more I could have spoken to you about, but my time is up.
Thank you.
You all have a nice evening, and I'm going to go have breakfast since I didn't have dinner.
Thank you.
Floyd Carroll,
Floyd left.
Jim Adair,
Jim Adair, I think the lady said it best a minute ago when she said good morning. It's almost exactly 3 years ago, 17 of us were asked to serve on the AIM-Norman Committee and update our comprehensive plan. Council did one of the smartest things I've ever seen. At the same time, we updated all 5 of our master plans. At council direction, the chairs of those 5 subcommittees were chosen from the 17 members of the AIM Committee. Being the only one who had served on the Transportation Master Plan 10 years prior, lucky me got to chair transportation. It was actually a very rewarding experience. I had an absolutely incredible committee. I wish I had the time to brag on each and every single member of it. But they were really, really a great group. First, I want to say it's a little daunting to stand up here and not go to heck with OTA. But like you all do on a lot of projects, I've spent a lot of time on this and I've gotten invested in it. And it's got me at the podium tonight, which some of you know I don't like to be here. We spent a lot of time on safety on our committee. The first meeting, somebody said, Highway 9's too fast, too dangerous, and we need to lower the speed limit. I think it was Scott who pointed out very politely that it was a state highway and that wasn't up to us. But it set a tone for things we did for the months after that. We spent a lot of time talking about how do you make Alameda a safer route for East Norman to come to town. You know, and we spent a lot of time on it. Rick, I'm not trying to rewrite your resolution, but to me the question tonight is simply, do you want interchanges? It's not, do you want a turnpike? If you could start your resolution with if you build the turnpike, then we need these interchanges. I personally think the interchanges are really important. In the last 3 weeks, you have heard from your chief of police, your fire chief, your director of public works. All of them have basically said you need these. If I was going to put somebody on the spot tonight, forgive me, the question I would ask Poe, and I'm throwing my notes away as usual, what do they think the probability of this being built is? You know, I mean, I've sat here tonight and I'm throwing my notes away because I've heard the passion and the frustration and the pain from people in Ward 5, and it's real. It's not for me to judge, but why are some of them so frustrated? They fought this for 3 years. 4, forgive me. And from everything I've seen, I was at your study session 2 weeks ago. From everything I've seen, OTA is going to build this. They've sold bonds, they're approaching 60% engineering, they're acquiring property. Ask these folks what the probability of this turnpike being built is. And if they give you a high number, then we need these interchanges. As always, I'd be glad to answer any questions you've got.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg Fitton,
Greg Fitter, Ward 5. I'm going to add some engineering support to what Bob was talking about. I'm a longtime resident of Norman and a recently retired professional civil engineer. A discussion regarding the facets of traffic safety cannot be fully developed without consideration of traffic speed. According to the U.S. Department of Transportation National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, in 2024, 29% of traffic fatalities in the U.S. were related to speeding. That same year in Oklahoma, 37% of traffic fatalities were related to speeding. Of the total number of speeding-related fatalities in Oklahoma, over 8% occurred on interstate or non-interstate freeways. There's only 9 states that had a higher percentage of speeding-related fatalities than Oklahoma. Oklahoma is one of only 8 states that has a posted maximum speed limit of 80 miles per hour. These Oklahoma 80 miles per hour postings are on Oklahoma turnpikes. Only one state, Texas, has higher postings at 85 miles per hour. What are the dangers of speed? The higher the vehicle speed, the more energy dissipated during a crash. As speed increases, the energy to be dissipated rises exponentially. Speed increases the distance a vehicle travels during the reaction time of the driver. Speed increases the vehicle stopping distance. Speed increases the risk that an evasive steering maneuver will result in loss of control. Research published in the January 1998 Journal of Transportation and Statistics states that nationally, accidents of all vehicle types occurred 33% more often on freeway sections with interchanges than on freeway sections without. It also states that 20% to 30% of freeway truck accidents occur at or near ramps. As Bob stated, reasons for the increases in accidents include, but not limited to, the fact that while traversing a ramp, drivers are presented with a series of complex decision points. Excuse me. These include lane changing and navigating speed differentials between exiting and entering traffic relative to the mainline traffic. OTA promotes the proposed South Extension Turnpike on their website as a high-speed expressway. Adding additional interchanges coupled with high vehicular speeds, the potential exists for a significant increase in the number and severity of auto and truck accidents at or near these proposed interchanges. I believe the research shows the risks of these interchanges is too high in terms of increased numbers of accidents and severity of injuries for the proposed interchanges to be justified for a bit faster access. I respectfully urge each of you to vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kate Contreras.
Hi, good evening or morning. Oh, gotta put my readers on. I want to talk about the cost of the additional interchanges. We haven't talked very much about the cost, a little bit, but who pays? Director Joey Kelly sent you an email this week defending OTA's partnership with local governments. And in doing so, he told you something extremely important. He described an agreement OTA had with Oklahoma County involving, in his words, construction of service roads, property transfers with the county, and repairs to the surrounding words. Joey Kelly's words demonstrated exactly why Norman should not agree to additional interchanges. Interchanges don't exist in isolation. They connect to city roads. Even if OTA agrees to pay for improvements in areas immediately around the interchanges, traffic increases, development follows beyond the interchanges to surrounding roads. Then somebody has to widen those roads. Somebody has to build turn lanes. Somebody has to install traffic signals. Somebody has to improve drainage. Somebody has to maintain all of it. And somebody has to send police, fire, and ambulances when crashes occur at these interchanges. That somebody is Norman. Mr. E. Kelly even devoted an entire email to assuring you that OTA will pay the electric for the lights on its facilities. Great. I am considerably more concerned about the multi-million-dollar infrastructure obligations those lights may illuminate. What happens to Alameda when an interchange turns a rural city road into a major turnpike access point? What happens to Tecumseh? How much traffic will be dumped onto those roads? How many interchanges will require improvement? How many traffic signals? How much widening? How much drainage? Who maintains all of that infrastructure for 20 or 30 years from now? And who provides the additional emergency services that will be needed? Where is the fiscal impact analysis? Before Norman voluntarily cooperates on these interchanges, taxpayers deserve to see the bill, not just tomorrow's construction cost, the 30-year cost. And ironically, Mr. E. Kelly's own traffic email helps demonstrate the problem. He sent you traffic thresholds explaining what happens as roadway volumes increase. Eventually, the roads need shoulders, turn lanes, 4 lanes, 6 lanes, etc. He also specifically acknowledged the interchange spacing affects roadway efficiency. So OTA understands perfectly well what increasing traffic does to roadway infrastructure. Why would Norman voluntarily create 2 new funnels directing turnpike traffic onto rural city roads without first calculating what the traffic will cost us? Because remember how this arrangement works. OTA gets the toll revenue, developers get valuable new access, but Norman provides the municipal services. Norman provides police, fire, EMS, maintains the streets. Norman deals with the development pressures. So I want somebody to answer a very simple question. What do Norman's existing taxpayers get out of this deal? More traffic, more intersections, more infrastructure, more maintenance, more emergency service obligations, and more commercial and industrial development pressures inside our watershed? That's not a benefit. That's a liability. And once those interchanges are constructed, this decision becomes permanent. You cannot easily undevelop an interchange or a commercial corridor. And you cannot easily restore a watershed after you've covered it with roads, parking lots.
Russell Rice? I don't see Russell. Okay, that's all I have on my list, Mayor.
Okay. We've been going for almost 2 hours on this item. We've had about 20 speakers. Unless there's someone that has something to say that has not been stated already, I would encourage you to please come up and state that.
Rodney Johnson, Ward 2. Well, unfortunately, sometimes I have experience that a lot of people don't have. One of my jobs when I worked in EMS was for Comanche County, stationed at Elgin along H.E. Bailey Turnpike. At the time, it was a toll system. Eventually, there were pike passes, but these highways are high speed. Now, yes, there are accidents at intersections, but along the turnpike, a lot of times these accidents aren't at intersections. And I talk from experience. And when you have a situation where you have emergency responders trying to turn around, first of all, there's not going to be any landmarks. They're going to say, go to mile marker 152. So you have to go there in the middle of the night and find that mile marker. Our fire buddies are going to have a lot harder time getting through those safety barriers than an ambulance does. So a lot of times, you're one of the first ones there before the fire department gets there and blocks everything off with their big engine to give you some safety while you're working an accident. And people don't stop. It don't matter. They're just going to keep on going. So, and then you got to turn around. And so where do you turn around? You find one of those little turnarounds they got in the middle of the turnpike. And that's very, very dangerous. I've been in an ambulance and have been hit when we tried to turn around at one of those little turnarounds. Everything set aside, my heart is with my fellow citizens. I don't want this turnpike, but I have to say, no intersections will be written in blood, and that's a fact. So, just to consider.
Thank you. Okay, are there any final questions or comments from council regarding this item? We'll just start at the end.
I thought there was a call for final comments that haven't been made yet.
I'm closing the public hearing on this. We've been going for quite a while.
Well, I was actually going to ask for 3 more minutes because I was here last Tuesday.
I'm sorry. If you'd like to speak during miscellaneous comment, you're welcome to, but we're moving on to council questions.
This is about the OTA.
I know, but we are closing the public hearing on this.
Pike off OTA, but I wanted to lead up to why
I understand, but we are closing that portion and moving on to council questions and comments. You're welcome to speak during miscellaneous comment. You didn't sign up to speak and you didn't stand up to speak, but we've also been going for 2 hours. We've had over 20 speakers.
I recognize that.
So
This is already taken.
I need you to please take a seat and you're welcome to speak during miscellaneous comment. And we'll start at Ward 1, Councilmember Gansberry.
Yes, been contemplating what I was going to try to say and everything like that. But the one big word I've been hearing all night is trust. And I have 3 wives, 2 ex-wives and the current wife for a reason, because of trust. And trust is all you have at the end of the day. And I'm afraid the way I'm going to have to vote, if some people take it that my vote is going to go against what I said when I ran for an election, then that's your choice. But I would also ask that I will be open to have any sit-down conversation whatsoever to talk about it. But as far as trust, no, I do not trust the Turnpike Authority whatsoever. Okay? But trust is a two-way street. Hello. She doesn't want me to talk. See there? But I know for a fact that I've had to make some very difficult decisions on council for $100 a month. And some people that called me a friend and said, great job 2 weeks before, all of a sudden were stabbing me in the back and calling me names to my face in public when I'm with my boys. All because of a vote on council. So that trust goes both ways in that incident. Being what I do for a living, there's 2 people in this room, well, I guess 3 because he was a former also, but there's a couple of people in this room that I do trust. And every citizen in Norman trusts them every day with their lives. And that's our chief of the fire department, our major of the police department, and our chief of the police department. I trust them with my life every day. I've had situations at my job where they've had to come and save my life sometimes. And I know and hope, I respect everything you've ever did for the city of Norman. I respect you even more as a character of a person and everything, working with you in my beginning days with Norman Regional when you was there in the emergency department there at Norman Regional and everything like that. I would never discredit anything that you ever said to me or stated as fact whatsoever. But that being said, 2 of those people set me down and explained to me in their words why they thought this was important to have for public safety, for the people that get paid to analyze risk analysis for the next 10 and 20 years for our city. So, as much as I love everybody, I can only put my trust in those that we trust to protect us every day. And so that's why tonight I'm probably going to have to side that way. And like I said, I will sit and discuss it with anybody and have coffee with you or whatever to discuss it, but I just want to be clear about it. That way I don't have people coming to me saying, oh, you're a liar and you went back on your word or whatever. I hate them. I don't trust them. You know what I'm saying? But we pay these people to be the chief of police and the chief of, fire for a reason for our town. And we got to trust their guidance.
Thank you. Councilmember Grant? Okay, well, they didn't have their hand up, so. Sure, Councilmember Bruce?
Question of technical person.
Yes.
Mr. O'Leary, a question for you. You don't need, from what I understand, you don't need this resolution to go for the turnpike without any exits. Is that correct?
With the main line of the turnpike, yes, we've been
I
through.
keep hearing that, hey, you need this resolution to go forward. But just go forward. I'm thinking, no, they don't, they can. Okay.
No, to build the main line of the turnpike, we've been through Supreme Court validation, we've been to the bond market, and we're moving forward with this project.
So I'm going to ask you, what's the probability that the turnpike's going to go forward?
Very high. Again, I'm not here to speak for the Turnpike Authority, but we're here to get this project done and construct this South Extension Turnpike, and we're moving forward in that direction. I would say very high for the main line of the turnpike.
Thank you, sir. That's it. That's all I have for you. So when I look at this, I think about Norman, the geographical location of Norman, look at a map and say it's a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing we have and a curse that we have I-35. It's a blessing and a curse that we have Oklahoma City. It's a blessing and a curse. I think about long-term, I think about planning. I'm thinking, hey, I'm not in the driver's seat as it relates to this turnpike as far as building this turnpike. I've lived next to a turnpike for many years without an exit. I've seen those accidents where there wasn't an exit. So I'm thinking, what's the benefit besides the safety aspect? To me, not having, living next to a turnpike and not having access to get on the turnpike for several miles, it's like, I'm driving out of my way 7 miles to 10 miles to get on a turnpike one way or the other because that's where the entry point was. And living that way for years, for me personally, it left me with a certain impression. But it's a blessing and a curse. And you have to think about what's coming 10 years, 15, 20, 50 years from now. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Grant?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for sticking with us and bringing all your questions. I'm going to ask Chief Travis to come back up because I have some questions around the matrix study. So when we did that study, did we have what happens if we don't have interchanges? Kind of outlined like what the delay in response would be?
No, that was never really analyzed. I mean, from my perspective, that's kind of a common sense. If you don't have them, it's going to take longer.
Where would be the access points to use the turnpike if we don't approve these interchanges? Would it be up at Peebly or somewhere else, like east-west connector to get over there, or?
Yeah, there's some east-west access points that we would have to get on, I believe it, and then you're going down to, I guess, Noble. So, or Highway 9, I think Highway 9 is going in no matter what, it sounds like.
And then with the matrix study, did they examine like highway or high-speed crash data to inform the location of these interchanges?
I don't know that.
Okay. Okay, that might be it for the accidents and whatnot. And then for City Attorney Knighton, if this resolution fails and we end up with the gated access scenario, do we have to have a resolution to have those access points with the OTA still?
My understanding of the resolution part has to do with giving the OTA some sort of indication as to what the city's responsibility would be once those features were constructed. I know at the last study session, there was a mention about some gated type access, but we never really talked about what would be the process of getting those installed.
And to what quality of material was used and
Correct.
how you would access it with the...
That was mentioned, we didn't talk about that. So I'm a little bit flying blind right now because I don't know what OTA's position on that issue would be. They've never communicated that to us. That was just sort of thrown out as a possibility. I would suspect that if OTA was anticipating or expecting the city to take over maintenance of those, that you probably would need a resolution about that specific issue. And the other issue goes to, and I understand the issue about objections to the language in the resolution in terms of cooperating or things along those lines. But even if you have those features, you're going to have to plan for them. There's going to have to be some communication between the city staff and the OTA staff with regard to how those would function. What's going through my head a little bit, and this is a long time ago, but out at Ashton Grove, when they were building their gated entry, when they constructed it, it's not wide enough to accommodate a fire truck. So the issue became, and we did ultimately enter into an agreement with that developer that said, if we have to go in through the entry gates and it damages our fire truck and we damage your structure, you're paying for that, not us. Because again, that was a set of circumstances where it was done in a hurry, it was done without a lot of planning with regard to police and fire, and it resulted in a set of circumstances that, again, you resulted in entry gates that don't accommodate one of our fire trucks. Think about that in terms of the fact that we just got delivered a new fire engine. We're supposed to be getting delivered a new fire ladder truck sometime in February. So I don't know what size those gates would need to be to accommodate that type of apparatus. So there's gonna have to be some sort of communication so that those issues get resolved. And like I said, I know that people find the wording used in the current version to be a little bit distasteful to the extent that they believe that if you approve it, you're condoning the turnpike. I probably disagree with that a little bit. I mean, I don't think it means you're condoning anything. It's just recognizing some of the practical potential consequences of that structure being here, and then putting the onerous on you guys to make a determination as to how we want that to look going forward.
Okay, so I'm hearing that if this were to fail, we'd probably be ending back up here to talk about that gated access, and we'd have to know a lot more information about size, if it is a key or electronic, which I would just point out that if the power fails and there's not a backup, that also makes that a difficult situation to navigate. I wrote this down. I did not see perpetual in the resolution. It's real late. Did I miss that? I didn't see it in the now therefore section.
Which part did you not see?
I did not see the use of the word perpetual, but I mean, it's late. I was just like taking notes and I was like, is that in the resolution?
Give me a second and I'll figure it out for you.
Okay. Number 12, you said?
Maybe where it talks about current and future community interests. Maybe that's what she was referring to.
Okay. All right, well, I mean, if they build it, it's gonna be there for as long as it's there. Okay, so the way I understand a resolution is policy direction, a contract, and I did check that email that was sent about the county that was upset with maybe not having the specifically stated a particular portion of their contract, and so maybe they did not fix their roads. When we just approved a contract for the Northwest 36th Avenue area. I mean, with the language that we use to have like a tight contract on that, I mean, like, that would carry over to anything we do over here if this were approved. And in the future, if they were to go back on any part of the contract they signed, our remedy would be to go to court over it.
That's correct.
And in a contract scenario, you're likely to have they sign to it. If they don't do it, you're probably likely to win that since that's a contract breach. I mean, it's hard to say what a jury will say, I get it, or a judge. Just kind of going over some of the things that were brought up. And then with lighting, who can speak to lighting and design on this?
So, Mr. Sturts, as it relates to lighting under, like, the Robinson underpass at BNSF, who established those lighting standards?
We did all the lighting on that one because it was one of our projects. So we actually set the lighting underneath and the style of lighting and the way it's set up.
Given they're working on the east-west corridor, I guess maybe it's like too early for lighting. How would we control that on our end if we did not want light pollution and to minimize the impacts of this? Is there anything we can do?
So especially if we were working with them on these interchanges, those would be things that we'd be able to work through as we're going through those contract documents and look at it at that point.
Okay. And we need this resolution because they're connecting to our roads. And it was mentioned earlier that our AIM planning identified that Tecumseh and Alameda were going to be widened around 48th. Where does that end again?
So the roads change their designations through there, and without having the map right in front of me, it's hard for me to remember exactly what the changes are. They're both listed as major or minor rural arterials, and that gives us a range of different design priorities that we can utilize on that, depending on the roadway and look at the specific needs of that roadway. But in general, a minor arterial is going to be basically a 2-lane road. It can have turn lanes at intersections or important locations, and then it would have shoulders, so there to be a way for people to get off safely to the side. And that's typically what you see with a minor arterial, and then a major arterial, it just builds on that and puts a little bit more space, a little bit more turn lane capacity.
What was the estimated date that we might be widening those? Is it over the life of the plan, like towards the end of the 20 years?
It's really not stated in there what the timeline is for that, because really what it's based upon is development and need. If there's no development, we're probably not going to go out there and go out in front of it to do those roadways. However, as we do redo roads, if we're going to resurface a road, we'd be looking at, is it a time when we could add on shoulders for the safety? Obviously, having shoulders on there is important because if you do have a car breakdown, they can get off the road without going in a ditch. But it also adds a place for pedestrians and cyclists to be able to utilize the road more safely. So neither one of those have any direct plans right now. However, Alameda is also listed as a special corridor, which means it kind of has its own set of rules that we're kind of looking into. And that was designated by the AIM committee to look at that and take a little bit different approach and a little different look at that corridor and how we would treat it in the future.
Okay, and I expect any direction we go tonight, that we're still getting updates in CPTC about east, west, and north, south, regardless.
I have no indication that wouldn't continue to occur.
Okay. That's it for that portion, thank you. Okay, well, it's late. I'm leaning yes towards public safety. If this fails, either way, if it passes or it fails, I want to let staff know ahead of time that I would like to work on a corridor overlay on this area. Maybe the whole length interchanges or not. And that can come through oversight, happy to host it there, or it can be a study session. But, and I don't know if anybody from planning is here still, but generally, how fast can we work on a overlay like that and then get it implemented? Oh, hey, Jane.
Like the wind.
Councilmember Grant, I'm sorry, I heard almost the whole question, but how fast can we what?
Implement a corridor overlay. I don't know what the outcome of tonight is going to be, but either way, I would like to tighten up the zoning on this.
So we could probably move as fast as council wants us to. However, we would need to determine boundaries. I mean, obviously, we're going to want to work with the residents out there. So we would be looking at, I don't know that we would need an ad hoc committee, but we would definitely need like neighborhood meetings. So we'd have to section it off into different areas, and that way we could meet with them and see exactly what they think would work and what they would, appreciate. And then in comparison to what you would be looking at in your areas.
And to that, Councilmember Grant, the timeline for construction of the project, we could accomplish corridor master plans long before the project was complete.
Okay. In alignment with the corridor overlay, is that something our current, I guess it's outside the scope of their it's like the pro-housing grant. We have consultants right now that are helping us with our zoning and sub-regulation updates.
I would say it probably is outside. They're looking at the existing zoning that we have, but to come back in, when we did the Porter corridor, and again, the Central Norman, we had consultants that had come in and worked with the community for close to a year on some of that stuff. But like City Manager Powell said, I mean, we're looking at an extended period, so we have time to do that.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Well, whether this resolution gets passed or we end up with another resolution about these access points with gates, I ran on I would have the hard conversations. So I expect that we're going to be talking about this. I think if memory serves, they said the north-south would be built by 2033, 2034. So I don't think this conversation is going away for a while. So anyways, again, thank you for staying with us tonight and for your comments.
Thank you. Councilman Kirby?
Oh, boy. I waited till the end for my fun. First of all, the corridor, I want to point out in 1961, the corridor was between 12th Street and 24th, when the city of Norman annexed 112,000 acres and even created a Ward 5 and a corridor out that way. The corridor was ruled in 1965 as a protected watershed, but since then, I've heard stories from my dad back when, Norman had a jail with steel bars instead of windows. We've moved the corridor from 12th to 24th. We've moved the corridor from 24th to 36. We've moved the corridor from 36 to 48th, and now it goes all the way out to 84th in the new AIM plan. So at what point do we have, what point do we start trusting the city? That is my question as a current councilman, because in 1965, the Supreme Court ruled that the city, who begged for 4 years to protect a corridor east of 12th, should not be disturbed. In 1965, they ruled that we were supposed to protect that corridor. And every council since that ruling has ignored the Supreme Court. So exactly what authority, at what point do we listen? How high does it have to go? The president? The Supreme Court over everybody? We've ignored every single thing for, 60 years now? Haven't gave a crap about the corridor, but I'm supposed to think that this is going to make it where we finally care, even though a Supreme Court ruling has been ignored for 60 years. The Matrix, let's talk about the Matrix study. The Matrix study was done to figure out how many firemen we were short. Is that 78 firemen and 12 fire stations? How many years have we've been thinking about this study? Was it last year? The year before last? 10 years ago? How many years have we been short firemen and kicking that bucket down the road? But now the turnpike's here, so we're supposed to just jump to our heels and all of a sudden start paying attention to a Matrix study that we have ignored for 15 years, just like we ignored the Supreme Court, just like we have ignored every corridor that has been put into place before us and have refused. And ever since the day I've been elected, I've been begging for this AIM plan to come back to the table so that we can make a preserve or a reserve or a, there's so many different ways, but nobody wants to talk about preserving Ward 5. In 1961, 62, Lake Thunderbird was built. Geniuses, literally geniuses who designed the water for the future of society said that when we build this lake for Norman, Moore, Dell City, Midwest City, OKC, we are going to have this much water for this many people as long as we leave this much land to recharge this lake. We have not made sure the lake was maintained. We have not made sure the lake wasn't full of silt. We have done nothing to make sure the very thing that Norman fought so hard to have was preserved. Not only that, in 1994, we ran out of water. We decided we need to start buying water from OKC. Did we heed that warning upon our own society that we were now outgrowing? No. We make more excuses. We ignore corridors. We ignore Supreme Court rulings. We ignore the advice of literal geniuses. And then now we come back and we say, well, it's for public safety. 1994 was when we really needed to start considering public safety because water is life. If we don't have water, we die. I think that's a pretty public safety issue. I don't know how many times, so I'm going to say it right now. How many times I have to hear, well, let's ask Poe if it's coming. Is it coming? You think it's coming. That's what Arizona was told. That's what Arkansas was told. That was Connecticut, Hawaii, Idaho, Iowa, Mississippi, Montana, Nevada, New Mexico, North Dakota, South Dakota, Tennessee, Wisconsin, Wyoming, and Texas were all told that same dadgum thing. And guess what? Every one of them don't have no more. Turnpikes. Why? Because the people spoke up and they took their state back, like we can still do. The north-south is not there until it is there. Until it is sitting next to my house, it is stoppable. Don't ever let nobody tell you different because the people are who get to decide, not us. But to come back, how am I supposed to trust the very people who advise us, who have ignored the Supreme Court since 1965 and have ignored a Matrix study until the dadgum OTA came knocking at our door? If I couldn't get this enforced for the last 60 years after my family gave up their dairy farm so we could have a lake and have drinking water for so many communities, then why should I be convinced now that everything my family suffered and sacrificed is going to make a dang in 10 years when the next council gets here and decides we need to build out? Because at the end of the day, it was decided by the highest court of Oklahoma in 1965 that from 12th Street East needed to be preserved or reserved, and we have done nothing but ignore that and the public safety studies. He's talking about 6 minutes for a fireman response. Go God darn. I would love that in Ward 5. Depending on where you live, it's 45 minutes to an hour and a half when you call 911. When my dad had a stroke, my stepmom had to drive him to the fire department to get him help. When I had my medical incident in January where I shattered my back, my wife and my son had to load me in a car and haul me to Highway 9 East because no ambulance was coming for me. No ambulance was coming for my dad, and when my mom died, no ambulance came for her. And that's where we're at right now. So no matter how much we're promised by the OTA or staff, I fail to trust it. Therefore, I will absolutely be a no. And I want to know not only about it being a no, is there a way we can kill it where it won't come back forward?
Councilmember Steele. Councilmember Blodgett.
I just wanted to say thank you all to all of y'all being here and staying here with us for so long. And I'm so sorry that you have to keep coming back and that you're usually at last. I do really feel bad about that. I feel like every time we're here late, it's a bunch of red shirts. And so just wanted to say I am sorry about that. But thank you for being here.
Thank you. Ward 8. Ward Dixon.
Thank you. The Matrix study was presented to us in February of 2025. Chief King, real quick, and I'll ask it while you're walking. Without interchanges, do you foresee fire stations 3 and 7? Would those be the two stations that would respond to incidents on the north-south connector?
Well, they would certainly be in play. You know, our heavy rescue is at 7. So it would have to meander down to Highway 9 and then head back north, or find an interchange on the east-west to access, and then 3 would be involved. You know, it depends on what you're needing on that call. So there's not tankers in those stations. Our hazmat is not at those stations. So you're gonna have to get other people involved, and there's gonna be delays.
Okay, and it'll be a much bigger delays versus if we had interchanges.
That is correct. If there are interchanges, it's going to speed up our ability to get to a scene on the turnpike.
Thank you. I'm good, thank you. And then some people have mentioned the lack of interchanges on the Turner Turnpike. It was built a long time ago. I'd say the vast majority of us in here did not grow up riding in car seats. I don't think anybody is advocating not putting their kids and grandkids in car seats because we didn't have them. The OTA is putting more on-off ramps on the Turner due to the plate pay versus having someone in the actual toll booth. So I kind of have to discount that as a reason to not have interchanges for us. The ladies that have a podcast, I was watching that. I think it was either August 10th or August 17th. One of them mentioned that the developers, when they want gas lines, they just tell the city of Norman that we want gas lines ran out there, and that the city of Norman gets real excited and says, yeah, we're going to run gas lines out there. We don't have gas lines. We don't have a gas plant. We don't run gas lines. So I don't know. So not all their information that gets out there is correct. And y'all can go watch it. It's either on the 10th or the 17th of August. City of Norman doesn't run gas lines. We don't sell natural gas. That's Oklahoma Natural Gas. It's not the city of Norman. I'm going to, and the majority of people, and I get it, like I do, like you don't like the OTA. And that's what you spoke about, but you didn't really talk about why we didn't need interchanges. Some of you mentioned the word interchange, but didn't really like elaborate on why or why not. There were 2 or 3 that really kind of focused on it for a little bit. So for really the safety aspect. I mean, our chief mentioned at the study session that he's very glad that we have more than 2 on-off ramps at the end of I-35. The number of lives that the Norman PD and Norman Fire Department have saved due to being able to get on there and save people. And again, there was one Ward 8 person here tonight that spoke, and they were in favor of the interchanges. So I'm going to be in favor of them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Based on all the information, first, thank you all for being here and everybody that stayed. And even if you weren't able to stay, appreciate your willingness to come and speak or express your support or opposition, whichever it may be. And, you know, in a lot of communities, you may not see something like this, a meeting last this long, because a lot of communities, there isn't a population of people that really care. And there's not a city council that may have the same care as well. I would say in a lot of places it is a rubber stamp. You just walk in and you get what you want and walk out, and nobody from the public protests and nobody from the council asks any questions and everything, you know. But in Norman, in my experience growing up here, we've always had a very passionate population that really does care. And we have council members that, in my experience as well, that are very thorough, that really look into these issues, spend a lot of time stressing back and forth about how they may vote or who may be hurt if they vote yes, if they vote no, all those types of things. And so based off the conversation tonight and our meeting a couple weeks ago with the OTA representatives, what I know for sure is that based on their own admission, this turnpike proposal is not going to reduce traffic on I-35. They've said that that's not the intent of it, and it's not going to do that. They have presented no studies to show that traffic will be reduced on I-35 with this. And again, 2 weeks ago, it was stated on the record in that room that this is not going to reduce traffic on I-35. And I just mentioned that because that is the primary reason that I've heard people tell me that they do support the turnpike is I-35's congested. We need this because of growth. But the OTA is flat out telling us on the record, this project in Norman is not going to reduce traffic on I-35, and that is not even the intent of it. So I just want to be clear. And if anything, the interchange of the turnpike at Indian Hill Road and I-35 will actually be dumping a lot more traffic onto I-35 because that will still be the only way you can get to Oklahoma City from Norman is I-35. So just wanted to put that out there as a starting point, and that we also have not seen any data at all or traffic studies that show that it would or would not reduce traffic on I-35. We do not, as was mentioned, we do not have any currently planned or funded widening projects for Alameda or Tecumseh. The total cost to widen a 2-lane country road to a 4-lane urban arterial based on the current 36th Avenue project is around $13 million per mile in today's dollars. And so to widen Tecumseh Road from 24th Avenue to 48th Avenue would be almost nearly $30 million. And then to widen Alameda from 36th Avenue to 48th Avenue would be another mile, so add another $13 million on top of that. And again, we have no voter-approved bonds. We have no plans to propose that in the next 10 years. And if this were built 8 years from now, maybe it wouldn't be needed for a long time. But all that to just say, the city has no current plans designed, funded, or even in discussions of being proposed to widen any further streets going out. We're actually struggling. It took us, 14 years to get funding to finally do the 36th Avenue project from the federal government after voters approved that in 2012. We have a 2019 street bond that has multiple widening projects on it for Cedar Lane and 36th Avenue, and also 24th Avenue, Rock Creek Avenue, and a portion of Tecumseh, all of which are going to be a challenge to secure federal funding to actually get done. And so that's just a thing that's out there that I don't foresee us being able to improve roads or widen them to connect to this turnpike anytime in the next 10 or 20 years, I would imagine. The other thing that I wanted to mention, based on the meeting that we had a few weeks ago, the first phase of this project has begun. The connection from I-44 to I-35 is in full-on construction. But what we saw in that meeting was that everything east of I-35, that not very many, based on what I could recall, they were not very far down the road in acquiring the property they need to proceed east past I-35. And on the north-south connection, based on what I recall, they had only acquired 2 properties so far. And so there is a very long way off before they are able to get anywhere close to even thinking about construction of anything like that. Years away, I would say, based off, again, that was a public meeting and that was recorded, so I think everybody's able to see that. Also, it was mentioned in the meeting that due to the OTA going cashless recently, in the last few years, they're able to add additional interchanges on the Turner Turnpike, and actually they're looking at the Turnpike system statewide where they could add additional interchanges. And one example that was specifically mentioned in the meeting was the town of Depew, Oklahoma, which is between Stroud and Bristow. And it's a very small town, but they don't have an interchange. They don't have any connection to the turnpike. And apparently the town of Depew is asking for one now, and the OTA is working with them. I just bring that up because I looked up Depew, driven past it a few times, but never dropped by in there. Depew has a population of 411 people and has lost population in 7 out of the last 9 decades in the census data. And there are apartment complexes in Norman that have more than 400 people living in them. And so I say that to say that if in 8 years from now that turnpike is actually being constructed, and based on the information they gave that the current right-of-way that they were acquiring at Alameda and Tecumseh would accommodate a future interchange, I would reason to say that if the town of Depew with 400 people and a declining population can ask for and negotiate with OTA currently on adding a new interchange to the Turner Turnpike, the city of Norman, the 3rd largest city in the state, which will probably still be the 3rd largest city in the state 10 years from now, would probably be able to ask for that at that time if the leaders of Norman at that time felt like it was needed at Alameda or Tecumseh or anywhere else based on public safety, based on growth, traffic, all those types of things. And then the part about the interchanges, on one hand we hear that having them would allow our first responders to get to crashes faster, but on the other hand we hear that having them creates more crashes. So it's a public safety matter no matter what. I do know one thing, not having it at all means we don't have to worry about chemical spills on a turnpike in East Norman right now because there's not one there, right? And so right now Norman Fire Department don't have to worry about crashes on a turnpike in North or East Norman. And so anyway, just based off of everything we've heard in the last couple weeks, I personally don't see the need or urgency to ask for this right now. And if the time comes when this is actually going to be constructed, if that happens, then the city of Norman, the leaders, the council at that time, and city staff could make that request then based off of what they told us about Depew and what they're doing currently with cashless and all those types of things. So for those reasons, I'm not going to support this resolution tonight. But as other council members said, I know that none of us want to keep coming here and having discussed this same issue and being here till 2 in the morning. But as long as they're continuing to push this project and there's going to continue being discussions here at City Hall about it and how it impacts Norman, and future councils may have to continue making decisions about that. So I wish that wasn't the case and we could just say no and that be done. And I do think that that should be a requirement under state law that communities should have to consent, and if you don't get consent, then you can't build it through their community. It should be as simple as that. So anyway, everybody said everything already, and we'll just move on to that. And the motion on the floor right now is to adopt the resolution, and council members, you may cast your votes.
All right. The motion fails by a vote of 4 to 5. Voting, it'll just be easier. Voting for, this was Councilmember Gandisberry, Councilmember Grant, Councilmember Dixon, and Councilmember Bruce.
All right, miscellaneous comments. This is an opportunity for citizens to address City Council. Due to Open Meeting Act regulations, council is not able to participate in the discussion during miscellaneous comments. Remarks should be directed to the council as a whole and limited to 4 minutes or less. And we have signed up.
Yes, Mayor. Ellen Fever, I believe she's gone. Amy Serrato.
Thank you for standing with the citizens and listening to us, those who have been fighting and knowing about the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority for the last 4.5 years. And I don't know if some of you know this, but I am a civil engineer, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the environmental studies and let you hear about that. And I just want you to know that Norman does not have to cooperate with the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority simply because they ask us to. We have to want to, and it has to be to our advantage to do it. And you showed tonight that it was not to our advantage right now in this time to do that. So thank you. Tonight's vote didn't stop OTA or doesn't stop OTA from pursuing the Turnpike, and Pike off OTA will not stop fighting that southern extension. We hope that it never does come into East Norman. It doesn't prevent emergency access either. And what it says is that Norman will make its own decisions about Norman's land use, Norman's infrastructure, Norman's financial obligations, and Norman's watershed. And I want to emphasize that last one because water is life. And thank you so much, Trey, for always speaking up about our rural land and our water. Norman is not powerless when it comes to protecting the Lake Thunderbird watershed. The city exercises permitting and regulatory authority over land disturbance and stormwater within Norman. Projects within the Lake Thunderbird watershed are subject to more stringent requirements for a reason. Lake Thunderbird is our drinking water supply. Norman has spent years creating ordinances, stormwater requirements, water quality protection zones, and pollution controls specifically to protect it. The authority and that responsibility doesn't disappear because the applicant happens to be the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority. I also want to briefly address the extraordinary series of emails this council received from the OTA Executive Director, Joe Kelly, leading up to tonight's vote. He sent you OTA's legal response and the federal defendant's response from our federal lawsuit and told you those documents explain the environmental permitting process and that they have completed their environmental studies. Yeah, they did a couple studies. It's 285 pages that's buried on their access map on the little portion of the east-west connector. And but I want to tell you there's something deeply troubling about OTA racing to build what it calls the longest bridge in Oklahoma while required environmental reviews remain the subject of active federal litigation. You're supposed to do the environmental reviews before you start building, not after. And they found, Mr. Kelly told you from this very podium in March of 2022 that OTA would conduct its environmental impact studies before acquiring right-of-way to build the toll roads. That's not working out so well for us. So I read his report from October of 2025, and it modeled projected traffic noise near the east-west connector, increasing from approximately 39 decibels to 66 decibels at one location. I don't know if you know what that sounds like, but it sounds like this. That's 300 feet away from the center line of I-40. No sound walls. So OTA considered a sound wall, but because its estimated cost exceeded OTA's reasonableness threshold per benefited residence, OTA decided not to build it. Think about that. OTA can build these enormous projects through people's communities and a floodplain, but when mitigation becomes too expensive under its own cost criteria, the people left behind live with that impact. So they do environmental studies, but then they decide they're not going to help our citizens, and I need you to keep that in mind for every time they come back to us.
Julie Sondag? Okay. Rick? Okay. Jesse Matlock? Dave Moore? Okay.
I'm ashamed of what happened to one of the speakers who came up here, Kelly, who was rudely interrupted and told that what she had to say was not relevant to what was being discussed. You had no idea whether it was relevant or not because you didn't get to hear what she wanted to say. And so I think we need to have a lot more respect for free speech in this town. We don't have to stick to your agenda with the words that come out of our mouths. I'm not required to conform to what you think I should say. Otherwise, we need to be living in a different country. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you.
Tracy Williamson?
First of all, I know everybody's tired, and I know everybody's tired about talking about the OTA. I know I am. I do want to reiterate, I also mentioned many turnpikes around the country in different states that all had 20-mile stretches without interchanges. I didn't just mention the Turner Turnpike. So I did that little bit of research today. But anyway, mostly I want to thank Mayor Holman for his voice of reason and being so smart about this. I want to thank Trey. When you talked, Trey, I wanted to jump up and scream, "That's my rep, I'll show myself out." So proud of you. You guys that stood with us from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. We really don't know what's going to happen in the future. Okay, this is a ways away, and I thank you all, the people who listen to us, and we're not swayed by an agency you cannot trust. And I just want to say thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Kevin Stevenson? Stephen Ellis, still gone. Marguerite Larson?
I have to say, Ward 6, thank you, Kyle. You are amazing. I am so grateful that you are my council member. Thank you, Trey. Thank you, Kim. And thank you, Mayor Holman, for actually looking at the whole picture and not just part of it. So I hope that you continue to do that. And let's go have coffee. It's breakfast time.
Michael Locke? Okay. Cindy Rogers? Kelly Wilson?
Kelly Wilson, Ward 6. Just wanted to say that I'm really disappointed that I was denied the ability to share some information that I felt was incredibly important for council to hear before the vote. I have spent the past 4.5 years reading and learning and researching everything I can find about this turnpike and trying to help educate my council members so that our community doesn't make a mistake. I don't take this lightly. Apparently a lot of you don't take it lightly either. And I'm just floored that happened. And anyway, especially considering what I had to say was absolutely 100% relevant, and it would have answered several of Councilmember Grant's questions that she had for staff. So I will just go ahead and read to you, and I'll try to do my best rendition. So this was from Oklahoma County.
You can play it during miscellaneous.
Okay, well, I would, but I didn't bring it up here with me, so I will just read it. So we have, well, actually, you know what? Maybe I do have it up here. Let's see if I can pull it up real fast. Let's see. Oh, here we go.
And I'll stop your time so you can get to it.
Let's see if we can turn it up.
They didn't like the 3-year time frame that the county was wanting to do the work that was identified in that agreement. And now they're sending us back something that doubles the amount of miles we were to do in that same 3-year period.
That's correct. We're 7 years away from building the first piece at best.
They don't like our timeline requirements. Can you convey to them that we don't like the way that they've torn up the roads in Oklahoma County?
Well, they're very well aware of that.
I think it's time that other people are made well aware of that. I mean, if they're not going to move off of this, maybe time for the sledgehammer.
The weakness that we have is the statutes don't make them responsible.
Right, but the power that we have is the constituency. They don't want the constituency mad.
Did they allude to the road they're working on, if they were going to move forward with doing that, whether this is in place or not?
I don't think they're going to do anything on the county roads without an agreement. They're already doing some that they had to do in conjunction with their turnpike project itself, and those are also outlined in here, that they're making us aware of what they've done for you.
Again, they're making us aware of what they've done for us, that they're legally required to do.
Yes.
Right.
And I think one of the lessons learned from this is the next time that we face this issue here in Oklahoma County, and make no mistake, we will face this issue again in Oklahoma County, is I think we need to put in contract in the beginning. These are the roads that you will remain on. These are the only roads that you can use.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, they didn't ask us this time.
No.
That was kind of a fast train that came.
This has proven that they kind of got us over a barrel, and it's really not fair to the taxpayers. So.
Agreed.
They can't destroy our infrastructure in the meantime and then just run away.
I think we've all voiced our frustration with tearing up our roads and then telling us which ones we're going to fix and how long we have to fix them, while those that have torn up the roads, whether it's OTA or their subcontractors, basically don't pay anything for the damage they've done.
So the point is, Oklahoma County had a contract, an actual contract signed by the OTA and the county. And the OTA came back to them later and amended that. And what they're explaining here is that the OTA had them over the barrel. They had leverage on them, and they said, well, you have to change it. You have to do these things that we want you to do. And in the end, it cost Oklahoma County several $1 million. And like I tried to explain earlier, the statutes say the Turnpike Authority is supposed to pay for damages to the road. But since they had this agreement, turns out they didn't, because in their original agreement and the amended agreement, they said, well, we're not going to make you pay for all of those damages. So anyway, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tassie Hirschfield, sorry, it's late.
Thank you. I think you made the right decision. Mayor Holman, I really appreciated your very thoughtful, very careful analysis, as always. It's late, I'm tired, good night. And when Kelly Wilson tells you to listen to something, it's probably important and you should listen.
Thank you.
Mayumi?
Mayumi Windler, Ward 2. So, okay, when you all take your seats, you do the whole oath, you know, to be good people, basically. What I'm wondering is there any kind of requirement for staff? Is there like a conflict of interest thing that staff has to adhere to? You know, because council people and mayor, you know, you're not supposed to gain any benefit from, you know, anything other than, you know, the $100 a month thing. So I'm just wondering, you know, what kind of, you know, ethical standards are staff held to? Thanks.
Thank you.
Rob Norman?
some mysteries kind of were floating up about who people were and things like that, and you heard a lot from one of them. And I want to make sure that you understand, because I do think he's a good man in general, and there is a connection to this city, is Colin O'Leary. He's Sean O'Leary's son, and Sean O'Leary was the director of Public Works here for a long time. Now, Sean O'Leary works for Poe and Associates, I still think. I think he does. He went off to Poe and Associates. So just so you know that. There is a connection there. And some people were like, Mr. O'Leary. But what I will say is I had another experience when we're talking about mitigation measures, and I don't know if it's ever been resolved, where I had some folks who were homeowners up on the Kilpatrick Turnpike, and they felt they were promised a sound barrier by the OTA, and they felt like the OTA backed off on that promise. And people in my firm had to have some work with Mr. O'Leary and Mr. Streb, David Streb, about it, and I don't think it ever got resolved. But so you have to watch out. Maybe there are great arguments. Maybe there are great things they can say. But you really have to watch out with a state agency who has no guardrails on it. And don't just listen to someone on one side tell you there's a high probability this turnpike is going in. I think the greatest thing about that audio you just heard is the Oklahoma County Commissioner saying, well, the statutes are kind of against us, but we have the power of the people. That's what they meant when they said the power of the constituency, was the power of the people. The tide is turning, folks. We were some collateral damage before the tide turned and suffered a very fractured, fragile decision at the Oklahoma Supreme Court. Please take the time to go read that and see what you think. There are bad decisions that come out of the courts. Plessy versus Ferguson, Dred Scott. And some people have to dedicate their lives to turning those things around. And as Councilmember Kirby has alluded to, when our power structures and our government will not act in our interests, we can take things into our own hands, not only through elections, but as you can see, the tide turning in Yukon, the tide turning in Piedmont, the tide turning in towns all over, with things like initiative petitions, which, by the way, analytically have a much higher rate of succeeding in front of the courts than referendum petitions, because we could talk about that too. But that's kind of an end game with the OTA, and those are suggestions for kind of an end game if the city, whoever's on council, whoever's on staff, won't follow through with its promises in East Norman. Those are the kind of options you can have. Back in the 1970s, the council and the city did some really silly things with utility rates. And the people took things in their own hands, and there are people on staff, there are people on council, there are people in the population who hate it, but I'm not going to let it be given up. The people took things into their own hands, and we don't raise utility rates without a vote of the people. I don't think we should have any more TIFs without a vote of the people. Because the people who sit up on the dais, the people who sit in staff, can't be trusted to do good TIF, bad TIF. There may be such a thing, but I don't think we should have any more TIFs without a vote of the people. I don't think we should have data centers without a vote of the people. I don't think we should have turnpikes without a vote of the people. And I'm going to dedicate myself. I don't care how many times I lose, I'm going to get one pretty soon.
Pam Post.
Thank you all for staying so late and listening to me. I want to thank you all for looking through the hypocrisy that is going on around here. You have people on the outside that come in and talk to your city staff and get privileged to sit in a back room with the comfort of chairs, their own private area, city staff asking them if they're okay, the city manager going and checking on them, while your citizens, your constituents, sit out here for hours on end waiting to be heard. That is hypocrisy. That is not right. But it's what happened tonight. What also happened tonight is that you all, fortunately, did not listen to the outside influencers. You got through the hypocrisy of OU saying they needed these turnpike interchanges for access to their university. They're still coming. Football starts in a couple of weeks. Go Sooners. Mr. Dixon, I'd love your red shirt. I'm glad that you look like the rest of us. It's great. Red means more than what people say. It represents love. We represent our community because we love our community. It represents OU. It's part of our community. They are not in charge of our community. I like the fact you look through the hypocrisy of these interchanges are for public safety when we all know they are about economic development, because Scott Martin has told you that, and he is the chairman or president of the Chamber of Commerce. You all voted the way you should and represented the citizens of Norman. I want to thank you all. I'm sorry for the long hours, and I'm still getting breakfast at some point. Y'all have a nice day.
Thank you.
Greg Fitter. Russell Rice is gone. That's all I got.
Mr. Foote?
Disguised myself better, didn't know I was so easily recognizable. I certainly hope that that this is not an ask for 30 and get 15 at the end and everybody leaves happy because we made a compromise situation. Because I've been to enough of those types of meetings and enough of those types of votes, and it would not be fair to these people here who had to stay so long and make their voice heard. So I hope that that everyone's comments and thoughts on this are sincere, not just because the light's shining on them tonight. So hopefully other people can help hold accountable, because when I asked for my extra 3 minutes when I came up here but was shut down earlier, it was because I came and spoke to an empty room while everyone was having a study session behind doors that were not open for public comment. So that to me was amazing, because when I watched the video of the meeting, I realized that actually it was in the last 5 to 10 minutes that most of the city's business was discussed. And I thought, God, is there, or whatever you want to say, is there a master plan here that I'm just not aware of? And it occurred to me that maybe some people are too plugged into the power constellations. And I've only heard echoes of that tonight when they talk about the lobbying infrastructure that exists in the third largest city in Oklahoma. That's amazing to me. It was news to me that existed in city politics and at the city level, and I guess it's one more thing to fight. In terms of the specific issue that lobbyists have brought here tonight, sounds to me like the culprit is the almighty petrodollar. It's a term that I didn't create, but certainly something that everyone can learn more about, and I won't waste your time going through that. But it appears that the last 4 years of news, as I've seen it, has meant that Oklahoma is a primer for gentrification. But these people have deconstructed the house of cards that the administration put up pretty well, I thought, to be honest. So I'm glad that you all heard them and voted that way. But this syndrome that folks like Stephen Ellis talked about, in which the city is so eager to be development partners, is so important to keep in the long term, not just tonight, because this is a huge endemic problem, and the next thing coming up that's going to require more of these things is coming up in the northwest of Norman, and it's if this is the only people's victory in this term, then everyone should be ashamed. Because some stadium that Haraz and OU are saying they should build, in which 2/3 of the luxury seats that they're trying to open aren't even going to pay sales tax, that is a shame. Sounds like you all know it. I hope you all do it. And the last thing I'll leave you with, because OU says it wants it, but it wants the city to pay for it, obviously. September 8th, I'm going to try my darndest to make it from a funeral to be at the 2:30 at the Cleveland County Court Building for that hearing on that big stadium that's going to knock down potentially the native land there that exists. But one recommendation I would leave you all with is Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, about a guy who becomes homeless because the turnpike runs, or the intergalactic overpass runs through his house. Gentrification, he tied together turnpikes and overpasses, and he said, man, I feel like an alien.
Thank you, Mr. Foote.
So, check it out, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That's one of the lots, for sure.
Tanner Nair, Ward 6, Ward 5 landowner. I really appreciate y'all keeping the meeting going this late so I could actually attend. That's why I was not on the list to speak earlier, but thankfully Bob covered what I was going to talk about. Gansberry, if you ever have questions or stuff, please reach out to us. Respond to our emails. We got a lot of experts on our side that would love to, communicate and share our points of view too. Kyle, you crushed it, dude. Almost made me want to cry. And when you're talking about, the Hall Park people and the response times, that's my family. So not only am I losing 10 to 20 acres to the turnpike where I proposed to my wife, but I'm also losing response times to my family where I currently live. So that's, it hits me twice on these things. But the real reason I'm here tonight is for them. We're friends, we're more of a family. If you ever look on our website, it says we're more than a nonprofit. We're a family, come join. We are. And if y'all, I appreciate everything y'all have done tonight. I know the decisions are tough on all y'all, but if you ever have questions, contact us. Let us help you. And guys, you're always welcome to the barbecue, as Brandon said. So thank you. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Okay. Any final comments from council? Or
Real quick.
yeah, please come forward.
Yeah. Mike Brule, Ward 5. I've lived out. I'm a generational landowner and a Native American here in Oklahoma. My family acquired our land through the land run, and we've had it ever since. We are ranchers and farmers. We bale hay for ourselves, for our cattle, and for our neighbors. Every acre matters to us. Every acre. Because we've had it that long. And so to have somebody come in and threaten to take it through eminent domain is absolute garbage. It is absolute garbage. There shouldn't be a right for somebody to come in and take your land, take your home, take your livelihood. Because for someone like us, we can't just pack up and go somewhere else. That's not what we do. To answer the question for our fire marshal, I'm a licensed architect, interior designer, NFPA 101, Knox gate system. Norman Fire Department uses it. Oklahoma City Fire Department uses it. It's not a new thing. And we installed a gate at Health Sciences Center, 2 of them in fact, and Mike Wilson, the fire marshal, came out and inspected it. John Sheehan also came out and inspected it. They were Oklahoma City fire marshals, and the response time was 0 for them to get to those gates. So it's not something new. They can run on solar, they're low voltage, they have battery backup power. So thank you for offering that as a backstop for maybe down the road, but you don't need an interchange to do that. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any final council comments, Ward 1? Ward 2? Ward 3? Ward 4? Ward 5? Ward 6? Ward 7? Ward 8? And I have none other than every single vote counts, and about 400,000 people voted in the governor's runoff tonight, and it was decided by 2,000 votes. So, and precinct 351 in Ward 5 tied with 168 votes for each candidate. So, anyway, thank you all for being here tonight. Have a safe trip home, and we'll see you next time.
Hitchhiker's Guide is also a radio play that you can listen